But to the B side of this track, as a second time, the groups are going to be playing down here at the Blast Premier Full Groups 2022. It's Group B on the cards. We've got NAVI taking on Complexity first of all, but G2 taking on Liquid as our second best of one series. We can see the video rolling in here. This is a really, really exciting one though, particularly as we've got that new look G2 for the first time, guys.
Yeah, you talk about G2, just quickly on the side of Liquid, there is one player that we haven't talked on that I want to absolutely keep my eye. It's Elige. Elige in Cologne had one of his best tournaments in a very, very long time. And a few people out there have this kind of idea, this hypothesis that it's Yekinda coming in, kind of freeing Elige, and some structural consequences that kind of allowed him to play to his full potential. Were we just talking shit? Were we completely out of our sorts? Or is he, again, going to provide his best Counter-Strike? To me, it's one of the stories that's out there.
I mean, you could hope. You could hope that he's back to a high level. You could hope that Yekinda coming in will free up Elige a little bit, especially on a map like Mirage, which they're going to play. That is the home ground of Elige. In Connector, that position, he's owning that up, especially on the CT side. Small sample size, I agree. You know, during Cologne, it was looking good for Elige, but I want to see him play consistently well. He is the best player coming out of North American Counter-Strike. He is currently the best player, together with Yekinda on Liquid. So those are the two star players that we need to see a lot from. I hope that's going to be the case, but I want to see it transpire here during the Blast.
You just disrespect my man, NAV? Is that what just happened? You think I'm going to let you here stand?
If you think
talk about NAV?
You think NAV is better than Elige, then we are going to
No,
have a
I think it's better than Yekinda.
Okay.
I think so.
Damn. Are we going to get tier
I'm a
lists?
NAFer.
Wait, what?
I'm a NAFer. I'm out there. So I've always been a NAV fan.
Well, before we get fisticuffs out here, I do just want to get your takes on, how you think Hooksy and JKS are going to be approaching this first game now that we know it's going to be going down on Mirage. How are we kind of expecting the stylistic elements of G2 to be showing up?
I think that we can allow ourselves to have higher demands and higher requests on JKS from the get-go rather than Hooksy. I think JKS is supposed to plug in for Jax's positions and be strong from the very first minute. I don't think we're going to allow him too much leeway. When it comes to Hooksy, I'm ready to be a bit more forgiving, a bit more tolerant, and give him a little bit of time to find his position, his groove, adapt to a couple of new roles that Xtaz was talking about. So high demands on JKS for Hooksy. Let's see where this is going.
I want to lower the bar a little bit for JKS. I said it yesterday, I'm going to say it one more time here. We've seen him play 10 maps for FaZe as a stand-in during Katowice, and that's all he's played in 22 so far. When he was in Complexity, the last 6 months, he wasn't really playing up to par. He wasn't really up there where it was looking good for JKS. So I'm not sure what to expect from this man. I think he's a stable player. I think he's going to be good down the line. But let's be honest, he hasn't played a lot of official Counter-Strike in the past 6 months.
You know what? You're absolutely correct. And I was trying to figure out, why am I believing in him so much? Where is that confidence coming from? There is actually no logic. But then I deep dive in the stats, and I realized that Katowice, before that, he hadn't played in 4 months. Yeah. He was in complete darkness. He showed up in Katowice and he did that great of a job with FaZe. And I think in my heart that meant, okay, the man is just bulletproof. Like, I know he's going to come in, he's going to play good Counter-Strike because he's done it in the past.
I want to add to that point as well. I was reading in a HLTV interview that 2 months prior to that, he didn't even have a PC coming into that Katowice tournament for FaZe and didn't even drop a single series there. So yeah, absolutely incredible stuff from JKS. Thoroughly looking forward to seeing him inside the server today. But we do have to talk about our first game on the cards. It is NAVI taking on Complexity as well. Obviously, the big story with NAVI coming into this, unfortunately, Simple not able to attend for the first week, just due to some personal reasons. He will be returning for the second week, though. Jacob, because you're at Replay Academy, you saw the stand-in that's going to be coming in for the side of NAVI. Can you give us a little bit of a TLDR on what we should be expecting from him?
I think we can expect some firepower on the server. I think he's a good player. I think he's a solid player. I'm also watching him stream from time to time. It's a player that is putting in a lot of hours to the game, both in practice, but also outside of practice, playing FPL, playing FaceIt all the time. So a player that is really thriving in the game, a player that is committing a lot of time to it. And as you said, during the Replay Academy League, it's all the talents. It's the new generation coming in there. And it was clear to see that he was miles ahead of most players in there. An MVP candidate for a couple of seasons, up there with the best in that league. So again, he's replacing Simple. He's replacing the AWP as well. That's going to be a question mark. Will he take up the AWP, or will he continue to play with the rifle, which he does the majority of the time in NAVI Junior? Not quite sure. But it's a player that can definitely hold up to his own. And I think that's all NAVI need.
And look, aside from stats, obviously, Jacob is more of an expert than I am on hat-trick. I don't really know the guy so much. I haven't seen him play so much. He might be able to shoot straight, but here is the problem. Here's the thing. The impact and the influence that Simple is having on NAVI is something that is unique. When you have Simple in your team, within the rounds, he dictates whatever the hell is happening. He's someone that always gives impulsion, gives waves, moves, commands what is going to happen, and takes the bull by the horn. I don't think hat-trick is able to do that. There is no way he would do it anywhere near Simple. So what does that mean? It means that that burden falls off other players. It means that Electronic will have to do it more. It means Bit will have to be a bit more responsible as well. And this is what I'm looking forward to seeing. How do other NAVI players react to that lackluster, or rather the lack of impulse from Simple who isn't here right now?
Well, speaking of some of the other NAVI players, we do have a few words from Samda Young heading into the full groups.
SDY, you're here on NAVI, right? You're now not with Simple. You've got 2 stand-ins technically with you standing in. So what was the practice time like with Hedrick? What do you make of this young player?
Yeah, we had only 1 week of practice, but overall it was kind of good, I can say. We did a lot of things that we do before. We just tell him everything that he needs to know, and we're trying to help him as much as we can. But he's a really friendly guy and good player, and if he will feel good enough, he will be good enough too.
Nice, so the confidence can be there. But I actually want to talk about confidence with you, because I remember at Cologne, after that finals, right, you said yourself, you weren't too sure, you wanted to do better, but now Navi decides to stick with you as a standing until after the major. Does that make you feel better? Does that fill you with more confidence? Like, what did you feel like when you heard that was happening?
Yeah, for sure I have more confidence now, and even when we practice with hat-tricks this week, I feel that I'm playing much better than I did before.
Nice.
And I hope I will bring it to the games today.
And in today's game, right, it's complexity. They've added a European player into the mix, but obviously when it comes to a team like this, they've not been having any success against European teams or even the top tier teams for a long time. Do you feel like this is like a nice warm-up for the official game with Hedrick?
I don't like to think that way. Like,
You're too nice.
You need to count on every team that play in Tier 1 tournaments, because it's their opportunity and they will try to show their best. So we will do the same, and the best team will win.
The best team will win. You've got that Blade style answer, you know, where you just want to make sure, not overconfident, making sure it works. But also, I'm just looking at your hair. We've got a different hair this time. We've gone for a different style. So is this another SDY hair buff?
I hope it is another SDI hair buff, but like it's the same hair. I just did it in another way.
Okay, well, guys, if you want the SDY hair buff, this is how you do it now. Keep the same and then just brush it back a little bit, put some product in it. See how it works.
Yeah.
Cheers, mate.
Thank you.
Not only Counter-Strike insight, but also some beauty tips as well coming out of SDY. But I like what you were saying about Hedrick, the fact that, you know, good vibes coming into the camp. But it might be kind of difficult, you were saying, Jacob, to be integrating him into some of these spots.
I'm just going to pose the question right here, because Hedrick is a talent, right? It's a player that Navi have had under him in Navi Junior, a player that they're counting on for the future, a player they're bringing in instead of Simple. SDY have played fine in Navi so far. They've had some good results, but he's only a stand-in until the major and potentially after. What if Hedrick is coming in and doing well right now? What if Hedrick would be the guy that potentially is playing for the same spot SDY is trying to maintain as well in Navi? That's not necessarily, you know, an internal conflict, but that's a question I do want to pose right here. If Hedrick is coming in and showing us in Tier 1 Counter-Strike that he can do the job to a very, very high level, there could be a case where Navi will have to reconsider whether or not they want to continue with SDY and Hedrick. There's difference in the way the players are playing in terms of their roles, but Hedrick is a young talent that can still be molded into the Navi lineup. So all I'm saying is here that Hedrick is playing for a lot right now. He got the spotlight and he has a chance and an opportunity.
And what a hard opportunity that is. He's supposed to provide greatness to Navi when Simple isn't here.
Yep.
That's when he's supposed to provide that greatness. How hard is it? How hard of an addition is that for Hedrick to be able to win with Navi when the superstar isn't here?
Yeah.
That's my issue.
Absolutely huge shoes to fill. But I do want to get some thoughts from Blade on this new addition to the squad.
And for Hedrick specifically, right, he stood in for you guys before, but that was back when Simple was still in the team, so he wasn't on the AWP role. Now are you just doing a one-for-one trade? He's literally just taking all Simple's roles, or is there more things that changed?
Yeah, obviously. We don't want to change completely our game because of one day. So, yeah, Hedrick just will try to fit in roles of Simple.
And in terms of that, right, do you feel like you'll be able to position him in a way that he can still have similar impact? Obviously, we don't expect him to have the same numbers. He is not Simple. Or are you focusing on trying to allow other players to shine to fill the void, fill that gap?
On this level, it's kind of hard to play with OP if you don't have a lot of experience. So we don't expect from him to shine really high. But he's young and experienced it, but he still can show what he's capable of, like what potential he has. Yeah, in practice it was really hard for him. We can see that it's another level for him. Yeah. There's a gap. It's hard for us sometimes, but overall, we will try to find balance.
I like the way Blade put it there. It kind of makes sense that, Hetrick coming into things, it's only temporary, him coming into the squad. So they're not going to shift too many things around, just going to try and get him to have as much impact as possible.
Yeah, it makes sense. Again, with the AWP as well, you can't really expect him to pick it up and play it in the same way as Simple is. So I expect to see some more fire rifling coming out of Navi and trying to play into the strength of Hetrick. And then, as you said, man, it will be up to Perfecto. It will be up to Electronic, the rest of the Navi squad, to step up to the occasion and, I guess, fill the void of Simple not being there.
Look, no bullshit talk. They have the quality in the roster to beat Complexity without simple as it is. But sure, everyone on that roster is supposed to give more than he usually does because you don't have your superstar by you. But I believe the quality is here to defeat that roster.
Well, speaking of the AWPing equation, let's get a few words on Hauser joining Complexity. I guess you were saying, Pimper, a little bit of a surprise to you. Maybe expect him to go to some other sort of Scandinavian lineups. But yeah, going to Complexity, opening thoughts.
I think he's good. I think he's a solid player. He was kind of not necessarily stuck in Dignitas, but he was in a team with a lot of elder guys, let's put it that way, that maybe didn't have the same motivation as he had. Now he's coming into a project like Complexity that is desperate for success. They're desperate to find something working, and I think Halter could be a step in the right direction. Now, I would have liked to see a change, or maybe two more, find some more talent, some more proper talent, some more proven talent, but I think it's a step in the right direction for Complexity, and for Halter, another great opportunity of showcasing his skill.
Well, let's get a few words from the man himself. It's Halzerk with Banks.
Now you're here with Complexity, and I just want to start by saying, for you, right, I feel like you're a character, in terms of what we see from your personality, that you fit quite well into this team. So how's that been going? Do you feel like you fit in already?
Yeah, definitely. I think they're nice guys. We're the same age as well, so I feel like everything, the humor and everything, like we get along very good. So I think like that's gonna not be any problems. So
nice. That's what it's all about, right? You gotta have that synergy out the server as well. Now you also took part in the NARMR. A lot easier than the EU one that you're used to.
Definitely, man. The EU qualifiers, man, they're so hard. They're so hard. So thankfully I got to play the NA now, and it was a piece of cake.
It was a piece of cake. You guys made it in style. But I also want to ask the fact that when it comes to now you being on a North American team, is there anything that's maybe different or something that's taken you a bit longer to get used to or harder? Or has it been quite easy to just settle straight into the game side of things?
I mean, like, the communication is a big difference. Like, in EU, or at least the teams I played in, they're much more calm. Like, the communication are much more calm. But, like, in this team, they're, like, NA teams, the communication, like, everyone, like, all four people can talk at the same time. So that's been a bit weird. But, we're just playing with them and getting more time with playing with them. It's going to get better and better.
That's what it's all about for sure. But you got NAVI today in your opening game. A best of one, and they're without Simple. So does that fill you with more confidence?
Yeah, definitely. Like, Simple is the best player in the world by far, and like they didn't get a bad player either to step in for them, but Simple is Simple. So I think we have a very good chance to win today.
Oh, we look forward to seeing it. How's that? Good to meet you, man. Thank you very much.
I do like those confident words from Halzerk, but yeah, still definitely a tough challenge going up against the beast of Navi. But I do want to see what you guys predicted coming into these opening two games in our Betway predictions. No surprise to see Navi across the board, but I am kind of surprised to see how many people went with Liquid, but maybe that's just me.
It's probably about all the questions we have for G2. A lot of people have no idea what the hell is going on. I just want to quickly mention, even though Simple isn't here, there's a testament to the quality of that roster. No one went for Complexity. We're all a bunch of non-believers.
You're smart, Freya. You're smart. You're following the king. Continue with that.
Yeah, you regarding yourself as the king. I guess you were the king from yesterday, but we're going to see exactly how that does pan out. But we do need to throw this one to a quick break before we are jumping into the grounds of Overpass. Complexity taking on Navi without Simple at the helm, but we're going to see how it goes down after this.
We are back. It is the second day here at Blast Premier, and the teams are ready, I've been told. It's going to be an interesting game that's coming up, obviously, with NAVI and Complexity. Best of one, so, you know, a lot on the line. I don't know, everyone went for NAVI. Is there any reason to think that might not happen?
I mean, look, there's always an outside chance, but I'm not even going to try and pump it up. No, I think the big thing with Complexity is just with Halzer coming in now, we obviously kind of knew some of the struggles from watching Junior within the roster for some time. Can this new offer actually provide some things that maybe free up some of the other players? Because remember, like, you know, Grim going over to Liquid felt like he had real potential, and kind of when he's gone back to Complexity, it's kind of dropped off and it's disappeared a little bit. Same with Fang, was kind of an upcoming player we talked about with potential out of North America. We haven't seen that in this Complexity roster, so you're hoping that Halzer can provide some things that reactivate the other individuals.
They certainly need it for this one, and I think this is one of the times certainly where the best of one format is going to be favoring Complexity. If anything, if you want to have an upset, it's better to do it really fast and quick and then just leave NAVI in the dust. It's going to be very tricky, especially maybe on Overpass. It'll be NAVI starting on the CT side with Complexity on the T side. Already JT, he's going to have a fair few people out there. Glock versus USB at range. Could be tricky. Bit's going to be retreating from that fight, actually. Gets caught nearly. Lucky to be alive. They're still hunting him, and they will be successful in that hunt as well. Grim taking down Bit. Now there's a bit of a flank coming in. Electronic hoping for that quick headshot. Eventually will clear out JT, and that's something to maybe consider. They're still going to be planting the bomb right away in this 4-on-4.
Yeah, but is it an advantage? Look at the way they're boxed in. Two players coming up highway, especially with that kill. Complexity has to get aggressive here. They have to win these fights towards CT spawn, and Perfecto knows it. He's going to sink back, and the retake is coming in.
Fang, a little bit of pressure. He's not sure if anyone's behind him, but what a great headshot to tank down Electronic. And just like that, they have the man advantage. Perfecto and Head Trick. I'm not sure if this is going to be an easy retake, although with headshots like that, maybe they're going to be just fine. Still have some time. Smoke has been picked up. Still not seeing a kit anywhere, so it's going to be the full 10-second defuse, which is a long time to be on that bomb. They have to go for it. And Head Trick, he had to get that fight, or they weren't going to be able to do it. It's going to be down to the wire anyway. He did get the triple. Oh, man, that is so close. What a way to start. NAVI will pick up the pistol.
Yeah, you got to say, though, too, a rough sequence there for Grim in the 2v2. I think that's a team flash that comes out from him from Bank that actually blinds up Fang at the truck, so he couldn't take any kind of a fight. So miscue there, and they lose the pistol round. Otherwise, it was looking pretty decent for Complexity, finding themselves some good frags to get out of a sticky situation. Fang had a nice kill, all before the flashbang comes in, and nice flank from Navi to really activate this pistol round. Head Trick with a nice headshot onto Grim.
It looked like he placed his crosshair at head height, except it's on a stairwell, so it's kind of hard to do that, you know?
Yeah.
Normally you try and use boxes or whatever else to sort of, you know, remind yourself where that is, but...
Get your bearings.
Yeah, well done.
Second round bye for Complexity with the bomb plant. AK-47s on the board for Grim and Fang. Galil's on JT and Floppy. What they're missing is nades. They got none.
Position for Electronic. How do you even read it? I feel like JT might have even been able to see the feet there, but it's such an unusual position. You're not even, your brain is not registering that could be somebody's shoes, you know, on the railing.
Yeah, really hard position to clear out. Bit just biding his time at the staircase. He's going to start getting wrapped upon, so he's got nowhere to go. He's kind of in this position until an opportunity presents itself, either one for escape or one for a fight. We'll see if Fang and Halzer have any interest in trying to clear out stairs from up top. Grim's going to give it up now.
Being allowed to hang out in here is it's such a great position to be in, especially with Sandayang right next to him. They're covering the entire central part of the map. And in the meantime, Complexity setting up outside of the B bomb site.
It's just going to be contact play, right? There's no nades, remember. So they're going to be walking out towards the B bomb site, walking through Monster and challenging up against Perfecto. 1-for-1 trade. There's a couple of SMGs on the board. Excuse me, one SMG, one FAMAS now. STY has that. His position is given up, but the Molotov is going to change the route. Good shot from Grim, and Head Trick's there for the rebuttal. 22 seconds on the clock.
And that bomb drop back there is a big issue. Grim's already low on health. Also, it's in a lot of trouble, but they managed to win both the fights. That's crazy. I would have assumed that at least they would have been forced to actually try and plant the bomb, but the fights happened before any bomb planters coming through, and that's going to be a huge turnaround.
There's that SMG coming to hot bit right at the end. He was waiting patiently throughout the entire round for his opportunity. That's an important kill for Grim, but he had the jump on the player. He had the jump on, I believe, who was that at the end? Halzerk with the Galil, and still not able to pull it out. So good clutch from Complexity. And it's Navi's turn to go back and force buy down to pistols and a scout on Head Trick.
I am seeing 3 5.7s. That's rare.
Yeah, changing seasons. Is it 5.7 is in style?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's been a good pistol all throughout. Just maybe outdone by some of the other ones. There's a couple of dinks there. Floppy down on the ground.
That's a nice sequence. Doors opened, M4 going to work. Good find from Bit for the equalizing kill. I think they can still protect that weapon. I think the weapon had fallen forward, so now they can have eyes on it at the very least.
Yeah, and it's tempting for the Navi side to try and go and pick it up, so yeah, it's right there. Maybe a bad idea to give it up, although, yeah.
Maybe a bad idea to throw a flashbang.
I was going to say, why does that always happen as soon as you pull out a nades?
It's just one of those unexplainable factors of Counter-Strike. Headtrick's got the information. He's spotted one. Nobody's moved yet from Navi to start rotating over. Just now that shift is starting to happen, but Complexity is already using utility and knocking down the front door. Bomb site lost, and Navi's going to have a decision to make.
Headtrick certainly did not want to stick around for for any kind of scout heroics. Trying to close a little bit of time, and they do have armor on 3 people, so maybe they just say that's it. It's not worth it. Get the Galil instead. Try and fight in the next round. I can appreciate that. Probably nothing would have come of it if he would have stuck around to defend the bomb site.
Yeah, and also obviously they're not going to buy in the next round if they're to get wiped out here. So just keep the weapons in hand, and you basically have another dangerous save round, and especially because you can drop that 5-7 over to Bit, and you have a Galil in the hands of Electronic. So 2-1, Complexity with an early lead.
How are you feeling about Overpass these days? What's your? There's been some map discussion coming up recently. I feel like Mirage is always in the community crosshairs, so to speak.
Like Mirage gets a lot of unnecessary hate. I feel I really enjoy Mirage as a map. I don't know. Overpass is in a weird place because it used to occupy that space where it was like one of the more tactical maps that we have.
Yeah.
And now it feels kind of I don't know. I just don't have the same sense about it anymore.
Yeah, I can't explain it either, but there is something about it that's not putting it in a great place.
It's been losing a lot of favor among teams, even since when I was coaching 2 years ago. It was starting to, or a year and a half ago, it was starting to kind of just talking to other people within the scene, other players and coaches. It was a map that no one was really all that much enjoying to play.
So maybe a candidate for replacement. I think the little info we had is it's been in every major since its release. So it's never been one of the ones that's been cycled out.
So is Mirage.
True. We've got some candidates. Train still out there somewhere. They've been reworking Tuscan, I guess, finally.
Yeah, they added it this time to the rotation. Which is cool. I'm interested to see how that's going to play out. I always like Cash better than Tuscan, but I mean, I'm not going to quibble.
Yeah.
It's basically, or not Cash. Why do I keep saying Cash? Mill. I always like Mill more than Tuscan.
Fair enough. Yeah. Well, we can. So there might be some actual map rotations happening in the future if the community seems to be enjoying it and it plays competitively.
Yeah, it's cool stuff.
Cool. Well, technical pause coming up here, so hopefully nothing too bad.
It looks like they got something fixed because they're still they're chatting and everything like that. This man on the screen is massively important, I think, as obviously as we all know, but I've grown to just like really, the more I hear Blade talk in interviews and give interviews, the more I just kind of really appreciate the way he talks and thinks about the game. Swapping out some notes here. Can't talk, but you can read.
I like even the pre-game interview that he was given, sort of some real honest and transparency with regards to like difficulty of someone like Headtrick coming in who might be like a talent, but the system that they're playing in at a high level, it's very, very hard to, just slot into that and expect to not have any issues. So.
Well, also in trying to take a little bit of pressure off the stand-in who, it's one thing to stand in for a team. It's another thing to stand in for a team in place of the best player in the world. So, I mean, I think it's easy probably for Headtrick to come in and probably put a lot of pressure on his shoulders to kind of deliver in a similar fashion. I think, not just publicly, but I would imagine privately as well. Blade's just like, look, don't be simple. Don't try and be simple. Do your own thing, and don't feel the pressure whatsoever. Easy thing to say, not exactly an easy thing to always accomplish. Smiles. He's happy.
That's good. I mean, they've come up with something good at the beginning, so they should be.
I'm actually super excited to watch Hulzerk within this team, especially throughout this week, because I know, even when he was added to the old Dignitas roster with all the Swedish legends, I feel like we didn't get a chance to see Dignitas really competing at the highest levels all that much, so I feel like I never got like a really good, clean, consistent look at Hulzerk. I know some of those guys have some very positive thoughts and things to say about him as a teammate and as a player, so this is a cool opportunity for him, I think.
Yeah, it is. We talked about it yesterday. Europeans escaping into the NA region to qualify for majors.
Yeah, he was the tweet. He was like, "I don't miss the European qualifiers," and you can understand why.
Yeah, man. I have some memories of some really good Holzerg AWP clips out there somewhere, so I'm sure we'll see some of that down the road. Maybe he's especially happy not to be fighting Simple today, but but maybe having an opponent that could that he can actually have a little bit more success against. We'll see. Everyone still kind of seems like they're tuned in and ready, so hopefully we can get back into the swing of things. Yeah, there we go, and for not too long.
Boom.
I want to see Complexity keep the momentum now that they've managed to turn around even losing their pistol. So just keep it going. Don't let Navi in too early.
I wonder, I'm really curious, one of the things about Navi that, I mean, obviously, it's kind of a cool glimpse having Simple out of this team just for this, at least for this event. Just seeing, structurally in terms of the system, how important he is for everyone else's success as well. I'm kind of curious to see who's going to step up in his place, because there's obviously a lot of options with Electronic and Perfecto and Headtrick, or excuse me, not Electronic, Perfecto and Bit as that kind of consistent core. Like one of those three guys you would expect to be the one to step up.
Without a doubt, yeah, they still have a lot of firepower and confidence on that side, but guess we'll find out. A little bit of a trade. Electronic on the Galil, able to take down Floppy. That's a good wall bang from JT, and he's able to drop Electronic right away. But the scout has shown up, and look at, again, the 5-7s are doing so much damage, and they actually managed to defend the bomb site. Still a minute on the clock, but this is a problem for Complexity. How do they recover this round?
Yeah, a huge problem. And they're going to rotate back around. Fang going all the way to long. So Holzer's going to come join up with them. They've got one player to deal with. That's going to be the stand-in. That's going to be Headtrick rotating up the stairs with the scout. Is he going to commit himself to this bomb site? Because Fang's going to be the one to lead the way out long and start probing into the site. There's the smokes going down. So a 2-on-3, likely post-plant situation. Holzer can hear the footsteps, but they're taking a lot of time, Complexity, getting comfortable with this bomb site.
And once again, Headtrick doesn't really need to fight this too much. He just has to live, but they're going to try and hunt him down. That's a nice move from Fang. He keeps going maybe a bit too far. With the bomb down in a 2-on-2, would have been great for him to stay alive. Holzerg now on his own. He's going to take care of Sundai Young, but Perfecto's still out there, and he's got a massive health advantage with that AK on the other side. And Perfecto will win the 1 versus 1 and get Navi back online with just what? A Galil and a Scout and some pistols.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. I think that's Fang just being, getting that first kill is huge. That's a very smart, aggressive play, but then not reining yourself in. Don't go for that second kill. Just back off, play it safe and bank. Play the 2v2 with your teammate. Put Holzerg in a really tough spot, but this is just a good setup. First, the initial double peek from Navi on the first player towards sandbags, and then obviously that player, they lost track of him at Toxic Barrels because he's not peeking off contact. He's hard baiting his teammate to get that one extra kill.
And even losing the battle at the beginning down at the B bomb site, they lost some of the rifles that then came back to haunt them, both the AKs up there. So they had enough time now to go and pick those up and come back to the A bomb site. A little bit of an issue as well. Or on Headtrick and also one on Holzerg. So we could see a little bit of a fight. It'd be interesting to see how that plays out if they actually find each other. I mean, it's a giant map overpass, which I think is one of the reasons why some players have started to take a dislike to it. It's just that it is so huge. So maybe they won't, but I would like a little bit of an AWP versus AWP fight.
Yeah, we always enjoy that.
Yeah, get a feel for who's having the quicker reactions on any given day.
Molotov to force JT out, but no one is pushing towards sandbags to punish it. Even the flashbang makes JT feel real nervous. Fires off some shots to keep the aggression at bay. Oh, if they walk into this, good shot from Headtrick. Floppy's going to try and trade it off, but that's a great angle. Double kill for Headtrick with the AWP, a 5-on-3 for Navi.
Hard angle to clear as well, because if they try to flash him too deep, he's got a teammate that's really close and probably immune to a flashbang that'll hit him, so a lot to work with. And again, they're playing very passively on this A-bomb side. Once they have the advantage, they don't really want to fight.
In that follow-up second angle from Headtrick, it's so hard to trade. It's such a slight gap that you're kind of just, it's an easy aim for the Opera to kind of line up the second frag. Grim going to start pressuring the site. Desperate situation. 3-on-5. They need to find these kills. 1 at bank, 2 over the truck. There's the first, but way too many crossfires to deal with. And a picture-perfect Navi defense gets them 3.
They seem really confident, Navi, once they have a little bit of a read in just staying real far back on that A-bomb site. They just don't even care. Yeah, that one, it's not going to be a fight that favors the AK on the other side.
I think there's like a certain level of philosophy in it too when you're playing a team like Complexity that's kind of struggled and hasn't shown a whole lot of success. If you're Navi, like you don't have to really, don't overcomplicate things. If you're Navi, you don't have to kind of do any kind of crazy moves or rotations. Let's see if they can just beat you standard Counter-Strike. Make them force them into the one who has to make the decision and make the aggressive plays.
They certainly have the confidence. For good reason. Bit there with the AK, chewing them all up. It's a nice quad kill. Bomb is on the ground, and he's looking for the ace. We almost had one yesterday. And Floppy's going to steal that one away from Bit, so unfortunate. But still, so far so good. Great round. Hetrick, by the way, is 8-2 at the moment, so he's having himself a nice start to this game. And I mean, you're right. Like if you can just play better Counter-Strike in terms of, you know, who has the aim and everything, maybe that's enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think the name of the game for Navi is just, I mean, mistake-free Counter-Strike. Like, not only are you playing a team that you're massive favorites against, but also with the new stand-in as well. Again, you know, keep things as simplified as possible. You still kind of have a situation where SDY is coming in and still probably not as comfortable as you'd like. So, you know, it's going to be fun watching them throughout this group. But certainly here in this inaugural match with this lineup, yeah, just chill. Bit with aggression. Spotted one, but didn't like the fight that he was offered. Backs away.
Difficult fight to recommit to, because you're really all in out on long like that. You can't easily escape, so probably didn't want to get stuck out there. Floppy taking an advanced angle here at the L-bend really early on. I like that. I think that's a fun trick. Sometimes you can get there way before the CTs even realize, and they can actually back off into you without even realizing.
We've seen this is, I think, the second time early on in this game, just in round number 7, that we've seen Floppy kind of go for this aggressive play over towards sandbags to peek into the B bomb site. And last time he got picked off by a 5-7 and a nade combination. This time he sees absolutely nothing, but obviously somewhere he wants to emphasize. And Navi's happy to just sit and wait. Decent amount of utility still left in the coffers. Hetrick with full set of nades. B bomb site is the finishing act for Complexity.
Yeah, for sure. Floppy's been waiting at this corner the whole round. Very, very patient. See if he's going to get the reward that he really wants here. Electronic takes a lot of damage, but he's still alive. And Perfecto in the meantime, another headshot coming through, this time on Floppy. So didn't get what he wanted there. Now down to 28 seconds. And Electronic is feeling the pressure from all sides. Nice run and gun from Grim. And he's going to find a second headshot to bring down SDY. That's absolutely massive. Smoke to block off the AWP at the sniper spot. And back into a 2-on-2 with 15 seconds. They need this bomb plant right now, and it's been interrupted already once. Bit coming through the kill, and Hetrick on the other side, pushing through the smoke, and able to get the round. That is, I think that's a pretty decent execute coming out, all things considered, from Complexity, but they needed a bit more space at the end.
Well, the big problem too is Perfecto just has a great double kill over at the pillar to start that out. And again, I mean, just buying time for rotations, allowing a flank to come in over, you know, down the stairs towards sandbags. He does a great job, and he was pretty much the only player there kind of actually fighting. Everyone else from Navi supporting with utility, and Complexity not able to trade that kill for some time was brutal. 3-round lead now for Navi. You feel it? You feel it's slipping away? You feel this? Is this the?
It's, unfortunately, it is, you are getting that sense on you that...
It's a bit early to get that sense, you know? I mean, it is only 7 rounds in.
Yeah, it's true, but I think the problem is the moment of excitement happens when they win the follow round. Like, they lose the pistol, but then they pick it up, and you're like, oh, okay, here we go. There's something to work with, but now it just feels like Navi are shrugging it off and just saying, oh, yeah, whatever. We're right back into it. They don't seem... like they're really phased at all. Yeah,
and here's a round where they choose to have some aggression when they know they're up against the pistols, peeking deep through Monster. Nice little pick from Hetrick as well with his AWP. 10 kills now for the stand-in Opper. And it's nice and clinical.
What a rare thing to be tested on the battlefield with Navi like this, if you're Hetrick. Even if it turns out it's just for, you know, like 1 week or something like that, that's a rare thing to be thrown into. Put that on your resume.
Yeah, certainly. I'm looking at it from the other angle as well, where, you know, I don't think we're going to take too much out of this Complexity game necessarily, but I mean, if you look forward to some matches that Navi will have against G2, against Liquid as well, if you start seeing a world where this Navi team has this core and this structure provided by Blade to bring in stand-ins with no, like, think about the fact that, you know, they lose their in-game leader, Electronic steps into the in-game leader role, they win their first event. SDY comes in as a stand-in, they win their first event, they get second at Cologne. Now they'd still be deadly after the break here in Blast, even with another stand-in of Hetrick, and then all of a sudden, you got to lay a lot of credit at the feet of Blade to be able to just have so many moving pieces while maintaining competitiveness. Very, very difficult thing to do.
And from the academy side too, you know, like obviously some of the philosophy could trickle down into the academy teams, but also if you can sometimes pluck one player out and be like, hey, come play with us for like a week, and then you're back at the academy, but now you have crazy experience. Like it's a crazy luxury to have.
And also when you consider as a coach, I apologize. I'm a little bit of a blade stand these days. The more I've thought about it over the past month, but you think about all the players that he's worked with over the years, and like his underrated in terms of talent development and an eye for talent and picking out a talent and young players. He's had his hands in a lot of the stars coming out of the CIS region for the entirety of CSGO.
Definitely, yeah, definitely a history that's probably worth, I don't know, making a little bit more out of some content one day.
Imagine selling Modesty for a high sum over to G2 and then finding Hetrick and being like, yeah, we'll just build up another one.
We'll do it again.
Rinse and repeat.
6-2 the scoreline as we head into the 9th round. It looks like Complexity want to try and clear out long, possibly with a run boost. Oh, right on top. Can work, but Hetrick had his crosshair pretty much exactly where he wanted. I was worried for a second to fly over the run, like the extra.
Yeah, did he fall short? Did the run boost fail, or did he choose to stop short on it? Either way, brutal start to the round for Complexity. 5-on-3 turned into a 3-on-4.
Yeah, it did seem like they were aiming a little bit further down, but maybe not. Perfecto, ooh, that's a decent flashbang to set it up with, but Perfecto just not even worried at all. Going to be bringing down Floppy regardless. JT and Grim now, 2 versus 4, and it doesn't seem like this is going to be possible at all, although with a couple of kills, might have to take that back. Great stuff into a 2-on-2 and a dangerous nade being thrown out. It lands on top of JT, but that could have got Hetrick killed as well. Molotov on top of it. It's going to at least do a little bit more damage, force him out into the AWP, and JT, he's out of the round. Now it's all on Grim here. He's done well so far. He's got 8 kills. Yeah. Oh. It's definitely not. You're right. He's on the wrong side. That's a big issue, but he does get the first one there. Has to almost peek and look for where it is. Make sure. Oh, and it's one more headshot. 10 kills and a triple in the round, and Grim saving Complexity on this one.
Yeah, but he really had to take that fight. He had to make sure Bit couldn't cross over. That's not a fight that you really want to be put into a position. That was his only option once he got into the 1v1. Still. Right through the scope. Still good shots. There's some of that crisp aim that we know Grim for. That's what made him such an exciting prospect previously. This is a great shot. An unlikely clutch to win. And you gotta say, if you're Complexity right now, one of the things that you can kind of hang your head on, Grim has actually looked pretty solid on these kind of as like the second or third player coming into this B bomb site. There's been 2 or 3 rounds in this game already, even in losses where he's been able to grab 2 critical kills entering into the B bomb site to allow for a plant. Here he gets those 2 and the 1v2 clutch.
They really, really badly needed that round. Could have stopped what Navi were doing. And that's what they fight that back from a 2-on-4, and it happens really quickly. So probably also a little bit of a momentum boost for the Complexity side. Just feeling like, all right, they might be Navi, and we know that they're really good, but at the same time, we can pull out some magic all on our own. Hetrick out here with the AWP still. There's still some money in the bank for Navi, even losing that round, so that's the other luxury, I guess, of putting some rounds together. I think they end up winning 5 in a row.
Yeah. Ooh, I like this from Fang. This is bold. He's going to get rewarded. There's the first kill on the Hetrick. Bit's got to turn around, and he's got that kill as well. Nicely done. Fang, low HP, had to just hold his ground. SDY eliminates 1. Floppy snuck in as well. So a little bit of bold, quiet, sneaking, aggressive plays from Complexity has caused some chaos in this defense, but even still, it's a 2-on-2 situation.
Yeah, they're really switching it around a lot. I don't think Navi really understand what's happening anymore. A little bit of confusion on their side, potentially. Electronic, though, in the right position, sneaking in, but he's got no cover out here. He's going to get found by Holzerk. Molotov is great, and JT, again, feeling the wrath of it, but he's going to get saved. This time, no AWP there to catch him as he runs out, and Holzerk with the final kill.
That's such a smart play from Floppy to go for that quiet yet aggressive lurk through Monster underneath the ramp towards the B bomb site right after the play that Fang makes, because he knows that's going to pull so much attention. That's definitely at least pulling the rotator, and Fang's gotten a kill, so all of a sudden you realize, you know, he's gotten 2 kills, excuse me. It's going to pull the rotator, and if you're Flop, you're like, okay, there's 1 player here at this bomb site. I'm going to sneak in, and maybe I get lucky timing, maybe I get lucky with an angle, and he finds another kill for his team. So really, really smart decision from Floppy to make a play there.
You could really tell looking at the minimap how out of position Navi ended up being in a number of different occasions in that one round. So nice way to manipulate that defense and make sure they were just all over the place.
Ricky, if I die, monster, ignore. Don't try and kill him.
All right.
All right.
Last second conversation to get into it here. 11th round.
Navi's out of money.
They are.
This is the final buy that they have. If Complexity can string one more together, we've got a half on our hands. This could be interesting.
Fluffy trying to get through once again. See if he can be a little bit speedy. He's tried it a number of times. And it's ended up being very patient in this position. Seems like Electronic is aware that something could be happening. Flash to come through right as the smoke was in his hands. This is a great hit. Double entry. And they even see the third player back there on SDY. So they could probably chuck a couple of nades at him to make sure he can't really re-engage in the battle that easily. Wow, that is amazing. They should be winning this round.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a save for Navi. If they don't get a kill here pretty soon, okay, this might pull them. This might keep them here a little bit longer. There are no kits on the Navi side. This would have to be fast. And I don't... Oh, excuse me, there is one kit. SDY has one.
But Fang knows that there's no flank coming through at all. He's been checking that out. So, yeah, they have such a good read on where the Navi players are. No point in it. Navi going to have to just escape the round. Complexity fighting back. A little bit surprising. Looked like they were going to get... We just brought it up, you know. It feels like it's slipping out of their control, but they found a little bit of grip strength once again.
Yeah, this is a cool call. I mean, nice and simple. Just to walk over to the B bomb site, let that smoke plume, and we're just going to do an execute and see what we find on the other side of him. And obviously, it's 2 entries. 5-6.
Good to see... Ooh, hold on. Well, that I can't.
Yeah, you can't do that one.
Barely do the American one. You know.
Glad you called it American.
Good to see Floppy finally get a little bit of a reward for having sort of fished out that angle and trying to play that position a number of times. And he looks super confident in it. Even if they Molotov it out, he's just gonna he's going for it. So nicely done. 5-6 the scoreline. Complexity catching up. And Navi, some saved rifles here. Head trick, so blind for a long, long time. I'm actually impressed he didn't panic more than that. He was like, all right, I guess I'll just wait. Eventually we'll escape. If they steal this round back, Navi, that would be really heartbreaking for Complexity because they have them in a really tight spot.
I think this is one of those rounds where you just tell Head Trick with the AWP, like, you know, you got a little bit of more freedom here. Obviously going for an aggressive peek down the stairs. Now he's got to rotate over towards the B bomb site, which is exactly where Complexity is heading. You've got Perfecto, excuse me, you got Bit on the other side of the map starting to clear out bathrooms as well. So he's calling out that there's no presence here, which is why the Opper Head Trick feels comfortable rotating over, and it's a stack.
It's a huge stack, a lot of pistols and an M4 as well. It's going to work out so well. Perfecto on the double. And Holzerk and Fang, they are left outside of the B bomb site. That's unfortunate. They had a lot of time, Complexity, and they got really deep in the tunnel. They must have felt like one good flash around the corner, and that's all we need. But now we're down to 40 seconds, and they already won a single 2-on-4 earlier in this half. Doing it again seems like it's a little bit too much to ask for.
Yeah, probably not likely. Head Trick with the angle towards sandbags. Oh, that's a fast flick over. Not accurate, doesn't land. Holzerk gets dropped, and they know exactly where Fang is. So this round is definitely over now. 1 kill for Fang. That's not bad. 1v3, but you only got 18 seconds on the clock. Oh, okay. Another headshot.
What an angle to take a fight at. 10 seconds, though, and the bomb is down there. You can see Perfecto's really playing with him. Fang's gonna get 1 more kill, but he's just so far out of time. 5 seconds. He can go straight for it, but... Oh, he's ready for it. He actually could have won the round. That's spectacular from Fang. What a great round.
Yeah, I'll eat my words there. I felt that was over 20 seconds before that occurred. What a cool sequence from Fang. Even the heads up. He knows what's coming next. He knows exactly what the plan is to stop that plant with only 5 seconds remaining. Very few bullets in the chamber. Difficult shot to hit, but what an inspiring attempt at the clutch.
I think especially the second one.
He wanted it so bad.
For me, he had it all figured out. That shows some really cool game sense. I like it. 13th round, though. Navi do steal it back with a nice stack and some saved weapons. They get to fight another day. Bit out here, throwing some bullets over top of the smoke, but they're coming right through. Double peek in, and it's a good job for Head Trick to at least revenge that kill. Otherwise, it would have been a perfect opening for Complexity.
Yeah, Navi's got to be a little bit careful. Complexity starting to really kind of disrespect the smokes and some of the utility that Navi's finding, and they're really going for some tricky timings in their first moves. Bit cut off, but Head Trick there to find the 1-for-1. Now he's going to get aggressive up highway. He's got Grim right behind the wall.
So scary when you're on your own out here with the AWP. Not a lot has to go wrong before there's no way out. Smoke will allow him to slowly crawl back into it. And a nice headshot. Sumda Young coming up with a kill.
Now, there's no presence over at the B bomb site, which there's been frequently throughout this half. You've seen Floppy over towards Sandbags at that corner. You've seen players kind of challenging and spamming through Monster with no utility and no presence outside B. Navi's actually been able to have the read to have 3 players at this A bomb site for some time now. They're prepared for what Complexity's coming with.
Tiny little peek, you're absolutely right. They have a really good understanding of what's coming up. 30 seconds now, a little bit close. Oh, I can't believe that's a headshot. JT able to pick one of them up. Electronic traded as well. And JT's got a little bit of time. 20 seconds, running up the stairs in front, Perfecto, and certainly being heard by JT. Swinging for it, and an instant headshot. What a beautiful round. I can't believe they recovered this one either.
Yeah, this is a huge clutch. Another one to keep Complexity alive into this. Perfecto's going to want that jump back, for sure. That jump up onto the garbage can, that's going to be something he wish he had back. Good trades coming into the site. I think the real loss here for Navi is both the players inside the bomb site. There's the miscue of the round. Both of them playing behind dice boxes.
Yeah.
Neither with any real place to go. We saw previously early on in the half, clean A defense with multiple crossfire setup. One at dice, one at truck, one at bank. They couldn't pull it off this time.
And it must also feel a little bit weird for Navi, because I think they actually peek right on top of the flashbang, and then one of them at least just walks into a bullet, and you must feel like, well, we knew where they were. We were actually interrupting their, attempt at taking the bomb site, and somehow we still lost. So it's kind of hard to explain too. But what a great find. Complexity really coming up with some... They're on the T side. The fact that they're actually doing this well makes this way more interesting.
Yeah, this game, this map just got very, very spicy. Could be looking at an early upset. 7-6, 1-round lead. It's been 4 the last 5 for Complexity.
And if it is, I mean, it's not an upset we could lay at the feet of Hetrick. He's got 14-6. He's done a great job. But obviously, Navi as a whole, like we said, structurally are going to be functioning differently, no matter what. And Complexity, I think, just also playing maybe better than I was expecting.
Sure. I'll allow it. I mean, Fang and Grim are both having great games, and I mean, every game that Complexity comes into, those two guys are going to be win conditions. Those two guys particularly are kind of like the young potential in North America. Floppy, I think, has already established himself enough to be considered, a solid force to be reckoned with.
I think that's my problem. I keep forgetting how good Fang is.
Yeah,
I don't know why. Like
a lot of people did. He was on the rise before he joined Complexity. Yeah. His kind of time in this organization has been really rough and probably not a good testament to what he's capable of.
Confidence. He's so ready to take these fights. Gotta be a little bit careful. 9 bullets left, down to 6 here. Still hasn't reloaded, but they've taken the bomb site in great fashion. He swings so wide that it's really hard for anyone on the Navi side to stop them from coming out of the restrooms. The rest of the team, they're going to be joining from that side, and it all works out great. Navi are going to have to save the rest of this round, and they're tying up the scoreline. It's 7-7 leading into the 15th round. I think for me, Grim, obviously, because of his time in Liquid, that's a lot of exposure, so everyone kind of knows his name. And then Floppy, obviously, as like I think an up-and-coming star for a long time.
Was in Cloud9 as well?
Yeah, Cloud9. We know how good Floppy could be, right? So maybe those are the two people for me that end up always overshadowing Fang whenever I think about it. But you see it right here. He's got an enormous amount of confidence, and I mean, he basically almost won that 1 versus 3 earlier, which... And even if he lost it, you still have to sort of nod your head and say, well, he knew everything.
Well, I mean, even the consequences of losing, I think it was a 1v4 to start and he gets 3 kills. Oh, yeah. I mean, just even the consequences of taking that many weapons away. And now you start to see Navi having money issues the last 2-3 rounds of this half. And it's like, okay, even in a loss, look at what Fang has been able to deliver. It's just a weakened CT side economy that they can expose towards the later stages of the half. What a great run Complexity is putting together. I think this is, what, 5 of the last 6 now?
Yeah.
Super impressive.
I actually think this is great. It's good sometimes to be surprised. Sometimes when we do this pick'ems at the start of the day, or if you end up doing it over at Blast.tv, which you should, you can win random things over there. I think that you can win a Lego ship, I think. I don't know if you care about this, Jason, but...
I love Legos.
Yeah, who doesn't?
Yeah.
Like a giant super tanker. But yeah, so yeah, if you do that, I look at a match like this and you think, well, this is easy. Like, of course I know Navi are going to win this, and everyone else apparently did too. But then you get these kind of, shocking situations, and that's more enjoyable, I feel like. I'd rather watch this than Navi crushing them, 16-4, and you're like, all right, we need
Sure.
It's good.
Yeah, a couple nice clutches in there. Yeah, good look at Complexity.
It's good stuff. Perfecto almost catching up to Hetrick, 13 and 15 kills respectively. The rest of them are doing pretty good, all right. It's not that bad for the rest of them, but...
I'm just imagining Jason Lake back in Dallas right now at the offices, watching on the big screen, big bowl of biscuits and gravy in front of him, some good Southern comfort food.
Cigar.
Enjoying his morning. Yeah, sure, just like a 8 a.m. cigar. Nothing hits quite like it.
Cigar. Some bourbon. I don't know how this works.
I'm in.
I mean, he is in Texas after all. That's how it is. Perfecto. Flash again. He sees it coming, though. That's a nice little turnaround. A lot of damage and a team kill in the middle of all the confusion. Not quite enough for the kill there on Grim, but it is close and Hetrick. Quick flank coming through and opening that door to take down JT. SDY, he's ready for the battle, but he's got to be careful. This SMG is not that much stopping power, but the flash, I don't know if that might have been a friendly flash. I'm not even sure. Fang is going to eventually get the kill, and it's another flank to come on top. 1 versus 1, and Bit, even with the SMG, probably has the advantage here. Fang, he's been so good. He needs the instant headshot right here. He's already in danger. Flash around the corner, and Bit just looking for another couple of bullets, and he'll win this round, and at least he'll get the last one. But it's Fang again! This time, a headshot to bring down Bit, and they'll come up with the lead instead. Oh, wow. This is going to be such a huge first half for him.
Yeah, 3 big clutches for Complexity in this first half. That's absolutely massive. 8-7 lead, upset on the cards. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
I have no idea where he is. He can go B.
20 seconds.
Oh, you have to bomb.
Oh, you have to run.
Let's kill him. Let's kill him.
Kill him, guys. Oh, I didn't.
Kill
We
him,
have
kill
time.
him, kill him, kill him. No, I don't have time, I think. Just try to kill him, though.
We're coming.
Oh, I didn't
I'm clearing B.
Coming tunnels.
He's tunnels, I think. T-spawn, I think.
Likely, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, right, sure, I think.
I'll tap B.
Just scout him.
Thanks, God. It's okay. It doesn't matter. We win the round.
Ready? I smoke.
I will be able to resmoke fallen.
Smoke.
B minutes.
Mid. Maybe split.
Window.
Blind.
Window, stand back.
That B.
Nice, that B1. Let's go mid B.
Go B, go
We
mid.
have to go mid B.
That B second.
Nice, that B1 more. That mid, one more mid.
Last mid.
AK window, nice! AK window.
Let's go!
Nothing
Nice
second. No, I'm picking.
Wait.
Let's go close.
Mid pushing.
I'm a peek. I'm a peek second man.
Bullet 3.
Could be Vietnam.
Second man,
Boiler,
boiler,
abs.
pushing. I need help.
Where?
Yeah,
Boiler.
Abs and second man, guys.
Come. One more here. Slope.
Pull back now.
Abs one. Abs and second mid, abs.
Banana.
You left too short. You left deep.
Can be boiler.
You run way along. I will follow.
I can still do abs more, guys.
One more mid.
One more second mid, that far back. Careful, he's going mid.
I'm in boiler.
I'm good B. I'm smart, guys.
It was long corner, Jackie.
I'm adventuring.
Boiler.
Yeah. I left abs, okay? I'm flanking holes. I'm peeking long now.
You want to go long?
Boiler.
Mid, boiler.
Yeah.
Nice. Good job.
I don't see anything.
Something yellow.
I don't see city. I'm
Okay,
clear.
jungle.
Can I boost this stairs, Adam?
Let's pick stairs together, guys. You ready?
Wait a bit. You ready?
Go. 3, 2, 1.
One more stairs.
Dead.
Go city now.
We have city.
Get ramp. I'm only ramp behind.
Yeah, should be one
City
episode.
dead. I'm pushing city.
Upper jungle.
Nice, guys.
I took off.
Don't take up, Madden.
Okay.
Take it.
Here we go. We're back once again. Second half is coming. It is a best of one, so the fact that Complexity somehow get out with 8 rounds in their opening half, in part, large part, due to Fang and his tricks.
Yeah, a 1v2 from Grim, a 1v1 from JT, a 1v1 from Fang, almost a 1v4 from Fang. They got the benefit of a lot of clutches in that first half. We'll see if Navi can reverse the fortunes here. They did win the pistol round in the first half, but I mean, certainly just from a very general perspective, you'd say 8 rounds on your T side, switching over to quote-unquote the easier side of Overpass. It has complexity in the driver's seat at the moment, which was not on a lot of people's bingo cards today.
No, it wasn't. We like a good upset to spice things up a little bit.
And a good game of bingo.
Yeah, that you spend your time on that a lot. Is that we should have more Counter-Strike bingo, shouldn't we?
Sure.
A little bit of crossfire. Collateral damage, I believe. Bit ran right into that, and it's another headshot. 4 in a row for Holzerk, showing his skill. We talked about it earlier. Didn't get to see too much of it in the first half, but that is a way to get started. Now, the ace is quite far away. Are they going to send him running? Maybe send some people scouting? Just SDY left, but that second kill is hilarious.
Yeah, that really was. Just clotheslines and walk right into it. We love those kills with the USP. I think Navi's going to need someone like Bit to step up and provide some energy. I think Electronic is probably going to start having, you know, he's been phenomenal individually since he's swapped in-game leader, but I think you're putting a lot on his plate now as a new in-game. We have to remember, this is very recent. So you have SDY still getting acclimated. You have a stand-in as well. You don't have his normal you don't have his normal kind of star player of Simple there that you don't really have to think about too much during the games. Electronic's got a lot on his plate trying to make this all work, so I think I got to look towards Bit in this half to provide something to get some energy in this team, because this Navi squad, well, it started out in the first half clinical, efficient, just standard, you know, fundamental Counter-Strike. Now it feels flat. Now it feels like there's not a whole lot of energy and a whole lot of power coming out of this Navi side, so someone's going to have to wake him up in this second half.
And I mean, what that's interesting to think about, because that is one of the things that we know Simple really brings to the team sometimes. Sometimes he will just win an odd 1 versus 3, you know.
For no reason, yeah.
Yeah, for no reason, even though he shouldn't. And that's obviously, that's a luxury. If you play long enough with Simple, maybe you don't even think about it.
It's like a handicap, right? You don't even realize you have it.
Yeah, you just only when he's gone you realize, oh, wait a minute, this is actually, we're not winning those rounds.
And remember too, like, he's part of his progression these past like year or two, he's become a much more vocal leadership figure within the team as well. Like, you see him constantly talking to teammates during timeouts and constantly making sure people are engaged. And yeah, that's a big factor to be missing right now.
But we always talk about Navi having such a deep, you know, talent pool, and they do. So maybe someone else is going to be getting out from under. I mean, for a long time, people have thought about this. You know, what if Bit just becomes straight up the competition within the team to try and get there? Now is his chance to try and show, yeah, you know, even if Simple's not here, I'm going to be putting up the numbers. And so far, he's still on track. I mean, he could still have a great map. So we'll see. Pistols, Deagles this time instead of the 5.7s.
There's no numbers that are really frightening if you look down like the Navi scoreboard. It's just like the impact felt of some of those kills isn't as high as you'd like it to be, and obviously that'll happen losing 3 clutches in the first half.
Sure.
So this second half is all about recovery. Deagles on the board for Navi. No utility, so it's going to be slow paced and giving these Deagles a lot of time to find some defender making a mistake, making some over-aggression, whatever it might be. There was the first opportunity. Second one coming up shortly. Bit goes down.
Good bit of cleanup here, just especially with the SMGs. Ooh, looked like he had the idea. Head trick defending whatever is left of the pizza from the birthday party.
Leftover pizza is an amazing thing. It's S tier.
But how do you reheat it? Oven or microwave?
I don't reheat leftover pizza. You eat that shit cold.
An absolute uncultured savage. That's so definitely the wrong answer.
A little bit of Parmesan, a little bit of crushed red pepper. Call it a day. Here we go. Floppy's got a chance. Electronic goes down. 2 more to find. Good flashbang from Holzer. He was very Johnny on the spot with that one. 3 quick kills, and Complexity still winning.
And stayed alive at the end, even after the accidental unscrewing of the silencer. There's got to be a way to stop that from happening.
To unbind it when you have the M4?
Yeah, like in your config, like it just knows that it just unbinds the secondary fire when you pull. I don't know. It's crazy.
There's got to be a way.
How many rounds have been lost? Do we have the statistics? Like how many 1v1s have been lost to that? Or the jumping? Scroll.
Or inspecting weapons.
Got some culprits here. 3-round lead for the Complexity side. Navi back with rifles, and we've painted a lot of different ways that maybe Navi could, you know, players that could bring them back in. But now, kind of time for them to show us exactly how this is going to work out. Fang, they're up close against the M4, and he's going to get traded. Grim will get one of them there, but almost JT not getting back around the corner. So 1-for-1 trade and about even damage there between JT and Perfecto. So they slow it down, Navi, with plenty of time on the clock.
Where's the next move going to be made? Very quiet across the map. Halzark and Grim over at A. Relatively aggressive defense as Grim is just keeping an eye on long, but he's in a position to turn and help out Halzark whenever it's needed. JT and Floppy over towards the B bomb site. Navi's gone completely silent.
Halzark's going to go investigate. This is always risky, but it's such a cool idea if you don't know what's happening across the map to actually find out on the CT side. And they get the trade on Grim once again, so backfires a little bit with Halzark. Oh, he just makes a huge assumption.
No, it's because with the utilities being spent, that's a little bit of a fake thrown in there from Complexity. Smokes and utility being thrown towards the B bomb site, and Grim felt like he had to bail out to get a jump on a rotation. I think he just gets punished. Headtrick obviously knew the whole time he'd been dinked he was low HP, and Complexity's not going for it.
Would you say that's an excusable thing to make a run for, or are they a little bit jumpy? Is that like the pressure getting to them, or do you think it's just like, you know, you could also say that if he doesn't run quick and it actually is an execution, well, then he's late, you know? So
yeah, I mean, I think that's a decision. I mean, that kind of a criticism would certainly be made in hindsight. I think his full-blown knife out, forget about the rest of the map kind of evacuation might be a little bit much, but
I prefer to make the criticism in hindsight. That way I know I'm right.
That way you know all the answers.
Yeah. It's way better. It's like taking the exam with a cheat sheet right in front of you.
Yeah?
It's great.
Do some of that too? Is that what you're advocating out to the world?
So given the path my educational, if I did, people shouldn't follow it, you know. But I'm not admitting to anything on when it's being recorded, Jason. I know enough of it.
I wonder what it's
Not
like
without a lawyer present.
I wonder what it's like for Hetrick to look down at this entire packet of notes and be like, oh God.
Yeah, speaking of which, taking somebody else's note to an exam and you're like, I don't know what any of this is. Yep. Fair enough. Round number 19. And Bit hanging around out by the playground. Going to be almost fighting two people here, but he actually will stick a little bit further back. That's interesting. Pushing through the smoke now. He does sense that something is up out there. Doesn't really know what it is yet.
He's taken the peek through the smoke a couple of times, and he always missed the timing on finding JT's aggression. So JT at the moment, a snake in the grass. Bit might be very cautious out towards long. He'll never expect JT to be up in playground already. This should be at least one freebie kill. And if there's some trigger discipline, JT could have more.
Oh, what a nice shot. Halzark back with it, and there's the discipline, there's the patience you were talking about. Gets the kill on Electronic, and that should dissolve the round here for Navi. 2 versus 4.
What a disgusting sequence for the Deagle from Halzark. 2 quick kills, top stairs, makes things real easy for JT. I don't really know what you have left if you're Headtrick and SDY. Go through Monster quietly, no utility. You know Navi have the information, you know they have control of the map. And you got to know this is going to be a tough fight you're wandering into.
Yeah, just walk in on contact and just hope to get the first headshot, make it a 2-on-3, and then just roll with it from there on out. But it feels very, very unlikely. And they have such a good understanding here. Floppy to take down SDY, and Hetrick 1 versus 4, flashed out, and eventually taken down by Grim.
Yeah. Fucking hawk. Let's go.
He's happy to have Halzark in there after that round. Yeah.
Plus, I mean, I don't know if there were many other choices, but I love the idea of getting it takes a bullet here, a couple of bullets here to that, so 4 left, and he's like, I'm not reloading. I'm ready. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to be prepared for that fight. If you reload, you're absolutely dead. If you at least take the risk. Navi's getting swept aside. They have no answers at the moment. 3rd timeout used.
Now we can start to feel a bit worried, but in the opposite direction. It's what an interesting day, or an interesting way to get started. Obviously, a little bit later on today, what have we got? G2 versus Liquid?
Yeah, which is another really spicy. That's the next matchup. That's going to be coming quick after this one finishes, and that's one you don't want to go anywhere for.
Nice. Whenever that happens, I keep thinking of... Do you remember the Prince of Persia game? Like the old platform 2D ones?
Okay, yeah.
When you jump into like... They have like these glass sheets that like cut you up in two.
Okay.
That's what I keep thinking of.
All right, that's a weird thing to have triggered in your brain.
Yeah, I guess. What an annoying game to play. Waste 100 hours of your life doing it.
No, 100 hours of your life. I've never played it.
Well, there's always time, Jason.
There's always time.
3-round gap. It's not that much, but energy you were talking about from Navi, it's not there.
No, it's not. It feels very, very subdued, and that was one of the points. I mean, we have so much conversation, obviously, around Simple missing this with his play with the AWP, but I think in the other sense, that emotional and vocal energy that he provides is one thing it feels like they're missing the most in this game, because you actually have, as you mentioned earlier, Headtrick with the AWP performing very, very well. 18 kills for him as stand-in, leading the way for Navi.
Yeah, and that's great. But we don't have the same fear on the complexity side that maybe we normally see. They feel like they're ready to take it. I mean, Fang was showing so much confidence in the first half, and in the second half, now that they've got the lead, I mean, it's surely just building round for round. Look at how far outside of the B bomb site they are. Far enough that they can have 3 people in A at the moment, and probably a really quick rotation. So should be a good round here for complexity. A little bit of an unfortunate timing, but they're able to clean it up without a single casualty on the complexity side.
Halzerk was like, oh man, these are ego kills coming in. I don't want to sit here and watch long. I want to turn the corner and spray down 3.
It's a classic.
4-round lead, 12-8. Not a whole lot of time for Navi to get back in this game. 1 round so far in the second half on offense. They need answers. They need them right now.
You know what they're really missing on the complexity side?
What's that?
Trash talking.
Fang got some at the end when he won that clutch.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, he got in there a bit. Well, you know, funnily enough, they've kind of been trash talking in a way. They're probably one of the best teams to find a headline, at least the previous roster. You know, between Grim saying, you know, all the pressure's on our opponents because who the hell wants to lose the complexity? That's one version of trash talk.
Incredibly.
It's not the best version of trash talk.
I like it. I like it. It's an opportunity, you know? Maybe that's something they can warm up into if they win this game. Which currently they're 4 rounds away from doing, so... moving in the right direction. JT, that is a cool move once again. Put some pressure on Navi.
Oh, that's a less cool move. Losing track of where your teammate is and shooting Fang in the side of the hip. Headtrick's found an opening pick. Navi needs this round. Fang is still being aggressive. He's still being proactive on the map. And he's put in a position where he can hear a lot of information. He can have a fast flank in a number of different ways, but he can just be patient. There's a lot of things you can gather from this spot. Possibly just trying to get away from JT at this point in time. Oh, I can't believe Perfecto gets the snapback. It looked like he was already looking the wrong way. JT, a lot of range here for the M4, but he's going to get traded. And this is still working out great for Navi. 2 versus 4 at the moment with 35 seconds. That's maybe the only downside is the time that's left here. Grim does have a Molotov, so the bomb making its way. If everything goes wrong for Navi, that's maybe the only way they could lose this one. Time and a Molotov. Well, Electronics is making his play through Monster right now, but I don't think there's enough time for them, or not Electronics, excuse me. That's SDY, but I don't think there's enough time to really take advantage of it now that he's seeing that it's clear they still have to move forward. So yeah, this is awkward. It's instead of a 4-on-2, it's actually a 3-on-2 at this bomb site. Oh, there goes Grim. They needed a clean entrance and Bit delivers. That is such a disgusting opening. Floppy tries to fight it back, but it's a 1 versus 3, and he's going to get found at the end, but again, imagine a world in which one Bit maybe doesn't get that entry, but also if he actually throws down the Molotov in front, they would have to really struggle to try and even find the bomb plant. That's way closer than it should have been. Yeah, to find safety for the bomb plant. And even that was the head scratcher for me, was SDY making that kind of information play towards the B bomb site with like 18 seconds left. You can't rotate the bomb back in that kind of time, and the flank is not going to be there in time to have impact. So SDY kind of took himself out of that round, and Navi still thankfully finds a clean entrance to get the win. And, you know, honestly, Perfecto probably should have been dead down in that connector. That's such an odd position for Fang to be in to begin with. You know, it's almost like there's a little bit of like a... I don't know. I don't even know what to call it. But like you just like Fang probably felt so confident in that corner that no one was going to check it at that stage in the round that he just kind of fell asleep at the wheel, you know? You're just like, there's no way I'm losing this.
Yeah.
In his head, he's like, there's a 0% chance that I get checked.
It's almost certainly a German word that sums up everything you just said. Like
Probably. The Germans would have a word for that.
They would. We'll get someone to help us out. 3-round difference once again. Navi able to pick it up. Deep nade here. Money is pretty much gone for the complexity side. So if they want a chance at keeping Navi at a distance here and make sure the gap doesn't close maybe too quickly, then this is going to be a really pivotal round. I still love the aggression. JT all the way out there, outside of the B bomb site. Very flexible. If anything fast happens on the A bomb side, he could be there so quick. Okay, so he's not really sure yet if anyone is actually in connector, but he's going to find out. Holzerk sneaking up, but the timing is so ridiculous. He almost spotted him, but now he's actually in a lot of danger. There's nobody next to him. Both his teammates are out long right now, so he's just playing this really with no help, and he can't start to scope around now. It'll give away the entire game, so goes back up, still scoped. I don't think they know that he's there either, so just a question of timing and electronic. He's not going to be quick enough for it. Holzerk, he gets the kill that he needed and is immediately traded.
Yeah, but now Fang gets to move forward. Now he gets to make his play. And this is a little bit of a double flank. Even if Fang goes down, Grim is going to be here. Oh, they spot one. That's the bomb. They got to come back for Fang. He's got another. And they still don't know about Grim. He'll find Head Trick as he wraps around. And this is perfect for complexity. 13-9. And yeah, Fang almost can't believe it. I don't know. That's just basic excitement. And yeah.
I love it. I love the energy and almost a mirror on the Navi side, like the frustration.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
I was going to say the contrast of different things. And I think Electronic maybe individually frustrated, perhaps leaking into the team as well, and a little bit of his perspective on how things are working. Again, he's got a lot of moving parts right now, Navi, with all the different stand-in situations they have going on. And it's got to be tough to keep control of everything at the moment.
And the fact that you're running out of cash doesn't really typically help either. Some deagles being picked up, but that's about it. Really high chance right now the complexity will end up at 14. And this push from JT, the different varieties, but I mean, if Navi realize, maybe that's something that they could try and exploit a little bit. Say, all right, if you're going to be that aggressive outside of the B-bomb side, maybe eventually we're going to try and come snatch you up out there. Oof. All right, he's fine. It's all good. And deep in T-spawn, Floppy is on a mission. Again, not that it's probably needed in this particular round. They're probably going to be fine either way. But complexity are... You're getting a lot of map control. Even in the rifle rounds. Oh, Floppy. Oh, knife is out. I was going to say, that could have actually been a little bit scary.
I mean, look at all the confidence complexity he's playing with. Like these, we saw JT doing some pushes earlier. We saw Fang doing some pushes earlier. Now we've got Floppy pushing up as well. They're feeling very comfortable. The double push into bathrooms in the previous round. Complexity has no issue working up the courage to move across the map on this CT side.
25 seconds, and surely at this point you just try to run so that you can be sure to die. You could maybe get a bomb plant if things go really crazy. 18 seconds here. And Head Trick, he's been found out as well. Flawless round for the complexity side. And they get to 14. This is crazy.
Yeah, I think this is where you really feel like Navi just a little bit lost at the moment. Not a whole lot of initiative being taken across the map. Not a whole lot of ideas coming out from any of these players. This feels like a very passive, calm T side so far.
They need to change that pretty much instantly. 19 kills on Fang, but then Floppy and Grim right there with him. Holzerk not that far behind either. They're putting up great numbers. And it started to show. Holzerk, he was so flashed, and he still got the kill. JT did to follow it up, but that is, again, tripling down on the aggression here on the CT side for complexity. Another flash to set it up, and at least they turned the corner without dying, but they don't quite get the kill on him.
Yeah, but I like that Navi's really challenging, and even coming back for a challenge after the initial kill as well. The flashbang and just say, all right, if you're going to be aggressive, at least we know where you are. Let's go chase after it. So good damage done to Holzerk and Grim in a 4v4, and they've gained some piece of map control. SDY's turn to beat the smoke, but he chooses to call it off right at the end.
And to be fair, for Navi's point of view, a lot of the time when there has been aggression, it's just been JT on his own.
This is where I'm curious what Navi's going to be doing. This is what's kind of made me a little uneasy throughout this half is where's the play being made? Where's the pressure being applied? Everyone is just kind of paused at the moment and not really moving forward. Bit is looking for this aggression, and the timing is everything.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. A little bit of a flash to draw some attention away. There's nobody out here. Bit is really on his own, so he snuck up quite far. Might be hard to find at this point in time, and oh, that is an angle to get. Did get tagged himself, so Holzerk managed to let a bullet out, but he should be dead. Is the bomb, though, still headed towards the B-bomb site. So Fang is going to look and say, well, there's no one here, and it's all going to be at the B-bomb site. 20 seconds left. Floppy is here close. Grim not that far behind either. And they're going to get some good damage in. Headshot as he falls back down the ramp. Floppy doing it all on his own. Didn't even need the backup. Finally, Grim showing up, and they'll get another round. 15 on the board. Complexity looking great.
Yeah, there's the shit talk you wanted. There he is, getting a little bit loud in the room.
I like it.
Yeah, all smiles on Complexity. They have not had a whole lot to smile about these past few months, so this is a cool win from them so far. They've got a lot of opportunities to close this map. 6 chances now to take their first victory at Blast Premier.
Yeah, and against the Navi team without Simple.
The boys are looking clean!
Not really smack talking yet. He's more hyping up the team at the moment. He hasn't gotten to the aggressive, put down the opposition phase of his career.
He'll get there. He's still young.
Yeah, he'll learn.
It'll happen. But he's upgraded from the nice. Ooh, Sundai Young getting a kill on JT. Down to Galil's here on the T side. Trying to roll any kind of momentum they can forward here. Does take a lot of damage, though. But it's true. I mean, you mentioned in the last round how Navi for a long time there's a lot of slowing down with no even map control getting gained, right? Just kind of hoping to find someone wandering into a crosshair. Need to see that change just a little bit. This time they're all grouped up at the restrooms. They got Fang up close with Holzerk behind on that AWP, so could be a strong 1-2 punch. Could also be interrupted if pressure comes in from long. Fang might be on his own if Holzerk has to switch out and start to look that way. Well, they know. Look at this. Bringing in Grim.
Yeah, this is perfect. What a great setup. If Holzerk can take contact, Fang's in a tough position. Does he get cleared? Oh, Grim. Double kill from him. Sets up Fang. Sets up Holzerk. And 16-9. Complexity have done it. An upset on map number 1 for Complexity over Navi.
It's going to be an amazing feeling. Not something that I was expecting, or looked like no one really was today. So that's an interesting way to get this day 2 started. And you know, how far can they go with it? It's a big question now.
Yeah, set the tone. How far can they go with it, and then how far can Navi go? Because there's obviously some things that they need to talk about and discuss and reset and figure out for the future of how this lineup is going to be competing in this group. But literally everyone in Complexity just feeling probably like they won the major at the moment.
Yeah, good stuff. That's unexpected.
That Dallas Star looks good in victory.
Does. Makes a difference.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm just I'm pleased. Fang was playing, you know, about as good as I remember when I actually do remember it.
Yeah, Fang had a great game. Grim had a great game. Holzerk had a great game as well. Those 3 players were fantastic, and Complexity take that win. We're going to get James Banks to have a conversation and see what all the jubilation is down there.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I've got a very excited Fang next to me. It's been a long time since you guys beat a team over here, right? Yeah, how does this one feel?
Oh, it feels crazy. I mean, I'm honestly lost for words right now. I mean, obviously Navi don't have Simple, but at the end of the day, being Navi is being Navi. And for us, it's been, you know, a tough first half of the year, and coming into this game, it's just super nice, you know, actually get a win, play some cohesion, and just show that, you know, we're here to play.
Now, what was the turning point, right? Because they were down 6-2, then we end up winning the half 8-7, right? You guys looking really good. But it felt to me like you guys were just playing with super confidence. You just started disrespecting them. Like, you just crispy aim. They didn't really stand a chance, mate.
I don't know. I kind of made a mid-round adjustment toward working toward A, because they're playing more heavy toward B and blocking some of our, you know, set protocols and stuff we had toward that part of the map. I think that shook them up a bit, and then J2 is just making some really good mid-round adjustments, stuff like that, and changing the tempo toward the layer part of half ending B. So I don't know. It's just super well done, honestly, by everybody.
It was well done by you guys for sure. Hopefully it continues. Fang getting the job done here. We'll have to see how the rest of the games go.
I beatbox like I do the song with my mouth.
Interesting, I've never done that one before.
It's gonna be pretty hard for me to make some sounds.
Firearms is not very relaxing in my opinion.
Just like that.
Second match of the day is almost ready. We're going at it quick here at the start of the day. It's G2 versus Liquid.
Yeah, wasting no time. And I mean, another cool glimpse at a new team with new roster changes. I think obviously, you know, so much of the attention that we had in Cologne was on Liquid with Yekindar coming in and how he really took over kind of the ethos of the team. But now you have G2 actually with I mean, massive roster changes that they've come in with.
And new tools as well for the players. A little neck massage going on there.
Yeah, upgrades all across the board.
For a quick minute, I thought it was like a hair trimmer. I was like, this seems like an inappropriate time to be getting a haircut. Not that you're feeling fresh is important and all that, but...
No, I gotta have an opera with a limber neck, though.
Yeah, I can see how that could work. I appreciate it. I don't know. I'm still only really recovering from complexity. You know, beating Navi in the first. You had a good tweet.
Thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, just sent a little trigger tweet out there.
What if I said it's possible that Navi might have been a little bit jet lagged? Like, would you accept that as a?
That would be the perfect thing to have happen. Somebody saying, "Oh man, it's just jet lag." Look, we've talked at length, and obviously at Cologne, as I mentioned, Liquid was all the rage of conversation with Yekindar, so let's put them on the back burner right now. This one for me, obviously, the first glimpse at G2. JKS is back. He's had a long time out of the pro scene, outside of his victory in Katowice when he's standing in for FaZe. An impressive performance there from JKS. You also bring in a new in-game leader, and obviously that conversation swirling around G2 of the in-game leadership and some of the history behind some of the players on G2 as well, always going to be a point of conversation, and I think we're all just excited to see what's going to come with this first look and see where it's going to go. But for me, the big factor of this in-game leader change for G2 is the fact that Xtaz got to kind of handpick, right?
Yes.
Handpick his in-game leader. When he came in initially, like Alexi had come in with him, you're kind of rolling with what you got. This was a situation where there was an obvious disconnect there, and priority number one in the offseason had to be Xtaz. Let's find you an in-game leader that you can be on the same page with, that you can actually have a conversation, that you can actually communicate with and see the game similarly, so that we can build a comprehensive plan for the whole team. And that, I think, is what Hooksy represents, you know, in its base essence.
And they should have the firepower across the rest of the lineup. So yeah, if on the tactical front and on a leadership front, that's going to be working out, then there could be something really to be excited for here with the G2 lineup.
And this man on your screen is another point of conversation with Xtaz having a tweet recently as well, where he's saying, you know, basically, you know, we had a little bit of like a role overlap to where Hunter was put in positions that aren't his like kind of primary place to be, that aren't his most comfortable positions. So yeah, part of the roster changes here are also to kind of straighten out some of that role confusion and put Hunter back in a position where he can play at his best and play at his most comfortable. And for me, I love watching Hunter play. Like, I mean, obviously Nico's gonna, you know, Nico's Nico. We all know what he brings to the table.
Yeah.
Monacy's certainly exciting in his own way, but I think Hunter is such a fun player to watch with the decisions he makes and the impact that he can have.
And it feels like throughout some of the down spirals of G2, he's been one of the players that's been hit the hardest in what's been happening, and that's super upsetting. I agree. Like, it is really cool to watch Hunter do his work.
Just literally, you could go down the list of this G2 team, and there's like an interesting conversation basically around every single player. Even Monacy, where Xtaz is saying, you know, these first like 7-8 months of his time in G2 of this year has been us kind of, you know, holding him back a little bit, trying to make sure he's got like the base fundamental level of knowledge that we can build upon. And now it's time to start unleashing him. He even kind of said, we want to see the impact from Monacy, not just in the clutches, which we've seen so many highlights for such a young player, such an early career that he's had. We want to start seeing his impact felt with opening moves, with finding us picks. We want to start seeing his impact in rotating in the mid round and being in the right position at the right time, not just the 1v2s, not just the magical 1v3s.
I've got to say, we talked a lot about G2, but I mean, my excitement for this game is actually on the Liquid side. Like,
I'm
back on that hype train for the moment.
A Danish traitor, really. I think.
Is the way to phrase it. I think I'll take it. I think that. I'm
happy to have you along for the ride.
It's been I've been looking at a distance, and I felt like that doesn't look like a ride that I really want to be on. But
there were a few ropey years in there. I'll give it to you.
Now, I just think it's starting to look more exciting. I think it's awesome for me to see Nitro come back and play at this high level. I mean, maybe there's still more to be decided there. I'm sure it's a hard transition. I am excited to finally see Lige play at a level that we've known in the past that he could get there, but also we're starting to feel like it's more of a distant memory. Like, yeah, I remember when he was that good, but now, I mean, the last in Cologne, we saw just how powerful he could be. That was, I think, awesome.
I think Liquid hit a lot of obstacles during the COVID era of Counter-Strike that kind of subdued a lot of their individual ability. And obviously, Elige with Yekindar coming into the lineup in Cologne was one of his career, like just a phenomenal career performance. Yekindar obviously is going to provide a new angle, but also, I mean, the step up in the surge of OC. OC had, I think, you know, had the most clutches, I think.
I know, it's
ridiculous. At that event as well. Like, he was absolutely insane, providing impact all throughout the round, and as well as those awesome clutches. So there's some pieces of this Liquid team that have been quiet, that have not been playing to their potential for some time. And I think, you know, at Cologne was the first glimpse we had, and now it's, I think everyone, especially every North American fan, is just like every finger is crossed saying, I hope it continues out of this break. What is this Liquid team going to look like with more time having Yekindar in the roster and Dap standing behind him?
Yeah, even as a learning opportunity, right, to bring that CIS Counter-Strike is a big talking point that was happening in Cologne about how now they actually have some access to some of the secret information that might otherwise almost be region locked. And you could see when you were watching that tournament how Liquid were playing differently. You saw them sometimes get huge openings and then wait, don't react to them, you know, play the round out a little bit further, wait until there's like 20 seconds left, and then ultimately, you know, execute and win the round anyway.
Yeah, refreshing the style, so to speak, as well. Bringing in some new elements, as you mentioned, kind of updating to a meta that was emerging out of COVID, out of the online era. So yeah, this is two teams. This should be a really, really fun clash.
And a lot could be decided on, like, let's say, like the trajectory you set at the start of a new season like this. It doesn't have to be true that if you start really hot, it's just going to keep on going. But sometimes it can be a little bit rough if you have to recover like a huge loss where you're like, oh, we just got absolutely knocked out and it didn't feel right.
It's kind of funny. It's one of those things that I think more often than not probably would have been memed upon, but ever since Yekindar has joined this Liquid lineup, when you see them talking in interviews and see them and talk to them, you know, behind the scenes even, it's always like, look, with Yekindar's addition, we can be a top 5 team. Like, we can be there quick. We're going to be a playoff team. Our expectations are top 4 at this event, are making it to the stage and everything like that. And I think that would be an easy thing to kind of laugh and shrug off. But after we saw kind of where they were headed in Cologne, nobody's laughing. Everyone is like, yeah, okay, maybe you're not quite there yet. Maybe the expectations are high a little bit early, but we all understand why the expectations are there. We can actually see it. We have the evidence that this team is going to be dangerous again.
Yeah, without a doubt.
And we haven't even talked about our boy NAV.
Yeah, he's just chilling down there, still putting up amazing numbers. Still one of my favorite players to watch.
Absolutely, yeah.
In the world. So, yeah, I think he's. But the fact that he also is taking this slightly more sort of like a backseat, kind of like, you know, but doing his job and just.
That's where NAF does his best work, in the backseat, baby, in the shadows, no spotlight on him, just naffing around.
Well, here we go. We're ready for it, ladies and gentlemen. With delay a little bit, but now the game is going to be live, and it is Liquid versus G2. It's a best of one with a lot on the line because both these teams, they need to keep the momentum going forward. They can't really afford to slow it down. For G2, maybe even more so. Liquid, they look so dangerous in the last season. We'll see if they've managed to keep that going throughout the break and are going to be ready for this one. They're on the T side with G2 on the CT side.
Looks like a call right out of spawn towards the B bomb site on this pistol. Just pick a strat out of the book and go for it. Hooksie's here with Hunter on catwalk in defense. Rotation is a long way off. It is just these two players to defend against everything.
Well, the pressure is absolutely on. Hooksy's still running for it. Hunter, though, good headshot and an even better follow-up, taking down Nitro and Neff and putting the bomb on the ground so everyone can start to rotate over Lee. She's got the one kill. Yekendas up here top mid, and he is also on his own. They're in a little bit of trouble here, Liquid. Still no bomb plant happening. They haven't even really recovered the bomb yet. Elige back here by the bench, and that P250 is at least something that they have to respect, or maybe they don't. JKS takes one and a follow-up on OC, and they close out the round very well.
That round feels over when Hunter gets that double kill, just stepped in front of the smoke. You can see the Liquid players didn't even really think about that position as a point of danger. They're expecting that smoke to block everything off, and he just steps in front of it. So a little too deep. And Hunter's able to take advantage of the double kill and shut down all the aggression. If you're not able to wrap around that bomb site, you can see that's the idea from Liquid, and that's the idea we see frequently at those B hits. If you can't actually turn that corner and wrap around to clear out those pillars, you're in for some trouble.
JKS is such a... I actually don't know what kind of story I even want us to try and tell with JKS at this point in time, because when he was on Complexity, there was... For me, he was sort of almost representing a kind of player that would almost always be forgotten when talking about really great riflers. And then I don't think he ever really got a chance to show any of it in Complexity. And then, you know, he went off the map entirely for a real long time with no team to play in at all. And now back into it, you wonder, could he recover it? Because if you've missed the really great era of JKS before Complexity, probably even
Renegades, 100 Thieves,
it really was crazy to see. Like, he really has a high ceiling, but it's been gone for a while.
Yeah, I think part of the weird thing for me with JKS's career and like a big picture is I always like kind of had him in, you know, maybe this is probably more my mistake, but I always kind of compared him to like where he needed to be like a kind of superstar for the old Australian teams. And when you kind of have those expectations, he's always falling short. And I think obviously he shows just how much he can deliver as kind of a piece of the team and not necessarily having to be the center point, the focal point.
Yeah, just step up. Ooh, nice little lineup there. They do only have Glocks and no armor, so it doesn't really necessarily make a big difference. But yeah, I just want to see a steady output from JKS, right? Someone to be relied upon to just do the average working around, and then we can build from there. I feel like that would be a good start.
And he's going to have his games too. He's going to have his games where he pops off. 2-0 for G2 early. Second round, no issues, no stress, no pressure, no dramas.
That's what you want to see. Liquid, though, quickly back in it with rifles. They picked up all AKs and a fair bit of grenades to follow it up. Right now, in the starting of the third round, they have 2 kills across the entire team. It's not the end of the world, but means G2 are happy about the money, at least. Decent nade right there. Tagging up Nitro. And he's going to keep going. Runs into the shot there. JKS well aware of what could be happening. And that will slow them down quite a bit.
A little bit of lack of cohesion on this G2 side. 3 players at this very same corner. All the, you know, is superficial damage from the grenade. Not too much to worry about, but huddled up for a moment. And as they try and change those positions and get out of that clump, NAF is able to take advantage.
That was a friendly nade, right?
On a G2?
Onto, yeah, I think it was.
Oh, okay.
I want to say that it was. Maybe.
I think in my head I was hoping it was a T-side nade.
That would make more sense, but maybe I'm crazy. possible.
Well, now you're making me feel crazy, so thanks for that. Yekindar eats a dink. Elige is going to pop up from underpass, and JKS is spot on.
That's a job well done. Elige out of the round. Someone you really want to shut down early. If we're to assume that his performances from the last season will continue to this one, getting him out of any round is going to be important. Maybe especially on a map like Mirage, where he seems to be doing pretty well. 3 versus 4 at the moment at about 30 seconds. And they're all grouped up in the middle looking for an opening, which they're not currently getting. G2 are a little bit further back. It's hard to find them at the moment. JKS going to swing in for the fight. It's a really good triple that he's building in this round. So far, pretty much won it on his own. m0NESY will come in the headshot and time to just make it out if you're Yekindar. Can't even escape. Nico is going to come for the jump and... yeah. Good, strong claps.
Thanks for that. Thanks for leading me right into it. Yeah, it was a team nade. You're not crazy. It was me that was crazy the whole time.
So I've been saying this, Jason, for years.
3-0. Pistols and armor picked up for Team Liquid.
Those camera shots at the end are always, with the audio, is great. I'm happy we have them. Random pistols being picked up here on the Liquid side. But it's a slow start, and the problem is that you don't have space for that in best of ones. Not that much anyway. So, not saying that Liquid are necessarily feeling pressured yet, but eventually they're going to start to feel like they need to do a little bit more. Still, not even the AWP picked up on m0NESY. Hasn't lost the M4, so hasn't really needed to, but that's something else to think about. Although, I actually think, again, if you get like a m0NESY OC matchup, that's going to be hard for me to pick who's winning that.
Yeah, that'd be fun. I mean, both of them offers, I think, too. I mean, OC certainly proved, you know, a couple of times that he's very, very proficient with the rifle. m0NESY is going to be as well. Not just one-trick ponies. Nico is on the hunt. Doesn't want to give up a rifle by peeking in. Waiting for Hunter to get over towards Catwalk. If Hunter can draw some contact, yeah, Nico's going to peek out just like this. Missed his opportunity, but they have all the information. Yekindar with a stunner on a JKS, challenging into the A bomb site. However, the bomb is dropped at the base of the connector stairs, and Nico is going to clean things up nice and easy. More strong claps.
Yeah, foundation of any good Counter-Strike team.
That's why Dexter was brought into OG. Those strong claps. High fives.
I wonder if eventually your hand has just become numb. And it's like,
forms calluses from all the high fives.
Or like one of those, you know, construction workers who's been spending too much time on the power tools. So can't feel anything. 5th round is coming up. We've got OZ on the AWP. We've got m0NESY as well. So some upgrades coming through. And Liquid have yet to find their first round. Let's see if this is going to be it. m0NESY doing a little bit of parkour on top of the scaffolding, but he's going to be missing the shot. So could have been dangerous. That one for OC probably could have connected as well. Both AWPers giving away maybe some potentials for some openings here, but didn't really didn't connect. Bomb dropped pretty far back into B hallways.
Ooh, nice shot from Elige jumping up on the bench. Hunter's caught. Nico and JKS going to start trying to get aggressive in connector to trade it out. They do have a player in window. That's m0NESY, but he's smoked off yet again. So that little trap, that little piece of aggression they were trying to set up is neutralized. No real presence at the A bomb site. Everyone's focused on mid. Even HooXi being pushed up on Catwalk. Yekindar and Elige going to open up middle, crack it open. Now the B hit needs to come, and m0NESY's going to be here with the AWP.
Yeah, maybe just in time. Always pushed in. This is so dangerous. He's all in on this defense, and he's going to get sideswiped by NAF. A nice find, and a 40-second bomb plant here, so going to have plenty of time for it. Not worried about that Catwalk either. 2 versus 3, and questionable. Yeah, G2, even with the money in the bank, not really worth going for.
Yeah, m0NESY just missed the timing by 1 second. He's hoping he's going to beat them in, and he just obviously never saw that player get out and wrapping around the bomb site. So good job from Team Liquid. Good work from Elige and Yekindar in mid. A kill each. And that gives them the information. Remember, they'd already killed Hunter. That was the shot. And then Yekindar grabs HooXi. Those are the 2 B players. So immediately the information is passed over to Team Liquid. Look, bomb site's clear. The player you're going to have to contend with is the rotator.
And, you know, one of those kills even from Nico happens right through the smoke. So that's probably what even gave them close to a chance to send m0NESY over there. Otherwise, they probably would have given it up already. Ooh, all right. Liquid are on the board. And that was about time. Starting to fall, drift a little bit further behind.
Yeah, don't want to play from a hole, so this at least gives them some breathing room.
Ice cold. 6th round coming up. Double up now. Hooksy with the other one. Maybe a little bit unexpected.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's a bold decision. Let's see how it works out. Nico's jumped out a window. He's got a smoke in the underpass. He's going to challenge. He goes down to Yekindar. Good entrance provided. Good first kill. Good second kill. A better second kill from Yekindar.
Something that I really associate with Yekindar's style is the confidence behind every single fight that he takes. So impressive to watch. Hooksy's over here. Great angle, obviously, with the AWP. Going to be really, really hard to check coming in from the T side. And if you do flash it out, then you're also kind of signaling that you're taking the hallway, so it doesn't always work out that way either. JK has to take down NAF.
That's a good fight to win. That's a tough fight considering the way NAF was playing it. And now Liquid's going to go right at the double op setup. This is perfect. Monacy's here on catwalk. First kill comes out from Hooksy.
Smoking enough to buy a little bit more space, but they don't know about that second AWP. And Elige, he jumps right into it. And this is a great crossfire though. Yekindar, how does he come up with that kill? I didn't even know. Hooksy missing the flick and lucky to be alive, it seems. 2 versus 2. And now 35 seconds. Making his way in. JKS trying to get there in time, but the bomb is at the very least going to be planted. Liquid, I can't believe they even get this far. Yekindar very low behind that nade. OC with a lot of health and still with that AWP trained on the market. Might have a chance here. Hooksy's going to walk into it. The gun barrel's going to be showing if he's not careful. Just a little bit slow. And Hooksy goes down. JKS now, not a lot of health, and he's already been found out. Trying to even get the pre-fire, but there's no reason for them to fight him right now. They can wait. He has to get on there and try and get that defuse, and they're being very patient on the Liquid side. I love everything about this. That bomb is so far ticking this here, and JKS, he finds a headshot, but Yekindar, there's a whole bomb site to look at, and he's going to end up winning it. Quad kill at the end. What a magical round.
Yeah, the 1v1 clutch is always unlikely for JKS in that situation, so we'll throw that kill out the window for Yekindar. The other 3 are all high impact. The first 2 kills clearing out the aggression in mid from Nico and Hunter, and obviously that shot on Monacy saves the day, because you're exactly right. That's a tough double up setup to break into as 4 players coming through the B halls. This is magnificent. So quick, Monacy couldn't even react.
Second round for Liquid. That's all Yekindar at the end of it.
And a win right as G2 invested in the double op setup.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's a lot of money, a lot of resources taken away immediately. I'm interested by the decision. I guess this would kind of be depending, how you look at the game of Counter-Strike philosophically, but investing in double op setup and then having like the aggressive play in middle from your 2 riflers, not kind of making the double op the focal point. Now, obviously the double op still almost recovered, and probably I think recovers in that similar scenario more often than not if Yekindar doesn't hit that banger of a shot.
Yeah, it looked like it should have worked. But yeah, that's certainly a huge economic loss for the side of G2.
Still with money to buy, though. Just really labored. FAMAS on Monacy, 3 M4s and an SMG on Hooksy. And this time, no presence in middle or connector for G2. A much more passive defense sunk back into the bomb sites. Nico and Monacy playing for an execute.
And maybe lost a little bit in the last round is the fact that JKS actually went and took that fight in the A Palace. He's currently 8-2 right now. So, I mean, if he can be relied upon to win those kind of fights kind of on his own, that is massive. That's the kind of thing that can maybe get you back into a round like it almost did.
Yeah, NAF's very good in that position as well. So that's going to be a tough duel between those 2 throughout the game. Former teammates as well, if you'll remember.
Oh, yeah. Elige. Smoking it off and trying to make sure that he could get a little bit of control. It's a monstrous nade landing at his feet. And Yekindar beating the smoke on the other side. That might be a little bit of a shock inside of the bomb site. They might not be ready quite for it. Hunter is taking down Yekindar. That's a nice little pick off there. Grenade behind him, but OC is going to shoot him in the back instead. And all the pressure on this MP9. 1 versus 3 in the bomb site, and no chance for Hooksy to defend that one.
And due to the style of Team Liquid, that was kind of quiet, walking through the catwalk smoke and progressing towards the bomb site. There's no indication it's coming, so no chance for any of the A players to shift over and rotate and be nearby to kind of help hold on to the site. Good kill for OC, getting aggressive as Hunter's attention is towards the halls. And that SMG had no chance from Hooksy.
Yeah, you never really feel good about that when the pressure is on. A little bit different if he had some backup that could draw some of the attention away, but that had already been wiped out. Liquid, third round. This is a good recovery. I was getting a little bit nervous because I think I picked. I did the predictions over at Blast on TV, and I picked Liquid to go out first in this group.
Okay.
So
you're huffing on that copium real hard.
I'm double, tripling down.
Yeah.
There's no more jet lag for the NA teams. They've made their way past that. They've become immune.
Yeah, it's the Euros who use it now.
Yeah. Maybe because they don't really have to like necessarily fly that far, but maybe it's like motion sickness, like they're in the car a lot. Like it's
yeah,
tough, you know.
Sure. A little case of vertigo.
Exactly. Oh man. They keep some rifles alive on the G2 side, so they can fight back in this one. But it's a slow but pretty steady recovery from Liquid at the moment. Liege, wow, just walks right out there.
This is cool. All right. Well, we're in the bomb site, boys. And this isn't a bad call whatsoever when you think of all the attention that G2 has put towards Connector and towards middle. The problem now is there's really only like kind of 3 players at this bomb site for Liquid. Nitro's a little bit disconnected in underpass. Yekendar's going to have to make a decision. Those two have to coordinate which one's going to lurk, which one's going to stick around, which one might have to get aggressive. Because G2 actually has power of bodies at this bomb site, but just, I mean, a slow, creeping, crawling hit into the A site doesn't let them coordinate anything. Really good call from Liquid.
Yeah, that's amazing to see. Nico trying to play on top of the smoke, and he's going to be able to pick up NAF. Still feels like this is an impossible retake, although 2 of the members of Liquid are quite far away, so I guess if they're really quick with it, maybe G2 could do something there. Sit in the headshot, and now they need to get everyone here. OC is covering this deep line in towards jungle, so he's going to know everything. Nice shot onto Monacy, and I think they still have a pretty good chance of it here. No smoke on top of the bomb, no kit either, so it's a real long time before they get close to this defuse. 10 seconds, as you could tell, and they're getting picked up as well. The kid are no trouble fighting this one, and they're going to be able to save the day, but for a minute there, if there had been a smoke and a kit, that could have been a really dangerous round.
Yeah, that round worked out perfectly for Liquid. The call into that defense was magnificent. That was exactly what you would have wanted making that call as a strategy. And I mean, you can see how it might have been a little bit more difficult if there was someone actually committed to the A bomb site to be able to slow that down, maybe grab 1 kill, and then maybe force Yekendar and Nitro into plays in mid before they really want to. But all around, well put together round from Liquid. 4 in a row.
Yeah, they're bringing it back. That naked walkout onto the out of the A Palace is just, on the one hand, it looks so silly, but it can be absolutely devastating if you're down there because you're so used to there being, you know, flashes like this one to set it up and for someone to peek a little bit more. But
I mean, just look at how it was played. G2 had the bodies there, but they never had the information of how to put them into play exactly. It's, you know, you get out, you have such a huge advantage, especially in terms of information. This time, Hooksy and JKS firmly in the bomb site with Nico close by.
Hooksy putting himself in that sandwich position, which, with 2 Molotovs, maybe not a high chance that it gets burned out, but it could be. And that's an awkward way to lose an early defender in the A bomb site.
Yeah, especially with Naf up in halls. If Nitro's a Molotov out that cubby position, Naf can actually peek out. He's going to use it for dark. No one's underneath balcony. JKS and Hooksy with a bit of a crossfire setup. Naf needs to be stopped before he commits, and Hooksy's not peeking. Hooksy's not peeking whatsoever, and JKS is dropped stone cold inside the site. Hooksy now activated, but it might be too late. He cannot get the second.
Yeah, and just as that was happening, they also made their way up the connector behind, so I don't know, maybe if that connector position could have been defended, Hooksy could have had more of a chance to take that fight, but they were all around him no matter what there. Monacy gonna have to try and save the AWP, but it's another great round for Liquid. What an impactful return that we're seeing.
And these past 2 rounds are kind of the stylistic changes that we mentioned of Team Liquid historically since Yekendar's been brought in. These are kind of rounds that you wouldn't normally see Liquid calling in previous iterations at all.
It's something. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's working out well for them, though. Monty just trying to save the AWP, but they're all on top of him, and they should be able to find it. Elige will get the closing kill, and this is starting to look like a really great first half for them.
That one's a hard crossfire to kind of set up, because if you're Hooksy, you don't want to be peeking towards holes the entire time, but maybe jiggle peeking it either way. JKS cannot go down that easy without any kind of indication of what's coming.
Yeah, because, I mean, we just mentioned the Molotovs, right? If you're Hooksy and you stay too far out, maybe you just invite the Molotov right away and they're like, oh, well, we spotted them already. So.
Or if you jiggle and take a fight and don't get the kill, then you definitely know the Molotov's coming in after that, so... Yeah, just a setup that did not pan out whatsoever for G2. Liquid on fire.
Yeah. Physics problem here that you're contemplating.
Some gasoline layered on top.
There we go.
Yeah, oil spill.
I've seen a few of those, my little oopsies.
I seen Free Willy.
Want to see. Caught Nico right afterwards. Nitro able to pick that one up. Second kill of the game for Nitro, so he's been having a little bit of a more quiet time, but his team is winning. He's making all the right calls, captaining them into to a lead, so I don't know if I can complain even too much about that. 5 versus 3 at the moment. Pistol doing a bit of damage.
Oh,
OC nearly shot by a teammate.
Got shot by a teammate. Ooh, there's the play, and Elige is still in middle. He's found that kill. All 5 players from Team Liquid alive until Nitro goes down here to Hooksy's Deagle, left with 1 HP. It's going to be a 6th round for Team Liquid. They take a 2-round lead.
Yeah. Not going to be able to find another one. There's a lot of damage in that round. Could have been nice with another couple of kills there for the CT side, but they weren't able to. So more money being built on the Liquid side, slowly but surely. Nico, curious to see if we could get him activated into to some of these rounds. I mean, I feel like it's almost no bad Nico games anymore, and he is 9-4. So I'm not necessarily saying this is one of them either, but right now would be a good time for him to get a couple of quick kills, get his team back on track. Modesty instead. Good pick off on Nafly.
That's what we wanted, or that's what G2's wanted to see more of, is those plays with the AWP early on in rounds to give you a man advantage. Deep flashbang almost gave Nico a half second for a clean fight against Yekindar, but didn't swing and commit. 5 on 4. Hooksy's got his op over towards the B bomb site. That jump shows that Nitro wanted to be a bit more aggressive. Now, he's got a Mac 10, so he was hoping he could lead the way in clean with pace and with speed, but utility stops him in his tracks.
A lot of shuffling around in the hallway. How do you get yourself back into the round? 4 versus 5. Got some utility at the very least. And you've got OC still in place, so maybe just throw him in and try and look for the opening.
Ooh, this is everything. JKS with aggression, finds the Mac 10, finds the bomb, and is going to back away. But OC's going to step forward, and the Flames will find that kill. Down to about half HP.
That's a really smart play from OC. And also from JKS, he saw it coming. Instead of swinging for a second fight, he's like, no, let me just control this bomb and slow them down. So he did the right thing, just...
OC's heading back to the B bomb site. I don't know if Nico can hear that footsteps, but he's activated Yekindar to find one more kill. This could get dicey. Now you have Hunter all alone with no reinforcements at the B bomb site, and he's got to hold his nerve. Bailing out towards Market, Liquid might find the opening. OC's got to hustle up. There's 16 seconds on the clock, and Elige has control of the B site.
Yes, he does. They should not be winning this round at all, Liquid. I feel like they should have already lost it. 9 seconds
OC's
now.
down.
Oh,
no,
yes, he is. It had be done. The bomb, he can't get it back. That is a sad way to lose the round, but that was the one kill that mattered. What a strange victory.
That was, I think, the only win condition for G2 in this round was really Hunter finding that kill as OC crossed in. What a brutal way to lose it.
That desperate jump from Elige as well. They're like, is the bomb up there?
Yeah, please.
Oh, man.
Still, I think you got to say tactically, another round where Liquid put themselves in advantage, and obviously a great play from Hunter, a great shot from Hunter to put a stop to it, but Liquid is working G2's defense right now.
Yeah, that was actually a beautiful round to look at in every way, just a little bit short.
And what a brutal way, I guess, in a sense, to win a round. You have one player surviving, you've lost a lot of weaponry. I think you've lost that AWP. Nico might have gone and picked one up right at the end, but this is a lot of resources, and it's going to be out of a victory. Economy is garbage for G2.
Yeah, that is definitely worth thinking about too.
Yeah.
6-5.
2 SMGs, a UMP, FAMAS. This is going to be a rough one.
It's a rare sight, the UMP these days.
Yeah, it really is. Rifles in the hands of Nico and Hunter, and they've been very proactive in middle throughout this half.
Senses it, sets up his own flashbang, but he is peeking against 2 players. I appreciate the courage on that one, but that would have been an almost impossible fight, even if you won one of them.
Yeah,
almost certainly traded.
At best, that was going to be a 1-for-1. Yekindar, with knowledge that 2 players were pushed up in halls, he's going to say, you don't really have the manpower, the resources to have too staunch of a defense in middle, so I'm going to take some space. Nice thing for G2 is that actually gets rid of the UMP. m0NESY's able to trade out to the AK-47.
Tough break when you're playing so much of a solo position if you're NAF that you actually have to flash for yourself. You know, like that's not always easy to do.
Well, and, you know, ooh, what a find. Oh, that one, JKS wants it back. Off OC, not scoped in. Shots baited out. Nico's going to clean up that kill. Does he want to go for a Liege as well? Flashbang, he's going to peek with it. Surely, and he does. Second kill for Nico, and the bomb is dropped again.
That's what we're talking about. We mentioned it earlier with Nico having an impact on the game, and that one was massive. And the way that he played it, absolutely expertly. Not peeking into the AWP, but baiting out the shot instead. m0NESY's going to get that one, and Yekindar can't save the round this time. Nicely done. G2 not surrendering quite so soon. Looked like they were going to get swiped out in this first half. Looked like they're going to get wiped off the board, but they're back in the mix.
Yeah, good to see some fight in him here in this round. This is wonderful. Yeah, Nico does a great job in middle, obviously. Damage onto OC puts him in an impossible situation, baits out the shot, and then the cleanup onto Elige. Committing to the fight, knowing he's going to be blind. Tough fight for Elige. Good double kill from Nico.
Surviving with not still that many rifles, but certainly better than it was the last round. Timeout being used now by Liquid. First one as well. Just to talk things over. I've got to say the calling so far on the T side for Liquid has been really impressive.
It's been impressive that G2's hanging on as well. Still in this. All tied up at 6. Got 12 kills on Yekindar, leading the way for Team Liquid. Over on the G2 side of things, Nico's matching that with 12 of his own.
And still a really, I mean, if G2 win the next 3 rounds here, it's 9-6. It's such an open game, so they have a lot still to fight for in the best of 1.
And they've got a chance, although there's a losing bonus, a 2-round losing bonus built up for Team Liquid, but they're out of money after this buy, so the next round you'd get to breathe a little bit easier with G2, where it'd be kind of upgraded pistols, maybe some MAC-10s and armor. Nitro again looking to lead the way with the Tech 9, use that mobility to really cause some chaos in this B defense.
Well, Nitro is ready for it. Gonna be running straight in there. Molotov out, makes the jump down, but Hunter is there in the crossfire, and even flashed. He gets the kill on Liege. That's a great way to get things stopped. 2 kills going the way of G2, and a 3-on-5 now. Started to rotate a lot more people this way, so already seeing the gun barrel there. Hunter calling it, and he definitely knows what's happening. Oh, but OC, you have to be so quick to shut him down. Could we have another one, please? That was a great Hooksy, though, right underneath them. And OC is going to be found as well. Bullet to the face. Once again, Yekindar trying to see if he can save the day, but this seems like one of the more unwinnable clutches.
He's got time. That's the one thing. And m0NESY's played this pretty passively, so he's got to be cautious. JKS is now just arriving over to market, so Yekindar might be able to find an awkward timing. But m0NESY's clearing out the site. Now he's got a deep angle towards Hulls. And yeah, now in position to where this should be impossible, but maybe not.
Come on! How does he hit the shot? He's made his way past 20 seconds. He almost had it. That is real close. JKS there to clean it up in the market. That's important, but man, how does he even get close to winning a round?
That's the second time he's just completely annihilated m0NESY holding an angle at this bomb. So remember, previously it was towards Catwalk. This time it's towards the back of the bomb site. Absolutely disgusting. But once again on this B hit, Hunter with a critical double kill to slow things down and take the main thrust of danger out of the hit from Team Liquid.
Yeah, the money is not great. Yekindar in that AK-47 in the 14th round. Hard to even really blame because look at what you get for it. Instant shutdown. Nico thought he was going to go take that fight. Yekindar absolutely ready.
And the defense has shifted over to connector. The A bomb site once again is wide open. JKS over the smoke gets one. 1-for-1 trade. Yekindar again with impact, but this is where m0NESY's got to have a big performance. A nice double kill with the op.
Yeah, that'll really slow it down. They have rifles in the middle, but no one can really get to them either. Another find for m0NESY. It's a great triple. Leaving Yekindar in another 1 versus 3 clutch this time to try and see if he can end it. But Hunter will take him down, and G2, they're right back on top. This is such an exciting first half. I love it.
Yeah, respectable attempt from Yekindar and Team Liquid as well. That's the hero AK-47 that provides you 2 opening kills and almost gives you an avenue into the bomb site. Good shutdown from m0NESY to close that gap in the defense. 2-round lead, final round of the first half.
Again, the confidence, though, on someone like Yekindar to take the fight in the middle is just, it's impressive. Want to feel what it's like to play the game with just knowing I'm just gonna run in here and take this fight and just win it, and then do it. Can't say the words, but
yeah, the action is different.
just toying with him. Oh man, that is great. Nitro getting the kill. Very frustrating when you're an AWP player like that. You feel like, all right, I've already been exposed.
And that's a play that had no plan B to it. That's m0NESY, drop in, see what you find. No flashbang, no smoke to kind of give him some cover to try and make any kind of an escape whatsoever. No support in middle to guard his back.
Who wants to plan for failure, Jason, you know?
True. The coach, probably.
We're planning to win this.
Jumping shot missed. Nitro looks like he wants to pick up the pressure. They've had some difficulty getting out, but at least this time it's only HooXi here. It's only the one player. Hunter's been pulled off. He's got a long route to come for support, so it's all on the new in-game leader for G2.
Yep, and a pretty good job he's doing as well. Huge double. This time he did not have the MP9. M4A1 treating him a little bit better. Hunter's going to go down to NAF, and somehow in the middle of all of this, Nico did actually get a shot for the smoke all the way from the A-bomb side onto Catwalk, so that's why one of them is dead and why it's a 2-on-3 here. But it's another bomb plant. 15th round going to be settled in a retake now. JKS and Nico. Nico has been playing a great first half, and so is JKS. Only 2 kills between them at the moment. That is actually wild to imagine. Elige on the one side, NAF a little bit deeper in the bomb side, and he's not ready for it. It looks like he's about to die. Oh, switching out the gun. I'm shocked that Elige doesn't even realize, and now NAF, he's really boxed in, cornered back here. Bullets already coming through. He's been tagged up. He is 1 spam away from death, and it'll be Nico to find it. What? They don't have it?
Kit.
Oh, they didn't have it just in time either. I don't think this is going to be it.
Classic
It'll be
G2.
Liquid instead. Yes, it is. Oh, devastating, Jason.
Yeah, devastating. What a good half from both teams, though. We're neck and neck. We're headed to a break. When we come back, we're going to get the conclusion. Don't go anywhere. This one's stunning.
Hey guys, I'm Bigozera and he is Jax.
Hi guys, it's Simple and Madden.
I'm Nico and this is Robs, and today we're going to be playing Skin in the Game by CS Money.
Hate, don't.
Artna Simple, no. m0NESY, no, for sure. Deco, no. Who is Broky? Maybe Broky, no?
No.
Maybe it's... No, the Kenny's one is Battle Scared, yeah?
I don't know this, to be honest.
Okay, we need second guess. Second sticker, please. Who else had a sick highlight with the up? What did Colzera have when he did jump shots on Mirage? With the clip. Yeah. Let's just go for Colzera.
Colzera, it's MLG Columbus 2016.
Bro, I have no clue this, to be honest, but...
Let's do like Fallen, Dreamhack, Cluj Napoca, Cobblestone.
Right.
Colzera, 2016 Major. What was the name of the
MLG Columbus.
MLG Columbus 2016.
The Clutch King, like a red one. I think it's Robs, but
Can be. But I try to find a clip with someone doing a sick show with his fucking M4.
Yeah.
I'll take a clue on this one. You have one more help?
Robs, you are sure Robs was playing? Because maybe it's Robs against us in Katowice.
I think Katowice, no? It was in the grand final?
Yeah, it was Katowice grand final against FaZe, right? Against G2, sorry.
Against G2, yeah.
I just go...
It's 100% me then. Robs, Katowice 2020.
I think in finals. I think against G2.
In the finals against G2.
2021, Katowice, Robs.
We both have the kill confirmed, but in Star Trek, so...
Yeah. Yes, we take the other picture.
Second.
Welcome back, everybody. Second half, and it's been quite the struggle, really, for both teams. I'm impressed. I mean, it looked like for a minute, started out G2 looking great, 4-0, I think, and then Liquid came right back, and then G2 managed to recover the game after all. So, split right down the middle, 8-7, slightly in favor of G2 going into the second half.
Yeah, that was actually a really awesome first half. I really enjoyed that. Both teams brought some awesome stuff to the table.
Oh, and this might be a fiery start.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Kind of G2 just running the Liquid pistol around as well. We'll see who does it better. At least Liquid have some players close by in position to provide a little bit more support.
Are they going to wait for the smokes? I feel like they're going so quick. I'm not even sure the smokes are going to go in down. Jumping in, flashes are there. OC will pick up the one headshot there. Hooksie's out of the round, but Hunter, a little bit of a return. Monacy, nice opening so far. Yekindai in a little bit of trouble, and he's going to get run down. They just pick up the USPs immediately and keep fighting. Elige risking his life to try and get his team back into it. If he gets caught there, the round is definitely over. But the fact that he got the kill means maybe it's doable. Nitro, there's a headshot, and he had a chance there. JKS eventually will find his head. No bomb plant yet. And Nitro in a 1 versus 2.
Nitro just trying to get some of those jiggle shots on this P250. A dangerous game. Trying to find an avenue out of the window, out of the market. Bomb has shifted over in the hands of Nico to the bench. So it's not in danger of being planted. So Nitro may not realize it, but he can be patient here.
He's probably really confused about the fact that there is no bomb plant yet at all. So 35 seconds. Let's see. JKS is the one on low health, so Nico could maybe take the fight to him, but it's a long time to be waiting still. 25 seconds, and he's going to spot out Nico. Maybe that'll confirm it for him. Maybe he's thinking, all right, maybe that's why they didn't plant yet. They can just throw it over if they really don't want to cross, but finally going to be able to. Nitro with a good headshot. He's already got the double. He needs one more bullet. Nico almost dead. I can't believe it. I thought for sure Nitro would have had that one, but Nico... Oh man, able to bring it back.
G2 slowing it down in that 2v1 and trying to find a way to double peek onto Nitro. And that almost was kind of their undoing, right? It gave Nitro some chances because they couldn't actually find the choke point to double peek into. Gave Nitro a couple of 1v1s. And yeah, it got to be heartbreaking for Nitro at the end. 1 bullet away from victory. Both pistols now going to G2.
And that's a good boost of momentum to start the second half with. 9-7 at the moment, and the 17th round is coming up. And Nico, 17-7. I mean, we probably shouldn't be surprised. This is almost every game that he's in, but it's still so crazy. It's so crazy to me how you can keep doing it for not just for like a month or two, but for years, it feels like. And still, Yekindai match on the other side with 17 of his own.
Yeah, he's one of those few players that's been able to keep it up across the span of, I mean, you said years, what, it's got to be 6 years now, essentially. 7 years, perhaps. Nico challenging, taking a tag from the Deagle, throwing a weak EU nade.
Trying to change the meta. Oh, that's going to be a long struggle, Jason. I'm not going to lie, but I appreciate the effort.
I'll take the battle.
Woo. Some NA Deagling coming in here.
Careful now, G2, with this kind of slow crawly style. They've been finding some isolated duels. Hooksie's picked off with no chance at a rebuttal. Good response from Monacy to even things up in a 4-on-4. Still, G2 have not aggressed towards a bomb site quite yet.
Under 40 seconds in the round 2. So eventually going to make up your minds here, and it looks like they're going to try and split that A bomb site. JKS, top connector, powerful position to be in. Nitro up close with the Deagle. He pretty much has to get at least one of these kills for this even to be possible. And I think failing that, it's just not going to be good enough. Nice spray. And the fact that they set it up with a flash to make sure that OC couldn't really find a good, clean shot with the scout. Just overall, good basics, good mechanics coming out from the side of G2.
Yeah, great control with the spray on the Galil at long range as well. We frequently see that gun get away from even the pros. Nicely done from Nico. 10-7 will be the scoreline when all is said and done. And for Elige and NAF, you're just looking for some exit kills, a weapon, a rifle right at the end of the round.
Elige would love a partying kill on someone here, but I'm sure they're going to give it to him. Well, let's see. Oh, he's thinking about it at least. Sensed somehow. Oh, he wanted to do the trick, but couldn't.
Even if he pulled it off, he's got Nico and CT spawn waiting for him, so I think Elige was going to likely go down no matter what. Nap will survive, the only Deagle, the only armor, into the next round for Team Liquid. Ooh, the double high five.
That's rad.
That's a new tactic. Do you think you feel, you know, like when a player doesn't realize you're going for a high five and he just leaves you hanging, how awkward that can be? You think it's more awkward if like Nico moves his hand after the first one?
Yeah, for sure.
Like, what if you don't know what's coming? What if you don't know if it's like the single hard high five or the softer double high five?
And the second one just disappears into the air, and
yeah,
it's like, oh.
That's got to be its own level of watch people die inside.
Eventually, when I try my luck at coaching, we're gonna practice high fives with my team. That's actually all we're gonna be doing.
Okay. That is the trend of talent making awful decisions of heading off to coach. You're next in line.
You say awful, but I think it can work. Like, you got high five so sharp, the enemy team could hear it, like through the headsets and everything. They're gonna be listening. They're like, "Ooh, was that a whip that went off somewhere?" Are they high-fiving?
Wow, I bet Anders is coaching that team. Look at the high fives.
Yeah.
But that's not the most important part.
Branding is gonna be incredible.
Sure. All right, here we go. First gun round of the second half. Gotta crank things up a bit. Op in the hands of OC. M4s across the board for Team Liquid.
Nice, steady start here. 4-round gap. And Liquid still think look very impressive on the T side. No guarantee that'll translate into the CT side here. And especially early on when they just have their first rifle buy, this is where you really want to see a quick return to the game. Because if you lose track of it here, you almost don't have that many chances. And this best of one format to start with is pretty brutal. Nico playing the whole way, OC on the other side. A lot of attention now being pulled down towards connector and middle. Nitro opening up and actually winning the fight against Hunter. That's a great start.
Yeah, but the pinch towards the A-bomb site is coming. All three players, all three defenders for Team Liquid are top con, are jungle. It doesn't matter, though, because Liquid has cleared out the other side of the map. All that's left is this single prong coming in. Liquid can all turn their gaze into this direction. OC holding the line is picked off by Monacy. Huge kill to find. Elige with the response, and now they're going to play it passive behind the smoke. They'll give up the site, give up the plant, and play for the retake.
And there's already a flank coming in, so lightning fast. So even if they get the bomb plant here, I don't know how they can possibly make it out. Elige gonna get that kill, and Naf easy. But even if it wasn't Naf, it would have been one of the 3 or 4 other people there. So that's a great way to get this done. Just, as you said, eliminating the mid part of that attack, and then they were pretty much home safe.
Yeah. Well done from Team Liquid. Nice opening kill by Nitro over the top of the smoke, over the top of the box, and Yekindar adding in with a nice headshot onto Hooksy, and that's the mid portion cleared. And from there, everything's a little bit easier. 11-8. G2 with a 3-round lead.
They really, really badly needed that round. And they get out of it with quite a few rifles alive, so it starts the money rolling a little bit on the Liquid side at the very least. 20th round here. Monacy on that AWP. That last round was tough. I mean, he got one of those important kills near the connector, but then I think there were almost no more targets after that. There was smokes and flash. You couldn't see anything. So
yeah. Not much more he could find. Hooksy at top mid. Hunter in support. Molotov's a little bit early. Drops into the smoke and is extinguished immediately. So a little piece of utility that goes to waste. Hunter's still going to push up behind it, though. Confidence that nobody's going to be peeking the window. Oh, what a play from NAV.
He's been bored out there. The life of the B bomb site anchor, just not even sure what's happening. Finally going to go and check it out. And this is really good. Hunter surely never going to expect this to come. 45 seconds, and he's going to turn the corner. Ooh, a little bit slow, so at least he's going to have a second more to live, but they still have a lot of defense over at A.
And NAV doesn't want to push too early and get picked off by someone in middle. He's just in position to stop things. Look at Hooksy as well going towards the B bomb site. This is going to be a flank. I don't think there's not enough time to pull them back. There's 27 seconds on the clock, and if he does, Hunter is surely going to go down. Hunter might die anyways. Elige is going to have that pick. Once again, Liquid being the proactive one. This is a long period of silence for G2.
They need that bomb plant for Hooksy to even have a role in this round, and they need it right now. 10 seconds on the clock. They need to storm the bomb site, and they're just going to get wiped out. They probably were waiting for Hooksy to do something, but then they lose that mid player, and it's all done. Hunter goes down.
That felt way too long for G2 to be in position to attack and not actually pulling the trigger on it. And then at a certain point, Liquid's just going to be like, okay, we're just going to come find what's going on. And certainly with that clock running down, you can see as soon as Liquid realizes the play towards the A bomb site, it's not about play this smart. It's not about grab an angle. It's not about be passive. Everyone get aggressive, because if they have to spend like 5, 6, 7 seconds actually fighting us and trying to trade us, that's going to chew all the time off the clock to begin with. So that G2 offense falling flat. Another double high five. Maybe they just have it down.
But this time at an awkward angle, you know.
Southpaw.
Yeah. Stuff to work on, but maybe not the most important thing right now. It's actual real stuff happening in the server.
It's important to know as well, a round like that looks silly, but I mean, obviously we see it all the time with teams that bring in new in-game leaders. There are rounds that are going to get away from you like that as you kind of get acclimated to, I mean, obviously a new in-game leader and then also a new player in JKS.
And I mean, if that A defense is a little bit further back, and instead of Hunter going down, they kind of get an opening in a bomb plant, then Hooksy's position is insane. So there are ways to make it work, but
yeah, it just felt too late in the round. Obviously, maybe it's different if NAF is actually at the B bomb site, but with his positioning pushed up, that was always going to go that way. Good kill from NAF, not bored anymore. Looking for a second, and he's going to reposition.
With the teammate coming in as well. It's looking very, very good for this B defense at the moment. Ykinda up there already with the nade. Now the smoke on top to really slow them down. G2 kind of left no man's land at the moment.
That's the AK-47 hitting the deck one more time. Hunter's going to go pick that up. 40 seconds on the clock. There's no utility. All you're looking for at the moment is dry fights. And Elige is in an impossible position to clear.
Yeah, truly. JKS going to take a swing at it, but that doesn't really get a better result. So NAF with the double, Elige with a double, and Hunter is on his own. That AK has not been doing anyone any favors so far. And you can double survive as well. So it's a flawless round for Liquid. And yeah, the return is, again, pretty swift here in the second half.
Pretty swift and pretty convincing. You mentioned it, what, 3 rounds ago on their first win. Had a lot of players surviving. This is now 3 rounds in a row where I think they've only lost 1, maybe 2 players across all 3 of those rounds. So they rich.
They've got it going on. Yeah, it's true. Almost 9,000 on NAF. That's pretty impressive. And we're nearly tied up. 11-10 right here. Liquid 1 round away. And G2, they need some of that magic back. Ooh, great read from OC. He saw it coming. Maybe heard it too. Hooksy's going to be out of it.
Yeah, Hooksy just missed the timing. A little bit late for that kind of a play. Picked off early. No chance of a trade for the G2 side of things. Now, don't get too worried if you're a G2 fan. Remember, the first half started out this way as well. I think G2 rattled off a 4-0 lead, looking solid, looking clean, and Liquid came storming back into it. So plenty of opportunity for G2 to kind of find the solution for the problem. The real issue isn't necessarily finding a round win, it's finding multiple, considering the economy and the money that's built up on Team Liquid.
But then again, playing on the T side, you would almost assume that this is where you could also send someone like Nico to do even more work, even though he's already been, you know, he's already been putting in some great hours, but maybe you could rely on him to open up some of these rounds just a little bit more. 45 seconds at the moment. Every single member of G2 is in the middle, which, yeah, if they can crack it open, but look at how they're escaping down that A ramp. So even if you get up the middle now, how are you going to check for both Nitro and Elige?
There's just so much time being spent just gaining map control. this just makes me a little bit nervous because not a whole lot of pressure on the map until very late in the round. Not a whole lot of pressure on the Liquid defense. 20 seconds and they still haven't found any contact. Elige with the off angle and Cubby gets dropped. OC picks off the bomb. That's JKS making the run. Naf on catwalk holds and we're in a 2-on-2.
I can't believe they actually find Nitro on the follow-up there. That's crazy. Oh, Yakina goes down. Hunter wins the fight. He probably should have been dead. And now Naf real far away. That is almost inexplicable how they managed to pick that one up. That should probably never have been a G2 round.
That's a huge win for Hunter off the bomb plant, sliding into the Yekindar angle. Yekindar didn't know who he was planning, or he probably would have challenged for that kind of a fight. Here's JKS finding the opening, an all-important, critical, high-impact kill, even when he goes down afterwards. This is the follow-up from Hunter. We're extending this lead to 12-10 now. So G2 found a victory here.
I really thought that probably Nitro won the follow-up. Once they clear out Elige and Sandwich, they assume that that's it, but Hunter was so ready for it, so Nitro had no chance to do anything in the round. That was also a little bit interesting.
Timeout called. Coach is going to get involved in the action. Second timeout used by Team Liquid as they talk things over. We've touched on their money a couple of times. Liquid have a few opportunities to make sure that G2 can't build this into any kind of long-term momentum in this half. At least 2 buys left in the bank of Team Liquid.
They probably feel so good about this second half so far, Liquid, at least now that they have the rifles, that maybe, you know, we've seen Naf go a little bit aggressive at times. Nitro did try and get down the A ramp here. We haven't seen any real hard fight for mid control yet, but maybe they don't even need to because they're kind of winning without it. But I mean, sometimes you do that like three-man push with two of them pushing top mid, you know.
We saw in the first half, G2 tried to pull it off a number of times, and Yekindar did a pretty good job of shutting that down on multiple different occasions.
Let's see, OC setting up in the window, but it's smoked off so quick. Elige taking the fight and looked like he should have won it. Hunter was flashed and not really ready for it. Nico's still going to be going down though. So it's an even trade, and with a good nade here, maybe Hunter is dead. It's going to bounce right off the back and blow him up. That's a great accuracy.
Yeah, cleaning up Elige's kill. Those two, Elige and Yekindar, go 2 for 1 in middle. B-bomb site under attack. Naf's on catwalk. OC just moving out of market right now. Attention is towards the op. Naf can hold the line, but OC's quick. Swings out for another fight. 2 kills for him in the bomb site, and there goes Monacy. Yekindar grabs his 3rd.
Nicely done. Getting a lot of people on that bomb site pretty quickly, and because OC is such an active AWP player, I don't think it's shocking to see him not just sort of defend the bomb site, but actually pushing forward after each peak and getting even more out of it. That's what, like 25 kills now on Yekindar, I think? So he's doing the work. And Liquid, after losing a round, they bounce right back.
There's a reason why we were so excited for him joining this team, and I think, you know, in his first event with Team Liquid at Cologne, it was more the strategic updating and the refreshed look of Team Liquid tactically and kind of the concepts and kind of taking over the team energy and emotion was the big conversation. And now, obviously, with more time and more comfort in the team, I think we'll start seeing Yekindar putting up, you know, higher volume of frags throughout these games.
Another round where they don't lose a single player. So yeah, I mean that's horrifying to think about, because even the tactical side of it is obviously has already transformed Liquid in a big way, but now Yekindar is actually putting on some crazy numbers, leaving G2 in a weird position.
The other one's looking quiet right now. Timeout taken. So G2 coach is going to get involved. Xtaz has some things to say. Him and Hooksy going to try and improvise a solution with the very little time that they've had together. Nico said in the pregame interview with Banks that Hooksy reminds him of Kerrigan.
Big words.
That is big words.
That's a reputation to live up to. I don't think many people could ever really claim that. But I mean, Hooksy's a little bit early on in his career, so
yeah.
It's
very early on in his career.
This is a stupid thing, because Kerrigan is already cemented like a lot of his legacy even in 1.6. So
True.
It's so ridiculous to imagine. Hard to follow that one, but fair enough. But I mean, I guess you could still remind him just in terms of like the way of thinking about the game.
Stylistically, yeah. Certainly not in terms of impact, certainly not probably in terms of the level that he could in-game lead at, but certainly, you know, the base philosophy that you think of.
Also hard to know when Nico says it. Is it a compliment or a...
I'm sure it's a compliment. I would guarantee it's a compliment. Let's not go down that road.
I'm just stirring the pot.
Yeah, you really are. You're stirring the pot and putting a tinfoil hat on all at the same time.
Well.
Big ol' spoon. 12-12. G2 need something to be happy about. That's not it. JKS picked off, trying to chuck out a Molotov. Towards the B bomb site we go, and this is a perfect timing for it. There's no defense here. OC's on his hustle back. He's low HP. He might catch a player walking across. Modesty trying to be quiet.
And OC's still just... It's so crazy with the aggression, you know. She pointed out already low on health, so maybe at that point in time you wouldn't normally... Oh, that's unfortunate. Nico finding it, but maybe normally if you're OC, like, I already got 2 kills, let me just chill out for a minute, but he's still just running into the bomb site anyway.
I mean, he had to make the play. He was the only one really coming over that could secure the bomb site. NAF was going to be on catwalk, which you can't really hold on to this site. You can maybe grab your 1 kill on the crossover, so OC was the only one really in position with that AWP. Liquid's about to take a 1-round lead.
And also shut down the money on the G2 side. Unless somehow Nico could get a bomb plant here, they were going to be in a lot of trouble. Swinging for it, but Crosshair in the wrong position. And it will be Liquid with that 1-round lead. 3 people surviving. Stress started the build on G2.
Yeah, still money growing for Team Liquid. Good shot from OC. And that's going to be another thing to keep your eye on with Team Liquid. Don't lose sight of OC's development as a player and as an AWPer with the addition of Yekino and all the conversation that's going to be in that direction. Obviously, OC, I think, very early returns, already kind of being propped up to be the next great North American AWPer. He'll be the second one.
Yeah, I was going to say. Pretty much not even anyone near what OC is doing right now in the region.
Yeah, but I mean, certainly the potential and the desire and the feeling is there that he's even going to be able to eclipse Skadoodle as the best North American AWPer of all time. And not quite there yet, but the signs are there.
Yeah, I would say so. It's also kind of hard to match those two up, just in terms of like how they play at different times, you know, so it's going to be a hard one to do. Look at this, though. He's showing us a little bit of a highlight reel for the round, getting a good couple of kills, and they're going to be able to clean it up. No problem. Eventually, surely, they'll find Nico inside of the smoke. And it's a 2-round lead, 14-12.
Yeah, Liquid looking composed and looking confident now. Timeout taken again. Getting down to crunch time. Surely this is another one taken by G2.
As a frequent traveler on the NA train?
Sure.
What normally happens at this point on the ride, Jason? Like it's looking good. Like
are we talking in this individual map? Or are you talking big picture?
Just in this in a match like this, like they got that lead, like it's looking real good. Like did they just arrive on time and it's all good, or?
Yeah, this game feels like they're gonna, you know, I think you're really trying to get me to jinx things, aren't you? Here is what you're doing.
I'm just asking for you. I'm just asking for you, for your confidence.
I'll fall into the trap. This Liquid at the moment looks like they're just gonna be chugging along and continue business as usual.
All right.
Of course, there's always potential that, you know, there's something on the tracks right around the corner that you just can't see.
Yeah.
That's a classic.
All right. I agree. It does look like they found the formula and are just applying it at the moment, so more power to them. 27th round, though. No smoke in the window, so OC still not feeling that confident, and Elish, though, not lacking in confidence. Gonna be able to pick up the kill, and even after that, I'm shocked that Modesty is actually expecting this. Is he going to be quick enough? Elish is so deep down there. Modesty goes down, and as they try and recover the AWP, they could have probably lost it now. NAF is pushing. So much aggression on the Liquid side, and G2 even looked like JKS was actually thinking about it, but they're still just not ready.
It's actually so cool. Just so many pushes all across the map. So much attention for G2 pointed towards middle because Yekendar's being aggressive, Elijah's being aggressive, and they never even knew that NAF was pushing up yet again. That's 2 huge pushes out of the B bomb site through those B halls for NAF in this game that have had massive consequences in the second half. And I mean, more than that, out of the timeout as well, remember. The 4th timeout taken from G2, you're coming into it with a plan, you're coming into something you want to exploit, and you get a completely different look of Team Liquid thrown at you.
Just 40 seconds. Nico's alive and Hooksy's here, but Hooksy's been having a little bit of trouble finding some of the frags that are relevant. This time, they're going to have to rely on him to do a lot if they want a chance of winning this one. Oh, the timing could not have been worse. Almost a free kill there for Hooksy, but got to be real careful. Nitro is seeing it. He's got the right read, and just stay alive, Nitro. NAF is showing up now in connector with an M4, and the time is running down here really quickly. 17 seconds now. The bomb is behind him still. That's on Nico being brought up the ramp. Nice shot from NAF, and now Nico is in a world of trouble. 10 seconds, and he's going to get crossfired out of the round. 15 on the board of Liquid.
Yeah, Nico had to find a kill there. He had to find a 1v1 to get that bomb planted safely, to put some pressure on the other defender, so he had to go for a fight instead of a plant, because there's no way you're getting out of it after the bomb goes down. Aggression is the name of the game in this round for Team Liquid. Yekindar pushing, Elige pushing, OC in support of those two, and NAF lurking on the CT side up along the B halls.
I feel like whenever people hate on Mirage, it's because they don't get to see games like these, where you actually do have a lot of the cool stuff that can happen on the CT side. I realize some teams are very hard to do this against, but...
I feel like the people who hate Mirage are, you know, let's not go down this road. I was going to say, like, mostly, like, puggers and matchmakers, although I do know a lot of pro players aren't the biggest fans of Mirage as well, but... It's taking the place of Dust 2. Hold the phone, because Liquid might win here. They're on fire again, 5 in a row. Elige traded off in 1-for-1.
Yeah, that was a hell of a shot. He needs more, and he will get it as well. Nico with a huge follow-up, make it a double, and the bomb is being planted. 3 versus 3. Spam not doing enough. Grenade not going to kill anyone at the very least, but does some good damage on the JKS. And they're going to regroup a little bit here. 3-on-3 for the after plant. Yekindar's already taken down Nico. Bomb is not that far ticked, so they have some time to work with. NAF going to swing for it here in JKS. That earlier grenade really softened up, and that is it. What a great 3 versus 3 retake. And Liquid taking down G2.
Yeah, this is a great look for Team Liquid to start out their campaign at Blast Premier in Group B, because T-side, we felt even with G2 winning some rounds, Liquid outplayed them tactically in the first half. In the second half, defense looked solid. Yekindar with an incredible game. OC was spot on with the AWP. All the elements for Team Liquid were looking good.
What a delightful way to get the day started.
Complexity
NA.
upset. Yeah, NA's on top, baby. You thought we were arrogant after the Complexity win. Just wait for this one, baby. Log on to Twitter.
Well, James is ready with the interview for us.
Elige, a very solid game there against the new G2 to start off with, and a little bit of smack talk at the end there. We throwing the Yekindar style straight at them?
Yeah, we're just having a little bit of fun. You know, they were talking a little bit before the game, after the game, in the warm-up. You know, people are doing what they're doing, so yeah, just having fun.
Now, one thing I noticed, right, since Yekindar came into the team, is that not only do I see like his presence be added to the team, but individually you've been stepping up as well. You feeling more confident, more comfortable with this?
Yeah, I think overall, like, he is a really good space maker, but I think the main thing is he's a really smart player, and I don't think that like many people know that. And he's brought a lot of structure into the team. He's a really smart, macro-oriented, and I think that I just play a lot better with structure, really.
And next up, you'll be going up against Complexity. The NA teams have gone further forward. You got a big smile on your face, hold on. How do you feel going in against Complexity, boys? Because they were looking a bit sharp.
Yeah, NA's back, boys. NA's back. That's all I gotta say. We're both 1-0. Everyone's predicting 0-2s on the NA boys, but nope.
Well, you've definitely got it, mate. Congratulations so far. And Moses, probably a very happy man right now.
Well, in the wise words of Elige, NA truly is back. Not only Liquid managing to take down a new look G2, but Complexity also managing to take down NAVI earlier on in the day. I mean, that Liquid matchup, second half, they looked in really full control of that round.
Yeah, all NA needed was EU players.
That's
and
it.
suddenly they win.
I close my eyes. I don't see the flags.
I don't see it.
It's all stars and stripes now, baby.
No, listen, back to Liquid for a second. That was a fantastic, close to perfection second half from Liquid, and it is something that was brought up at the cast by Jason. Moses O'Toole was obviously very happy right now is the proactivity of Liquid on that CT side. The amount of pushes, the amount of time the information was taken away from G2. Hooksy was in an absolute labyrinth. Nafly was pushing B, Elige was sometimes pushing connector, you had pushes down ramp from Nitro as well, and just the whole circle was closing on G2, and they never found a way out.
I spent the last 4 rounds standing behind G2 to observe this game and listening to the communication as well, and you're talking about it, all these pushes, all these aggressions coming out from Liquid. They couldn't control it. They felt like they didn't have the answer for it. Every round they were somewhat prepared for it, you know, even the communication was suggesting that we should be ready for it, but they got caught off guard all the time, and that's a great way of playing Counter-Strike if you're Liquid. You're stressing a new team with a new in-game leader, with a new player in JKS as well. The structure isn't there yet, so the game playing coming out of Liquid right here, you said the word perfection. I'm willing to bank down on that one. I think that was a perfect second half from Liquid.
That was the exact question that I was going to be posing. We all know that Yekinda, you know, loves to be getting aggressive, loves to be holding that W to be sort of pushing into the other teams. But do you think this was kind of a specific game plan coming up against G2 when they know, things are going to be up in the air in terms of the game plan with Hooksy coming into the driver's seat now? Or do you think this is more of the Liquid that we should be expecting going forward?
I just think it's a good philosophy in general to have, right? And obviously here in this scheme that we have, it fits G2, it fixed their weaknesses, it fixed the fact that they have some issues handling these push, and that's great. I just hope that they keep this philosophy. You talk about Yekindar, you could just have a look at the stats. Of course, he's on top of them. He had a great game. But it's just whenever the game is really tight, whenever the game is really close, his ability and his will to put his life on the line, and fight until he actually makes that difference. He had a couple of moments where he was catwalk on Mirage, just fighting one guy, second guy, nade onto Hunter. And these are the kills that make a game. These are the kills that actually push the edge towards your in-game leader.
Listen, the first half from Yekindar was also close to perfection. The impact he found on the T side, I believe he finished with 19 or 17 kills or something like that. Without Yekindar in that first half, Liquid would have struggled a little bit. He was the one opening over and over again. And it's not by opening one kill. He had multi-rounds, on the T side where he got 3 kills, 4 kills, and just completely single-handedly run around for Liquid. They went on to this streak in the first half, winning 5 in a row, and I thought to that moment, okay, that is G2 struggling. That is Yekindar taking over the server. And that's sort of what we felt throughout the entire game. Even though scoreboard-wise it suggested that it was a close game, it always felt like Liquid were one step ahead, especially when we got to the CT side. Aggressive Counter-Strike, proactive Counter-Strike, perfect Counter-Strike.
Yeah, definitely fully in the driver's seat there. I mean, for the side of G2, obviously, we're going to give them a little bit of breathing room. This is a new in-game leader coming into the driver's seat for their side too. But was there anything that you felt like was particularly lacking from them on the T side? Was it just their ability, or the CT side as well? Was it the ability to kind of counter those pushes coming out of Liquid?
It's not only the ability to counter the pushes, but it's the time they were taking to handle the pushes. And again, the casters did a really good job highlighting that. G2 took a very long time to absorb the pushes and kind of formulate a plan. And because of that, Liquid were just very much ready. The last 25 seconds, 30 seconds, everyone where they needed to be. And this is something that Hooksy was talking about with James. He said, listen, sometimes I know what to do, but I have to express it. I have to express it clearly. And instead of 3 seconds, maybe you use 5. Instead of 10, you use 15 to formulate a plan. And because you have your opponents just coming at you time and time again, then you play a little bit too slow and you are behind the music. And I think that's what happened to G2.
A couple of examples in the game, right? There was a couple of pushes from G2 on the T side when they went up A ramp with 10 seconds left of the round, right? You're just hoping everything is going your way, right? You need the instant kill. You need to get the bomb down instantly for that to work. But that was a great sign again of what Liquid were able to apply pressure towards G2, right? They didn't feel comfortable going up with 20 or 25 seconds left. They were being pressured all the way to the brink where they had to do a Hail Mary just to get up towards the bomb site. So again, scoreboard, suggested it was a close game. When we look into it and when we analyze it and when we dive into it, it felt like Liquid were one step ahead throughout pretty much the entire game.
Well, despite G2 unfortunately having a loss in their debut here at the Full Groups, Hunter does have a few words with Banks.
So Hunter, your first game here against Liquid, and okay, it's a tough one, right? You play on Mirage, something that you guys, I would say, normally play pretty well, but it is also the first game with the new team, so a loss still, but how do you view it? What do you look at when you come to this moment in time?
I mean, first of all, of course, it's the first game. Anything can happen, especially BO1. Liquid did really good. We started good, that's what we wanted, and 4-0 on City side, we had a lot of money. Then after 4-0, we were, I think, too passive. We didn't take any initiative, and they just used this space, especially Yekindar in the lead on mid. Yeah. And we had an issues with that because we didn't have informations. Again, we did a good comeback, 8-7-half. We won T-Pistol, 11-7. After that, I thought we'll be good because T-side Mirage we didn't have any issues on practices. Yeah. But yeah, I think we were forcing sometimes some things, not individually, but I mean, we were just forcing some things instead of playing a bit slower because they were fighting for this mid area as well on City side. And yeah, we need to just learn from our mistakes. This is the first game, and hopefully against NAVI we'll fix that and we'll be better.
And the good thing here is we look at the positives. Like you said, it's the good start. You were getting the pistols, you were converting the rounds, you weren't getting upset throughout all of it. I want to touch on a bit you said about space though, right? I'm going to take that a bit more. We heard in the interview with Xtaz, you want to get Manassi coming out there more, taking a bit more space of it. Is it about him getting some extra confidence to do that more often, or does he have to wait for Hooksy? How's it working?
I mean, with Hooksy we have a lot of space and we can do almost whatever we want, but obviously we need to say, and we cannot just do it randomly we are playing Faceit. So yeah, I mean, we are working on it. We are trying to improve really as much as we can. His communication is getting better and he's getting better in the team. He's feeling good overall. We just need him to be more free, to have more freedom and to know when to use his space that he's having.
That's what it's all about. Well, Hunter, thank you very much for your time and good luck going up against NAVI.
Thank you.
That that was some really interesting insight from Hunter. I know, Jacob, you weren't too fond of the idea of them having more space with Hooksy. We were talking about, him having the ability to dictate some more of the pace.
Just a little bit, right? It's tough. It's just one game. It's an interview. It could be taken out of context. But I want Hooksy to set in a certain play style, or at least some surroundings that these players can thrive within. I love giving space to players like Nico, Monacy, Hunter for that matter as well. They're world-class players, so of course they need, space in order to unfold the talent. But there needs to be a certain balance obtained. And I think that's something they're going to work on. The first couple of months is going to be rough for G2. It's going to be up and down. It's going to be a roller coaster. But I would love to hear, in a couple of months, Hunter saying in an interview that we now have space, but we also have structure behind the space. Because just giving them space to play FPL-style Counter-Strike, sure, that's going to net you some wins because you have so much skill on the server. But for the longevity, I want G2 to win trophies. I want G2 to be a team that can compete for the best in the world. And you need a certain amount of structure for that.
Yeah, and if Hooksy isn't really practicing it, having a little bit control of what's happening, whenever shit hit the fan and it's 13-13 scoreline, it's going to be really hard for him to shift gear and change his entire approach. We take Kerrigan as the most accomplished IGL we have right now at the very top of the mountain. I guarantee you he knows when to change the gear and when to take control and when to imprint a certain rhythm, or when he can let his teammates just happily run around like horses on the field. He knows when to change. And in Hooksy, you cannot just let people do whatever they want. You also need sometimes to control.
But it takes time to learn, right? Hooksy needs to know his players as well, knows to feel when is Nico on it, right? When do you give Nico all the space in the world? When do you give Monacy all the space in the world? You need to play with them, you need to practice with them, you need to experience a loss like this before you learn that. So no red flags here whatsoever, no alarm is ringing right now, but it's something that we can keep an eye on for the future.
Yeah, we always say you learn the most from your failures going forward, certainly. But it wasn't just Liquid flying, that's what I was going to talk about. Liquid flying the NA flag, but a complete...
Welcome back, everybody. The rematch set to begin, and it's the purest rematch you could hope for. We've got Navi, we got Complexity, and they're going to go back and duke it out on Overpass. Now, the problem is if you poke a bear in the eye and then the bear comes back, it's going to remember exactly who you are. So if you're Complexity, you've already poked Navi in the face, and now you're about to get torn to pieces. That's what I think's about to happen.
Okay, like Leonardo DiCaprio. DiCaprio? Yeah, DiCaprio.
Well, never did win.
We'll see. I think the thing is, the first map, there's a specific thing, and that was that in the first half there were, I think, like 4 clutches.
Yep.
That I remember that Complexity won, kind of just over and over again. And then the other thing that I feel like is also not going to repeat is that Electronic had a really rough map. Such a better map this time, and before the break was in peak form, so I kind of feel like that's not going to happen again. I think Navi have every right to take this to Overpass again, and it feels like a good pick for them. So we'll see if Complexity can prove that they can really beat down Navi and do it twice.
Yeah, shake it off. You got battered, stand up, whop them. We'll see. Complexity to the T side, already very quickly through the short water. They're going to hit this B site. They got nobody to their left. It's 2 players in Perfecto and Electronic down here on Monster. And, Electronic quite blind. Catches JT at the very least, but we're looking at a 4-player post plant comfortably for Complexity. Bitten head trick coming around from Graffiti already. What can they see? What can they find? Nobody seems to be showing face at the moment for Complexity because they put that bomb down, and now they just need to hang on. Jump spot elicits a couple peeks. Now, they saw Floppy peek from default, and Grim just shot a bullet. That's 3 players' positions confirmed. Now you just got to kill them. That's the hard part. They decide to swarm towards Head Trick. Knives out. And Fang will finish what Grim starts.
He didn't let him get it.
How dare you, Fang?
Oh, he was out of bullets too. That's $1,500, man. that can make a difference. Even do it for the money. But hey, that's gotta feel good. Simple just tweeted out that he had a call with the boys and he called a pistol strat for them.
Okay.
I'm going to assume it was a T-side pistol strat, so we'll see in the second half. But maybe we can name the strat Simple,
We'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, we'll see if it's...
Damn, he's calling from abroad.
He's calling from abroad, yeah.
Simple as...
Phone a friend.
Truly is omnipresent.
Yeah. That was good, though. Vicious attack.
Yeah, they knew what they wanted.
Yes.
They got it. That flashbang as well just completely deletes any chance that Electronic really had. Still manages 1, but it's just blind fire with the Berettas. Grim would have had more than a Mac 10 had he been allowed to second knife. But he'll let that go. and die inside that smoke. JT tries to take the place of the front runner. Both the MAC-10s down with nothing. The 5-7 of Electronic, 2 kills. 5-7 of SDY, 1.
Oof, and they had no one coming up late long, so look at Fang, right? He's stuck holding this and hoping that someone peeks him.
God, what a tough spot.
Teammate of the back. Oh, man, I mean, obviously going A is just going to be pretty hard. Electron doesn't have to move. He's got a teammate beside him.
Scout shot even connects. Fang, 1 kill up close. That's it. Navi just absolutely whomped them.
Yes. They created the concave around, like a setup around the back of Dice and Optimus and Long. And, you know, if there was no one Long, it's a whole lot easier. But with the amount of time left on the clock, of course, Complexity could have tried to get control of that area, come in late, but they just had no odds when it came down to 2 players. Nice shots, though, being hit from Navi.
Hey, man, you highlighted it right before this one went live, right? The individual level of Electronic, stark improvement from map 1 to map 2. He just shredded 2 heads inside that bomb site.
Yeah.
MP9 from Bit. Nice second kill. Finds Hauser on the fallback. Goes back at it for Floppy. So 3 MP9 kills, nice and easy for Bit. This force buy nets them absolutely nothing. Not a single point of damage done. Grim, full-fledged 1v5.
And no damage. Yeah, no damage done this round. With some attempts. Bit will be pivotal. He's going to try to take control of Khan a lot of the rounds. He'll get tons of action. And he also, I don't think he actually went positive on Mirage versus G2, but I thought aim-wise, maybe we had some favorable spectating going on, because I feel like whenever Prius is watching him, he was getting a nuts
Prius,
frag. Yeah.
Prius bias.
And Prius likes Bit. Prius and Bit heart. Yeah, you can tell.
Bit tucks into the connector. Fang said after the win over Navi earlier today that, you know, a win versus Navi is still a win versus Navi. No asterisks, no matter what. And he's got a valid point. But then the fact that they get to replay the exact same map in the exact same day could definitely take some of the, you know, legitimacy out of that one.
Yeah, he did,
especially in the fashion, right?
I think you did misquote him a little. He didn't say no asterisk no matter what, right?
I did add.
You did
yeah,
add.
I made that part up.
That's important to, yeah.
But the gist of it was, of course, you know, it's still going to do us good. It's just nice to get a result out of the gate.
No, yeah, he had a point there, man. It's still better than some of the teams that he's lost to, you know, in these past few months. It's not been a good run for Complexity recently, so yeah, it was worth being proud of, absolutely. And as we've seen already from this last map with Head Trick, I mean, he's been awesome. And I think the coolest part is that, like, he's just playing his style. And we've watched him play for seasons on Navi Junior, and he's playing a lot like he does there, which I didn't think, you know, I thought he would try to alter a little bit, change things up, maybe fall to the pressure, but he hasn't really.
Between now Bit, Monacy, and Head Trick, right? I brought that point up earlier where Navi and G2, there's 3 players from the Academy League, but that's not just 3 players from the Academy League. That's 3 players from Navi Junior specifically. Very good scouting process going on. One of the organizations that says, you know, Blade actually has his eyes on both rosters, and I see why. He's feeding them right into the main lineup and proving their worths. Turns out Blade knows a good CS player when he sees one, but that's an excellent grenade bouncing off of the side of short. Poor JT down to 51 before he sees a thing. Flash behind the wood.
Hey, not too shabby. Oh, shot missed here from Head Trick, holding for the stairs peak. One comes out right below it. He's got some help behind him. Interesting, because they don't actually have to move in this position, and they might just think they're hunting down an Opper, but they're not.
Bit keeps it nice and clean versus Grim. There's the connection from Head Trick, so his op finds.
That was cool. I mean, you know, they had to understand that they still had a really good position, even though they didn't have cover behind them. Wow. what a peek. Head trick is not holding wide at all. Just a pixel. And
Hang now.
Floppy doesn't give him anything.
Didn't see the player back truck. Oh, but he turns it. And there's Perfecto peeking out from Banks. So we've got a Floppy clutch in the cards. Perfecto already on the Banks dumpster. Oh, what? Floppy sees that one coming. Cuts it down to just him versus SDY. Didn't catch him on that cross. Little jiggles. Pixel peeks. He gets the duel he wants, but lesser health, and Some Die Young sticks the landing, denies Floppy his clutch.
Down. A nice try. You know, this man has made a magic sometimes with his clutch rounds, and overall did a lot of work here, actually, before the clutch even took place. So nearly the 4 frags. Calls up Perfecto, top of the bin, but SDY deals with it.
Всегда играйте на размен, парни, когда вы вдвоем.
That's an interesting keyboard that Electronic has.
It almost looked like a membrane keyboard.
Yes, it looks like an old office keyboard,
Nice
right?
little
Whoa! Oh,
damn
man.
Windows.
Round started. We can't comment on that anymore.
It's gone.
Off limits.
So 4 straight from Navi off of losing pistol.
You know, there are still some top KZ players that still use membrane keyboards. Wow.
It's because KZ doesn't pay the bills.
Yeah, they need a sponsor.
Well, I thought maybe a foot would be spotted, but JT gets away with all 4 limbs, all 10 toes.
I like this call from JT. I mean, they're clearly going to set up for a full B exec in a second, but they're making sure to hold on to their default at the same time. So the walkout starts to take place. It's moving at a pretty good tempo, but the flash comes up for Perfecto, and he does a lot of damage.
Very nice indeed. Electronic sliding by, finishing what Perfecto got started. A ton of damage from Perfecto. Good supporting flash from SDY off Graffiti. And that's what they've been doing now back-to-back rounds, right? Last time it's the double peak from Electronic and Perfecto into short. This time they just do it deeper over on Monster. Both times they call out where Complexity are in fact stacking. Bit nicely timed flank, but he doesn't finish Fang. Grim hits the dirt, 10 health in the 1v2, and not fast enough to stop Navi from finding themselves on fire.
Yeah, well, yeah, nice timed flank right there. Some good attempts. The walkout was interesting. I don't think there was flash support behind it from the T side, and the CT's clued into it. As soon as their smoke came up, they gave him a second, let him get comfortable, and it looked like they were about to turn that corner, but Navi were clued in. 5 straight on fire. Back to pistols here for Complexity.
Ooh, timing there almost for Grim, but he runs right into the nade.
That was an and one right there.
Yeah, out. Alley-oops himself.
Will he hit the flick? The diagonal flick upwards when the head pops up.
Nope, never even sees it coming.
Someone dies in the story.
Bit trying to control that off. Good idea.
Fang has played nuts today. He's been getting a lot of great kills. And even a couple moments in this half so far where it's like, oh, great flank on him. Good awareness. And then he turns around. He's ready. Twist, Nafly, Fang. That's all I'm going to say.
Quick answer from Perfecto. They tried to press up close, but Perfecto cuts it down very easily. Follows through. Fang, nothing further after that one. So Navi get past the Desert Eagles and the Tech Nines, and despite Fang's best efforts from long, as the 3rd best Canadian player.
Yeah. I mean, who else is on the short list? I mean,
Hexed. He's up next.
True, Hex is up next.
I mean, we haven't seen him play in Europe. We haven't seen him play at Blast yet, but
yeah, there's the hashtag.
Hexed is next. Evil Geniuses.
I made a deal with him. That
Hexed?
Yeah, because he said, "Follow me back." I don't know if he sounds like that. I said, if you win a series at Blast, I'll follow you back.
That's fair.
Yeah.
A series, including best of ones, right?
Oh, shoot. Yeah, fine. I mean, it's not going to be easy. A lot of good teams here.
We would know what he sounded like if he'd sign up for some content, but he made Cirque do it all this morning.
Yeah.
So, got my eyes on you, Hext.
He's a one trick. He's only good at CS. Well,
here we go.
It's been a few minutes since Complexity have won a round. See if they can turn that around.
It's rounded out by. They get past the deep molly quick. But Connector, dangerous game to play there, Grim.
They've got Bit, though. He's kind of activated now. And Head Trick is still holding this. He falls back.
Oh!
But Bit doesn't need a babysitter.
It's so clean. Now he does turn his attention away from Grim as Head Trick falls back a bit. So he gets left on his own. Not quite able to skate around that corner fast enough. Still, man advantage secured thanks to Bit and some very quick rifle work. Here's the op shot from Head Trick. Misses the mark. JT, with a double of his own. Channels his inner Bit. And JT, known for his entries, goes hard into this A site. Electronic, he's got a gap to work with. JT stranded at the moment. Floppy slowly creeping in from this long B flank. And he's going to time it properly, so it seems. A little bit of space here as Electronic extends outwards, and it's Grim to end it all. So 2 kills to Grim, 2 kills to JT. Complexity find their second win.
Yeah, I think that was actually 3 for Grim and 2 for JT right there.
Ooh.
Well done. Yeah, they look sharp. I mean, JT can shoot like that. I mean, they've got really no issues. Beautiful. Head Trick did miss a little bit this round. It's noted. It will be noted. He's had enough success. I feel like it's fine to point that out. Look at that keyboard.
It's just so flat.
It's so flat. Is he playing on a membrane keyboard? He's also a 1.6 movement player.
But also,
it's entirely
I feel like
possible.
nowadays you can get like membrane-style looking mechanical keyboards.
No, what I meant by that is not that movement players are poor. It's that they actually prefer membrane keyboards.
Okay.
Yeah, and Electronic isn't poor.
No, he's not.
So it could be preference. We're not poor, okay?
I prefer the term frugal.
We just don't shower.
That's why they gave us rivers. A little bit of damage there. Fang doesn't give a damn. He's fast past the flames. Much heavier presence from Navi down on this B site. And it's not just going to sit back on the other end of these tunnels. Electronic already starting to pry into short. But because of that forward presence from Bit, and with Head Trick inside a connector last round, looks like Complexity have been conditioned to take this one slow. They drop the smokes, and they crawl their way towards bathrooms as Bit backs up.
He heard you.
Smoke's about to fade.
So what do you mean, I back up?
Yeah, I go where?
Yeah.
Cuts down JT, so he won't be able to add another multi-kill to the tally. Not this round.
Can't find him.
Potentially going to throw Fang up onto the flower pots again.
They're kind of chilling, right? 50-second mark. No one to rescue from the bathrooms. Rifler safely back on site. Rotations are all fine. Very tough situation here for Complexity. Floppy's in an interesting spot, but his team isn't close to him. This is that beautiful setup we saw in the last rounds.
Oh, but he's turning around.
Great trade potential, yeah.
34 health left over, though, and he's pinched. Stuck between the long peak and that last bathroom's player, Perfecto. He's inside sight. Bank player doesn't see him, and he controls the spray. With so few bullets left, he gets that second kill to Fang, and that just sucks the life straight out of Complexity because Floppy's trying another one of those cheeky B to A flanks. No time for him to recover this one. Perfecto lets Fang go by, stops bomb, ends it all for Complexity.
Yeah, hard for Complexity to read. A third rifler would have been there at that moment. Normally, you have the double rifle set up in the bathrooms, maybe an off at bank watching long. They didn't see that. I'm not surprised they don't fully clear the truck in that situation, but This is Perfecto's golden ticket, and he will not let this slip, so really well done. The trade was possible, and then Floppy's flank actually could have been impactful, but not going to be the case today. Really nice moves from Bit, though, man.
Yep.
This has been a clinic from him. 14-5 already.
Damn. 9 rounds deep. Picking up the slack in Simple's absence.
Yeah. Some of the best riflers of all time play this position, you know, controlling Con, pushing up towards stairs. It used to be Electronic, now it's Bit. It used to be Fur, it used to be Rain. Hungry riflers.
Nice turn back. Perfecto commits to the spray. Only finding the one. Fang, third man in, trades it out. SDY's back, stuck inside Graffiti. Electronic burned away into short, so that for a moment stopped Fang, but he just died with bomb inside the water. Bit keeps it quick. A second, perhaps? No, JT can't finish that one. And with SDY being able to tuck back into cover, suddenly JT feels surrounded, and he is. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Navi continue to rack up round wins.
They've figured something out. These impeccable timings on the monster swings over and over again. And it doesn't feel like a complexity being incredibly obvious, but they are just checking it at the right time. They hear this flash, and they already have 2 here, which is the problem to begin with. You try not to come out of monster if you think they're, you know, in this 2-player setup. But we've already seen Navi, first of all, they had 3 players on A the last round. Now the double monster setup 2 times in a row. They have a good feeling for what complexity want to try to do. Another tactic call, and it's a situation where, you know, Bit's walking around the bathrooms with no help, but getting multi-frags. You can't just leave that part of the map. You do have to try to push him back. That should be the easier part of the round. Easier said than done, of course. There's a lot of good fights for him to take, but they can't just pretend like A doesn't exist just because he's playing well. More on that next round, though. Just going to try to pull out an eco here.
Floppy tagged.
Ooh, it looks like they are game planning back to work. He's going to set a record if they keep doing this.
Comfortable lean back from Navi this time. Complexity going to be checking every corner. Bit doesn't tend to let them get this close. Head trick shaves one off, but Grim, nice answer back with the scout. Still, players starting to move up pretty quickly into the A site. They take Sumdai Young off of Graffiti. They bring Electronic up as well. Once upon a time, Floppy spamming through Monster, but that's been pretty quiet as well, so justified A stack.
I'll give Long a little bit of love. Look at Bit just standing out in the open.
Come get some.
Wow, not a care in the world. He knows he's better right now.
He's going to go extend outwards, tries to hold on to the bomb control. Last bullet finishes Grim and sets up Electronic to close it. So 3 kills versus the Pistols and Scout for Bit.
It's about to be a reference game here for Bit. Of course, I mean, not a most staunch competition, but it is a revenge match here.
176.
Wow, 176.
11 rounds in.
I'll take off my shoes to count that high.
How many toes do you have? I could use a couple.
Yeah.
Buys back. All right, Complexity. What else you got in the tank? Not quite the glorious game that they started the day with, but Floppy, his chance to recover that, and it gets shut out by Electronic. Support's there. We got the wall bangs coming through. Floppy with just too much to handle, and Bit right back at it. Complexity, no, he's never too far. but he keeps it fresh. Drops bomb again. Being set up nicely. SDY's got the flashbangs for days. B site, A site, doesn't matter. His assists are all over the place. And Fang finally puts an end to the beast.
So he can die.
But never for too long.
All right. So they're showing Long a little bit of love here, which is great. I think this has been underutilized for sure on these A hits, but down in numbers is just another problem. So we'll see what they do off the back of this. They've been mauling the back of Dice. Does Fang come forward through the smoke? He does. Oh, but SDY gets to hear it all.
Yeah, he got hit by that.
I think he could have chilled in the smoke for a second.
Grim, not going to get any closer, so Halzerk looking for the 1 versus 4. Flashbangs pressuring him, 30 seconds to the clock, and he hits the first shot, critical. Goes for that bank peek, but a quick tuck from SDY keeps him out of danger. Now he's just going to rush this one outwards. Halzerk hears the run-up. No scope for you, good sir. SDY jumps up and over, gives Navi yet another.
Yes, they'll take that one. Man, they got to feel pretty good right now. It's tough that this map isn't going well, of course, for Complexity. They're about to clean house, right? They came so close to taking out Liquid, 14-11 on Vertigo at one point. Maybe even a little bit better than that. And now in the rematch on the same map versus the same team, it's not looking quite as clean. Still a few rounds potentially left in this half. And for me, I think this is the map that feels the smallest these days versus the M4s for the T side. So I think you feel pretty good. 5 rounds.
First one's good. Just suffocating. Every time they try to get to this B site, they're met by aggression, peaks, consistent pressure. And yet again, it gives them man advantage. Grim pulls away from Monster with Halzerk, moving that bomb around towards A.
Yeah, they might have a tempo here. I mean, Fang's about to turn the corner on Long, and they just showed tons of presence towards B. They've got a lot of attention from the CT side, still waiting for Monster. And you can see that they need to retake Monster, so they re-smoke the back of it, and then they'll come and clear out the close angle. They need to get a full visual on this, so they're about to do that now. But in this moment is the time to attack for Complexity if they're reading the map correctly. CT start to move in. Oh, Bit spotted maybe.
See it. Shadow advantage. Bit gets Fang. Oh, but the nade finds him. Nice utility there from Halzerk. This time he's got an assist in Grim on this bomb site. But Halzerk gets flanked by Electronic. Cut out of it quickly. Grim, chance to line him up, but they're so ready for the peak, and it's just Navi who are way too sharp for Complexity to handle this time around.
Yeah, there's something special about being, that being Bit's 20th kill. Even spotted right there, they have him. They're lining up the perfect shot, and they still can't kill him because he's just so accurate at the moment. What's his HSP looking like, I wonder?
Grenade damage has been immense versus Ts and CTs this round.
Yeah, you want that one. I mean, that's that peak and that chance came because they got long control, got all the way up to the corner. So that was kind of good, but just didn't get the kill itself. Another great flash. Wow, these supporting flashes for Bit have been extraordinary.
SDY, baby. He's got the utility covered. That's now confirmed. A site, B site, and connector. He can do it all.
Yeah, the worst part is he plays in con and he gets out. No one kills him even leaving.
Just disappears.
You got to find him again.
Man. Vanishes like a wisp of smoke.
Yeah. And now he's setting up for a play where he can flank around Long if they leave this unchecked, and they haven't been going here a lot. Some pressure on B.
Floppy trying to do his best, feign a little presence, but catching Halzerk like that outside bathrooms is big. Bomb now in the dirt as well, so JT backs up a second. Gonna let Floppy come and join him. Trying to clear Banana from this side of it.
It's kind of floating here. I mean, he doesn't really need to be watching like this, but okay.
It's an open door for Floppy to take down a big scalp. Still, a 2 versus 5 in round 14. JT looking to get his feet onto the bomb site. Ever closer they get, and SDY and Electronic, despite Bit's inability to get one this round, it's still Navi easy.
I think he just plays like that because like he feels like the round's already won.
There's so many players on site anyways.
Yeah, exactly.
Do whatever the hell you want.
He's just trying to be closer to the action if possible. But that's the kind of bravado he's earned today. Again, great work there from Hedrick. And the makings of a beautiful, pristine CT side to kick off Navi's revenge.
It's definitely the kind of result that just wipes the smile off Complexity's face, and Electronic wipes 1.5 off of the monster push. Grim's got a double kill. They still have to deal with Perfecto inside water. He's gonna play inside this smoke with 2 kills. Maybe they let this slide. Oh no, they're looking for him. They tag him, and sure enough, Floppy ends it. Head trick from inside the heaven smoke. But Bit's gone unchecked. He's already up on short.
Let him disperse.
Grim getting off that bomb site's pretty big, or else you'd have Floppy and Halzerk just corralled between what's left of the CTs. Just a third. That's all they're fighting for. A third T round win, if possible. Head trick, nice quick scope into Halzerk. Drops down with time being limited. Tries to close this distance, and Grim, he's got the audio. All he needs. Point blank. The op just doesn't have time.
Wow.
No, sir.
NT.
Not enough. Beautiful shots from Head trick to close out the half, but it is Grim with 3 kills and Complexity 3 rounds as they'll have to take to the defense.
I couldn't even see him. What the Let's go Flames. To be right now. Window and B. Nice.
Smoke AC. I might. AC failed the smoke. Can smoke on the right with double swing. Let's double swing. 3, 2, 1. AC left side.
1v1.
Was Zaibu. Bomb is not for you.
No kit, man.
Parlez français. Je regarde des faux, je regarde des faux.
J'ai le spawn.
Je regarde des faux, y'a rien.
Je pense qu'il va être côté appartement.
Ouais.
You can play kitchen if you want, bro.
He was 1 HP, yeah? Yeah, I'm playing kitchen.
Ziwu, 1 Can you check from time to time short and be up silly? I'm just hiding.
Yes, I'm checking something.
Attends un peu avant de planter, Kevin, qu'il est ton appartement.
Je vois un spawn.
What's up?
Prends bien l'appart, Kematou.
Check again, Ilya.
Planting, he's checking.
Check
Planting.
Matou, t'as une mollo.
They have CT.
One CT.
I can flash CT.
TTT, price it. Last it, ticket.
Cache-toi. Défaut.
Ticket last. No,
I
hiding
hold it,
ticket.
Pas de kit, Kevin. Il t'a vu avec la netcam. Peut-être pas.
Nice! Sick.
Rushing, I'm blind.
Bang.
Mola.
Down.
Low. Dead.
You think me?
Okay. We can play kinda aggro on ramp, guys, we're 3.
Let's nade sandbags. Wait.
I smoked the one to pick. I'm picking with you now.
Wait,
I'm dead.
nice. One up, nice.
2 ramp.
One more.
Ramp, 1 more. He's looking Ivy. Nice. Ramp.
Nice.
Wait.
Rush B.
Okay. Nice.
I bait you, Jackie. I bait you.
They're not coming.
They want.
Yeah, they want.
They're in.
That tunnel.
They're in.
I'm flashing the door smoke. I'm going through.
Xbox. One dead. I'm full
Dead
blind.
Xbox.
2 car.
Tunnel.
Nice! Sick!
Smoked.
He smoked.
Monster.
And so we bounce back into what is, to be blunt, a beating. Navi just mopping the floor with Complexity at the moment. But it will be Complexity to switch over to that CT side. Maybe this could be the saving grace. Give us at least a little more to talk about. But for now, the only thing we can really look at is Bit and his 22 kills over the course of that first half. Electronic had his moments. Headtrick had some nice clean op shots too. But it was Bit who just dominated that upper forward A site.
Seriously. It was a beautiful game from him, and full credit to his teammates for throwing a number of excellent flashes. He was everywhere all the time.
SDY gets out from Monster, but he's very much on his own. And he's got 4 CTs busy at the moment.
That's very annoying for them. Because again, you know, when someone makes these presents, you have to physically clear it. You can throw smokes and stuff, but it's not quite enough. So that ties you up for a bit.
We see that now. They just went off of the flash to peek down Monster.
And meanwhile, it's a full A attack getting ready.
Yeah, poor Halzerk. He's got a lot coming at him. Fang and Grim will be the first 2 to scramble up, and Fang's already behind the truck, so a little more comfortable than Grim per se, but point blank, Bit connects with the Glock. SDY still floating around down towards B. Floppy, fond of those B flanks, but this time he falls victim 2-1. And it's man advantage here for Navi with that compromised backline. So JT's completely out of this retake until he can deal with SDY, if he can deal with it. In the meantime, his 2 other teammates start to push out. Grim, a 1 and done, and that flank's good for 2. SDY really ends this, and with a pistol win on top of that first half, it looks like Navi are sprinting towards the finish line.
Does feel like it, surely. And at record pace. A nice shot there on Floppy from SDY, jumping away, hit that upward flick, and not only did he feign presence out Monster, but he re-aggressed with the B site to make sure he was a part of this exact from a distance. Oh, yeah.
I love that half-second pause as well.
Made sure to aim.
And he lands it. So Grim MP9, 4 Desert Eagles. It's about all Complexity are going to be able to offer us in this CT side. Forced to the very end. Ooh, and Grim goes down nice and easy.
It's already a very good anti-eco shaping up with the long control coming in very fast. No scout there on the A site to stop him from, you know, holding shift and W at the same time. And they're going to find it open. Perfecto can't be on con duty right now. But SDY is right here to collect the eco frags. Eat him up.
Turns back and finds Fang, honed in on him. Floppy grabs the MP9 from Connector. Headtrick his chance to grab a couple, but that also gets shut down. So these pistols are doing enough to at least give themselves a slight chance of a retake, but no kit, only a smoke, and no information as to where Navi have gotten off to in these post plants. It's going to be a desperate run at this A site. And unfortunately for them, Perfecto connects it quick. 14 to Navi. And we're talking about a Navi that was mere rounds away from ending this group in 4th place. Now, they'll be staring at Liquid for a chance to come in first.
That's the Navi I remember.
Yeah, it is.
You know, this last year, Navi, they've just been winning way too much. This is more classic. Still winning, but taking longer and making it look like they're about to lose.
Taking their time, getting in the reps. But unfortunate place for Complexity. They'll come through with the deco. Save some money. Swing those hand cannons. It's the right stack at the very least. You got 5 players on this bomb site. Weird things can happen. Fang kicks it off. Electronic, that's 4. And an anti-eco ace is stolen away by Bit. Electronic does the heavy lifting. Bit gets his 24th. Mere moments away from the end.
Well, I guess the last fun thing that we can watch is now Electronic is in the running to overtake Bit in this game in terms of kills.
Damn.
But he would have to ace.
Yeah, but look at that. Blade runs right to the bullet point. Bit's got the fresh information. You have to ace. Watch Bit and Electronic literally run. Who gets to fight first?
Yes. They're so pretending to be serious right now. This is all about the kills.
They're glued to each other, and they might both die to Fang if he can find timing on the flank. Yep, sure enough. That's a way to end it in Bit's favor. Assuming that the rest of Navi can recover, and so far so good. They've got Hauser pinned into the corner. He's not alone there. Grim very much next to him. Perfecto very dangerously close to these two CTs. Bomb gets moved along, down long.
Oof.
And there's not much left of Hauser. 15 health, but now they don't know about Grim. He catches him off, goes for the second in bathrooms, and Head Trick is going to keep this round alive. A 3v5 to end Complexity's chance at continuing a CT half? Maybe. It would need the 1v2 clutch, and it looks doable. Floppy, known to be on the flank, sure enough, wrapping around bathrooms, and Head Trick plants on the appropriate side of Dicebox. He's got less health.
Oh. And the smoke to make it look like he could go long. And now you can play it from CT, clear out CT, come either back to bank or go up the other side. Plant's open for him. Floppy bites on it, walks around, and Head Trick, he may have done it.
Head Trick piecing this one together. Playing with what feels like years of wisdom. Tucks it in perfectly. Floppy runs out, gets double dinked, goes down, and Navi, salt in the wound, insult to injury, a 3v5 to close a dominant rematch. The exact same map, the exact same teams on the exact same day, and a total contrast in terms of results.
That was extraordinary. It's going to feel good for him. Again, a great day of CS from Head Trick, I think. I just want to keep pointing that out. Coming in from the academy. Look at how much taller everybody is than him. This must be very intimidating, and he was leading the way even when they were losing. So super big credits to him for stepping up.
He is stomping on the shoulders of giants, is Head Trick today. We hand this one down to James and Blade.
Thank you very much, guys. I've got Blade with me here, and well, Blade, I know you said you wanted to fix some mistakes. This was more than just fixing mistakes. This was domination. You must be very happy.
Yes, pretty confident game. I told you that we made too many mistakes last game, and I will just speak about this. And we tried not to anticipate the same, and basically, it was much easier to play now the same map. With more confidence after win versus G2, and we were lacking a lot of individual performance from Beat on first map, on Overpass, and now he was much better, he was confident.
He looks really confident, but I also want to touch on Head Trick, right? He's come in, you don't expect him to put up symbol numbers, right? But he's doing a very good job. How have you reviewed it so far? Are you impressed?
I'm impressed in terms of his experience and in terms of his age, right? And I see a lot of mistakes, but I make a discount because I know that he, in terms of thinking, decision making, I'm not used to this. That's why I'm like, oh, not good, not good, not good.
Well, sometimes you've got to give some discounts, but you've got another game to get ready for. But before that, Blade, I've got one more question to you that's coming from the Blast.tv viewers. They can been on there and they had a choice to ask you some questions, and they want to know, which active map would you remove to have Tuscan added instead?
Vertigo.
Vertigo. Ah, that was always an easy one. Bye-bye, Vertigo. Let's have some Tuscan.
That was an absolute sprint from the side of Navi. It may have been the same map that we saw taking place earlier on, but it could not have been a more different result. 16-3, and a more characteristic Navi, I think it's fair to say, that we were expecting coming into the full groups.
We're back from the upside down. We're back into normalcy.
Nature's
We're back
restored,
into the logic
it's
world.
healing.
Exactly. Nature is healing, as you say, Faye. Listen, we had the Navi that we expected, way more proactive, taking charge, Bit being out there, having the multi-kills, traumatizing Complexity early on in the game, and dictating the pace, which is what I expected in the first game, did it in the second.
You saw it from the get-go. You saw Bit with an MP9 going down to underground and just laying down the land, you know. We talked about the space that Complexity got in the first game, the fact they were able to get control over underground toilets area, etc., and then execute simply on towards the bomb site. They weren't given any space whatsoever here by Navi, and that was a big change in the game plan coming out from them. So well done to Navi. They made Complexity look like, I guess, the old Complexity, which isn't necessarily a compliment, but overall, when I look back to these guys, you know, they played two good games of Counter-Strike. They were one round away against Team Liquid from actually, qualifying into the final match. So despite that it ends on a bit of a rough tone right here, I still think Complexity can be happy. The problem is that the fashion they lost right here, that's going to sting a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a bad look for Complexity, but then you do look at this scoreline and go, Simple isn't in the mix for this team.
No.
But I love that we saw this resurgence from Bit, because you were posing it, Maniac, the overpass that we saw earlier on. They were kind of avoiding Bit in terms of sort of attacking towards his area of the map, and the space that Bit managed to get, the impact that he managed to get as well. What we would kind of expect.
Bit had a much lower impact in the first game around. I think JT and the squad did a very good job avoiding him in that first game, and Navi made sure that they couldn't avoid Bit as well. It also speaks a lot. It speaks volume about Glaive, about the Navi squad as well. Their ability from map 1 to map 2, that being overpassed the first time and second time around, to fix out problems, fix out solutions. And I was surprised by the face that Navi shown in that first game, that they lost to Complexity, but then this is a great reminder of the quality that they have, and this is the argument that I was bringing forth. Sure, Simple isn't here, the best player in the world isn't here, but there is so much depth, so much resource in that roster that this should be enough of making an easy way of Complexity.
Yeah, and then it just fell a little bit flat for Complexity, because you're right, they were trying to avoid Bit, even in this game as well, but every time they went through Monster, they got completely shut down by Electronic and Perfect over there. We saw that a couple of times in the first couple of Barons. They tried to flash through, they tried to do it execute, they tried to do it fast, but didn't really work out for Complexity, unfortunately. So it wasn't like JT and the boys didn't try out, but nothing worked out for Navi whatsoever.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Complexity.
Yeah, I was going to say everything worked out for the side of Navi. I do just want to point towards Electronic in the equation here as well. We saw him, having just a slow start to the full groups, but he completely powered up coming into things as well. And we can't forget, he is now in-game leading for the squad too. And we were really impressed with, him taking on this role, what we saw before the break. I'm glad that he's kind of, powering, resurging back up into this.
Yeah, and it's to be expected from a man of the quality of Electronic. We have to realize that he had to play today without his superstar, and he is still relatively new to his role. And I'm sure he had equations to solve that he had never really foreseen. Like, how the hell am I supposed to play these rounds when Simple isn't here? And of course, I do want to talk about Hetrick just a little bit. He filled in gigantic boots, gigantic shoes in name Simple. I think he impressed a lot of people. I think he put out a very positive message out there, a very positive impression. Let's be clear, no one here is even considering Hetrick could replace Simple, never ever, and it's not even the point. It's way beyond the discussion. But the thing is, it's a beautiful platform for Hetrick to showcase his talent right now. The way he's playing here at Blast, going up against Complexity, going up against G2, now he's going to face Liquid. Maybe some people out there are just having a look at him. How is he playing? That kid is interesting. Maybe I want my future to have that face right here, cute little face. Maybe it's right there. He's putting himself on the map.
I just want to reiterate what I said before we even started the games today, that Hetrick, of course, he's not playing to take over Simple spot, as you explained right here, but perhaps there's a conversation to be had about some Young spot. He's currently just a stand-in until after the major, and who knows what's going to happen with Navi during the major. Of course, if they end up winning, they're most likely not going to make a roster change. Some Young is going to stay, but he hasn't really had the best start, I'd say, individually speaking for Navi. The team is still thriving. They're still performing with Simple on the squad as well. Electronic playing well, but Hetrick, with the way he's been playing so far, and especially what Blade said right here, the fact that he's very mature in his decision-making, not making any mistakes. You saw in the very last round here as well, winning a 1v2 clutch where he completely outplayed Floppy in the 1v1. He's showing a lot of maturity on the server early on, and I like what I see. So maybe Some Young is the one who has to watch his shoulder down the line.
Yeah, I love the fact that Blade, we know he's been talking about the fact that he's been keeping an eye on this Navi junior squad. He knows the players really well. We've seen a hell of a lot of talent coming through that Navi junior squad as well. And I also like that Hetrick, we haven't seen him trying to replicate that Simple style, because that was something that we were saying coming into this. You cannot try to be Simple. Don't try and kind of fill those boots in the sense of that same stylistic approach, because I like that we get to see what his kind of personality and gameplay is about.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. And I think that the positions that he is filling also means that he cannot just be hiding in the shadow, right? He's in positions where he is bound to fight. He is bound to be messy. He's bound to get muddy. And I think he kind of took the challenge by the horn, and it went fine. I just wanted to add on that Some Young discussion. We have to be careful not to be blinded. Had Hetrick stood in for Some Young today, maybe he would be at the bottom of the scoreboard, because these two players are having completely different games, different challenges, different tasks. So in the position that he has been put in, I think he's doing fantastic. I think he's getting the kills that he's supposed to, not giving a lot of kills away. Would it be in Some Young that takes different qualities?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, just moving on to the discussion of Complexity, of course, it is the end of the line here at the groups. They do move into that third place seeding for the elimination gauntlet heading into next week. But as you were saying, Jacob, yeah, maybe despite the 16-3 loss for Navi, I don't think they should be too ashamed of the other games they played, obviously taking down Navi in that first game. Incredibly close versus Liquid, although they did let it slip away in those final moments. I wonder whether there was a mentality impact coming into this game as well.
Maybe, and maybe we saw the consequence of slipping that game game away against Liquid into the Navi game, it's felt like a team that all of a sudden lost all that confidence they were playing with in the first couple of games. The problem is the consequences are right here in front of you, right?
Yeah.
They hit the jackpot. What do you mean they hit the jackpot? Look, they could have played against.
No. You have no idea.
True.
You have no idea who's coming down in that bracket, and they have to win three.
Yeah, maybe they should end the lottery
I know.
after this. Yeah, I think that is definitely going to be a tough challenge. Just to reiterate, obviously going into next week, that is all going to be best of threes. And yeah, where Complexity are finding themselves, that does mean one best of three loss. They are eliminated. They do move to the depth of the showdown. I don't want to throw any shade, but Complexity definitely familiar with the sort of terror of the showdown and what can happen there.
Yeah, and we come back to the discussion we had in these clutches against Liquid and the consequences, causing consequences in Counter-Strike. You can be at one point in time in a day 14-11 up, 14-10 up. You have a clutch that could kind of push you into the top two of your group. In the end, you lose that clutch, and now you're in third position, and you have to go through the gauntlet all the way.
The problem for Complexity is they have to win 2 best-of-3 games at a minimum, maybe even 3 in order to qualify for the fall finals. And that's not likely for a new team. That's not likely for Complexity, who we talked about have not beaten a European opposition ever since February before today. So maybe hit the jackpot in terms of the bracket. The first game against OG, there's a possibility for them right here. You don't know who's going to come down into that second round of the bracket. And if we get into the last chance qualifier as well, it's going to be mixed up once more. So unfortunately for Complexity, they were so close, as we spoke about. One clutch against NAVI, they would have found themselves at least in the next stage of the bracket, perhaps even all the way up there in the bottom. So there's a long way to go now for the Americans.
Yeah, definitely an unfortunate result for Complexity and a tough task coming ahead of them, as we can see in the gauntlet here. But before they do depart from Group B, I do want to get a few words from Fang.
I've got Complexity Fang with me now, as you will finish third up in this groups, and you have to go a rematch against Navi. I just first want to start with this kind of focus on going back to Overpass, right? Obviously, they have a part to play in that veto, but in your eyes, do you think like that was a good decision overall in terms of what someone can learn from it, or were you just so confident in it that you wanted to go for it? What was the decision making behind it?
Yeah, I think as a team, we're just really comfortable on the map. And honestly, they just played very well. I think it's been a long day for our team and stuff like that. And, you know, we had a good result at the start, but at the end of the day, like I said, they're a good team, and they proved it in that match today.
And obviously, when it comes to this Overpass, though, things started off even better for you, because you get the pistol round and we think, okay, look, Complexity, and we saw you guys, you were hyped from it as well. Then Navi do what they do and they hit back, right? Could you notice and could you see some of the changes? Was it harder to adapt to?
I'd say so a little bit. I think on our part, we just did a poor job at communicating like how we want to peak our trades and stuff. We weren't really trading that efficiently, so that definitely played a big part. I know Bit, he took advantage of that. He did a really good game. So
yeah. And then overall for you though, right? This is a better performance that we've seen, right, in recent times on Complexity. But Halzak's only just come into the team, so how are you taking it overall? You just go review now, come back strong for the best of threes, and would you feel more comfortable there?
Yeah, 100%. With Hakan, I think we just need some practice under our belt a little bit. But just in general, that in the match setting, it just feels a lot better. So just getting that, that confidence as a team again, and proving that we can obviously beat a team like Navi, and just learning to do it more consistently and actually following through.
Well, I think it's not just beating Navi, right, but also how close it was against Liquid. Good stuff overall, and I'm looking forward to seeing you back at the Gauntlet, mate. Oh, yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, full force, just looking ahead for the side of Complexity. Gentlemen, any closing thoughts before we do get into our final match of the day?
I think Complexity have played better Counter-Strike than I expected.
Yeah.
I have to be honest, I came in with very low expectations. This is not one of the teams that I would put forth in the fall finals in the Roll Arena. Maybe they make a lie out of me. They have a gauntlet to go through, but a better Counter-Strike than I had expected.
Yeah, I agree. It's been a positive outlook for Complexity today. Again, one round against Liquid, we would have had a different story. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be, but that's also in line with what we kind of expected, I guess, coming in. So overall, a positive day for Complexity, despite it ending in a pretty rough fashion.
Yeah, definitely a fair showing for them going forward, and we're going to be seeing more of them in that gauntlet next week. But we do need to crown our champion of Group B to see who will be getting that top seed going into our best of threes next week. It's going to be NAVI taking on Liquid, and it's coming up after a short break.
Hi, my name is Refresh, and I'm facing Ezetech in a game of CS Screenshot. The first thing I noticed is like the wood / the plank material, and it kind of reminds me of Overpass.
Oof! Straight off the bat.
It could also be Vertigo, because there's a lot of like construction sites and building stuff.
I'm honestly thinking about Vertigo because it's a construction site.
feel like I mean that would go pretty well. The question is where on the map that is.
But I think I'm gonna go with my gut feeling. Overpass on B side.
I mean, what is down on the floor though? All right, let's go with overpass, and then let's go with T spawn. No, yes, no. Is it? Okay, go with T spawn. Overpass. I don't think it's there though, but.
There we go. Yeah, easy.
Really? Oh, that's a tricky one.
This is actually kind of annoying. I mean, on Asian there's like a similar like B logo, but it's not ancient. It's too grey for that.
Oh no! What in the world is that? Just a gray wall. And then like you have to remember like the texture of the way the sign looks.
Vertigo. Yeah, I'm gonna say Vertigo, but a little bit of me wants Inferno B as well. But I think it's Vertigo around the B lobby area.
Well, okay, I'm gonna have to go with Inferno on banana somewhere.
No, it's on Asian, but it's another place.
OC, you've come into this and you guys are sat there going on the easier of the routes, less games to play overall. But I want to just come back from how you feel coming back after the break, because for me right now, you are like NA's top hope for an AWPer. But I want to see how you feel about that. How do you view your position at the moment?
I'd say I'm definitely up there. I don't know. I still have a lot to work on for sure, but playing with like everyone on the team, they have so much experience, so just every day is a learning experience for me, and I feel like I've caught up on some things, but there's definitely still some room to improve on, but I think I'm on the right trajectory. I think if I just keep doing what I'm doing at the moment, then I think I could become someone that could be a force. But, we'll see.
You're so humble, but I would definitely say I feel like you are getting very close to that point. But in terms of your own development, right, obviously the team helps you out as well. But what do you do individually to get there? Because we keep looking at you, we keep seeing certain games, we start to think, okay, look, OC's looking real good right now.
So before I had more of like I guess I wasn't like too in-depth on like reviewing like my decision-making, my positioning, whatever. And ever since I joined Liquid, that's something I've been really focusing on, is not really, just death matching every day, but actually like reviewing like your mistakes. And, I do it individually, but I like to sit down with like my teammates. I'll ask them, sometimes like, hey, can you watch this with me and watch it back? Because sometimes they'll be able to see mistakes that I won't like recognize or something. No. So yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, but I don't know, just keep, I'm just playing, every day. So hopefully it takes me somewhere.
I love it. You're so chill with it all as well, but I also get that like that kind of idea when I watch you play as well. Even in the clutch, even when you've got the pressured situations, you're very focused. Is this just your whole attitude?
Yeah, I feel like the pressure doesn't get to me too much. Like, of course, it's almost impossible to just like not feel it at all, especially if like at Cologne, like there's an arena in front of me. Like, of course, I'm gonna like feel something, but I feel like I'm pretty good at controlling my nervousness or my nerves, and I don't know, like even on like extra salt back then, like I was in a lot of clutch situations because I was usually the one baiting last alive. So I have a lot of experience in those situations, and I think I just get in this like mode where like nothing else like I'm just fully focused on what I'm doing. Nothing outside the game matters, you know. So I don't know. I just think it's a lot of experience being in those situations.
It's a good skill to have for sure, though. But with Daps coming back, right, and coming into coach, what has he been able to do, not just for the team, but for you as well individually?
Yeah, he's super good at like pointing out our mistakes, and he's very like straight up about it. You know, he's not going to sugarcoat it, and you know that's something that I think some players would probably struggle with. Is like if someone's just like, hey, like pointing out all your mistakes, you know, they could feel like, I don't know, like they're doing everything wrong. But I think he's very good at balancing like, hey, you messed up here, like you should be doing this, blah blah blah. But at the same time, he's also very cognitive of like how the players feel, and he just really wants us to improve. And yeah, he's been helping us a lot with our gameplay and just like our mentality wise or attitude wise. So yeah, he's been a super big help so far.
Positive stuff for sure. Now, okay, if you probably looked at the beginning of the day and you saw that game between Navi and Complexity and you go, oh, I'm facing Navi now. Okay, not too bad. But we just saw the other side of it as well, right? So were you watching the game? What did you take away from it? How are you feeling going into that matchup?
Yeah, honestly, it was kind of a surprise to me that, I mean, I didn't know what to expect with Complexity because obviously they have a Halzerk that just came in. And yeah, I didn't really know what to expect. I thought, to be honest, that Navi was still going to take it. But they really impressed me with how they played. And the second time, I think Navi definitely like watched back the game or like talked about their mistakes, and yeah, they kind of took it over for the second time. But I still think like Complexity, like they had a good chance, or like I think if they didn't maybe pick like the same map again, then it would have maybe been a little closer. But you know, it's Navi. Even without Simple, they still have 4 different other players that are world-class players. They know, everyone knows what they're doing, so it's not too hard for them to slot in an Opper especially. So yeah, I'm not like surprised that Navi like was able to bring it back on the second time, and we'll see how the matchup goes against them.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Osi, thank you very much, man. Good luck.
The North American Waves have flown through the bracket so far, but now they turn to face their final opponent in the side of Natas Bin Sir. Very excited to see how this one is going to go down, but I am very impressed with what we've seen so far from Liquid. Great to get to hear a bit more insight from OC as well, because I wasn't expecting them to be coming in, you know, looking maybe as good as they did in Cologne. I kind of maybe questioned, is that going to be a honeymoon period?
Well, you know what? I thought they would be a little bit cleaner. I thought Liquid had to battle through to be here right now. I'm not going to take anything away from how they closed game, because I do agree once we got to round 27, 28, 29, that's when they showed us their best Counter-Strike, but they've been put through battles, put through hardships. G2, that was 16-12. We obviously had the Liquid Complexity situation that we talked through before. That was also a very hard game, so it was through sweat and blood that they actually made it here. Not as easy as I might have expected.
I don't know if I expected it to be easy for Liquid, but again, you know, the game against Complexity is the one that put me in doubt, because I agree.
It wasn't easy, huh?
It wasn't easy at all. They should have lost that game, to be completely honest. NAVI saved them big time right there with the clutches, with the 2v4 as well. But the fact that they were playing so well against G2 is what I'm keeping my hopes up for right here. That was a great performance from Liquid. And again, as I mentioned earlier, we've seen NAVI play well, we've seen Elise play well, we've seen Yakinda play well, we've seen glimpses of OC as well, and we don't even mention Nitro, which is a good thing for me, because you want to highlight the stars of this team. It is North American Counter-Strike, and you're setting up your individuals. And so far, we've seen all individuals within Team Liquid shine.
Well, let's continue to put Team Liquid under the microscope a little bit more. Kastani, we do have a moment with you. What have you got for us?
Yeah, so I have an example where Liquid, I actually think they have a bit more teamwork than we're used to normally seeing. And I have a round that kind of shows exactly how. So here we're going to see this round between Liquid and Complexity, obviously down 6-0, but they still have things outside of just individual skill. And here's an example of that. So what we're going to see here initially is just that there's going to be a 3-man push. towards this B site. They're going to aggress towards B. And what I actually want to talk about is the way they handle the other parts of the map, A ramp and middle. But more particularly, we're going to be focusing on how they handle middle after this aggression. So first, we're just going to see that they're going to aggress towards this B main area. Nap's going to get the kill. And once he gets this kill, this is really what I want to highlight. It's this moment here. Now, typically when Ts see that CTs aggress this B main area, usually means 2. So what that normally means is that these Ts, as they come out through this mid area, they know that that space is empty because it's usually the B player as well as the mid B player that are going to facilitate this push. So they know there's going to be more space there. But what Liquid are going to do is that they're going to have a counter for this using these players who are going to come back towards middle. And we're going to see exactly that. So what Nitro is going to do is that he's going to line up utility that's going to land, or he's going to line up this utility that's going to land just over this wall here. At the same time, Yakinder, he comes all the way back towards mid. Nitro, he's going to throw that flash, and that flash is going to pop it's going to pop right about here over the wall, and it's going to push Grim off this angle. And what that does is it allows Yakinder to peek from this middle area, and now they can play in a position where they can fight for middle. And not only does that flash come through from Nitro, but this Molotov comes in as well. This Molotov here lands right about here. It lands right about here, and it forces this player here to either move forward or fall back. But not only does that Molotov come in, NAV, he also comes back with a HE grenade, and that nade finishes this player off who's getting Molotoved. So it's really the utility and the teamwork that I'm starting to see a bit more from Team Liquid, and I think this is a really good sign of things to come.
Thank you very much for that one, Danny. Yeah, and that was a really a key turning point, I guess, for Liquid coming back into that first half after a really hot 6-0 start from the side of Complexity. And I think that keyword teamwork coming into things, of course, Yakinder is donning that Liquid jersey for a bit of a longer period of time, not necessarily going to be a permanent fifth member for them. But it's nice to see that kind of synergy coming out of the side of Team Liquid again.
Yes, because it's one of the category where we are ready to give them the upper hand over Navi right now. Again, if you're just joining us, not playing Win Simple, having Hetrick being their fifth or their sub currently. So you can just imagine that the team play would not be at the highest level, whereas on the side of Liquid, they've had a bit more experience with Yakinder and a bit more polished protocols.
The way the Liquid players are speaking about Yakinder makes me happy, but also a little bit sad at the same time. They always describe him as a player that is coming in with a lot of knowledge. He's helping them a lot, and he's calling, especially Elise, in the interview before, he said that he was a very smart player. I played with Elise for a year, and he's never once in his entire life called me a smart player. So the fact that Yakinder can come into this lineup, 1 month into the venture and say that he's a smart player, that he's helping them, that he's bringing a lot to the team, is a good thing for Liquid, and maybe that was the signing they needed.
Just a bad thing for you, Jacob. It always comes back to Jacob.
So what does that say about you? That
I'm a plank of wood, apparently.
Is that why you're standing here? Should you even be standing here? I don't know. You brought up a good point, though, Matthew, just becoming back on a serious note, about the knowledge that Yakinder will have up against some of these CIS sides, and that was kind of a talking point for you in Cologne. So how are you viewing it coming into this?
Yeah, if we talk about a clever player, obviously. Wow, comparison to Jacob. I'm just kidding. Look, one of the angles that we can look through this game as well is Yakinder intrinsic understanding of CIS Counter-Strike, and also coupled with the fact that Electronic doesn't have all balls, all arcs, I guess, to play with. He has limited solutions, simple isn't with him. So what do you do when you have limited solutions? You go back to your roots. You go back to your deeply understanding of Counter-Strike. And I expect Yakinder to kind of know what kind of Counter-Strike he wants to play, and I'm sure he'll be a voice in that game for Nitro as well. Do you have anything to say, or should we ask Yakinder?
I'm going to simplify it a little bit right here. I think in terms of raw firepower, in terms of what we've seen so far from Team Liquid, they have more strings to play off. Navi obviously have stepped it up a notch. Perfecto have been playing decently bit with a monster performance there again. But you look towards Team Liquid, you have 4 players that I expect to step up in NAV, Yakinder, Elise, and then OC as well with the AWP. Again, the Hetrick OC duel that should tip in the favor of OC. And I think, in terms of raw firepower, in terms of raw skill, in terms of raw experience on the server, I'm leaning towards Team Liquid, which is also why I expect them to beat Navi.
Ooh, we end up on Dust 2 as well. You talked about OC, surely a player that we have to put under the spotlight. I think he's kind of sleeping dormant under the water right now, but his evolution, his improvement as a player is quite clear to me. I think he's getting more and more exciting to watch, and he's going to be one to follow here.
Well, it does come down to Dust 2, our final battleground of the evening. And for one team, their chance to grab the Group B crown heading into the Gauntlet, which is next week. Will it be Navi, or is it going to side with Team Liquid? We'll be finding out with Connor and Mo after this break.
One final game to crown the champion of Group B. Champion as a temporary crown holder, of course. Once the gauntlet gets going next week, then we'll figure out who's going to the fall finals, who's going to the fall showdown. But for now, you guys can stick around with us, Scrawny and Launders, for the last BO1, Team Liquid and NAVI. And NAVI, they've taken the long road today. They got rid of G2. They got rid of Complexity with a sweet taste of revenge. In fact, they are on the exact same trajectory, the same story arc as Astralis was yesterday. Now, it's time to do what Astralis did. A nail-biter, a 16-14 close, perhaps, here versus Team Liquid, but Dust2 will make that difference. It's NA versus NAVI for the final map of the day.
NAVI brought a little bit of banter on Twitter about it, too, and said that they lost their first game just to eliminate G2.
Oh. Well, you know, at least they still made it. Top 4 is not bad.
Ever since they sold Monacy off, they've turned up the heat on him.
OC, a couple Berettas as its immediate tunnels presence out of Team Liquid. It costs them one of their players. That's poor Nitro calling from the sidelines. But in terms of map control, yeah, Team Liquid successful in denying Na'Vi what they originally wanted, and instead, CIS team has to head back through spawn.
Yeah, normally you get the upper B tunnels for free, so this is going to be kind of annoying for Na'Vi, but at the same time, with so much time left on the clock, they can still do anything. Dusty is quite a small map on the T side, and they can make a lot of quick rotations if they'd like to. But here's Yakinder on the other extremity, with his eyes peeled.
Oh, I love this spot. Elige just plays inside that smoke, catches him off guard, but unfortunately, millimeters off a second headshot. Big pickup for Yakinder to catch Electronic like that, because suddenly now Na'Vi, they've been corralled into the open, and it was a 3v3, very quickly turned into a 3 versus 1. We saw good things from NAF today, but with 62 health and 3 enemies ahead, it's a tough place to be. Taps versus Bit and goes down. Bit, who absolutely chewed up Complexity, spat him out, and has hoped to keep that momentum going into the final map of the day.
Yes, he was a serial killer on that last map.
Not the good kind.
No, it's, like the Kellogg's kind, or?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he was, that's why you give him the P250. So, heroics out of him. And obviously, okay, now we can take upper B tunnels, no problem.
Scout in the hands of Yakinder and OC. Elige, point blank Desert Eagle, but Perfecto's not too far away. So good trade frag into the tunnels. This time Na'Vi do get some footing inside tunnels for once.
I think underrated, but in the academy we saw like some of the most innovation as soon as Dust 2 changed. You know, I've got like a lot of young minds working on like an updated change. They're going to bring tons of innovation and try stuff, and I think that's where Monacy brought a lot of cool tactics and stuff like that. And of course, the Na'Vi Junior play it a ton as well. So Headtrick's going to be comfortable here for sure.
SDY manages the cross, nice and easy. No connection there from OC, but Yakinder's got a scout that can connect.
Wow. That was sharp as Japanese steel. Beautiful shot from Yakinder. And then I'll kind of toss him over to OC. So it's your turn.
Let's see what Liquid's offer can provide. Damage versus Bit, that's something. That actually primes Yakinder to come back off catwalk. So these two scouts doing everything
They are
thus far.
tethering, yeah.
Once Elige kicks it off with the Deagle kill, it's going to force Na'Vi right back to the long play, but...
Oh, what a shot!
Very nice. Wow. Nitro dropped out of this one. Flashbang for the cross. A single smoke to try and get over. More damage done by Yakinder, I believe. Unless OC managed that one. Either way, it is scout damage piling on top of scout damage.
Man, these shots are filthier than a Jersey dumpster. Man, no, it's just been crazy. Non-stop scout headshots all round long. There's not even room for strategy. It's just, you show yourself, you try to get a little info, you pay for it every time.
You need nothing
Full price.
more. This is SDY going down first. The top mid kill that was helped by OC connecting first versus Bit. Okay, it was OC catching Headtrick on the corner. And then this was also an OC tag from CT Spawn with the assist. So OC 2 assists on Yakinder's 3 kills.
Yeah, that was ruthless. And it's not one you want to overanalyze because it comes down to really ridiculous shots. At every moment there where a scout shot misses, there's so much time where you can just start scaling on something, whether it was crossing mid, getting up cat, but they got punished over and over again. So 1-1 makes it super spicy.
Perfecto ahead of the frag grenade, but still behind the molly.
Yeah, no damage. That's positioning right there.
Finds the aisle. Head trick missing scout shots though. 2 missed chances. SDY not gonna miss with that dig though. Yakinder gets popped. And Nafly hopes to rock what is the push out from tunnels. Tech 9 at a distance goes down first. But Perfecto with footing inside this bomb site. He's gonna try to call everybody over. SDY could find timing here inside top tons.
They know he was... I think they know for sure that his rotation is here, unless it's super late into the tunnels. They smoke him out.
Good call. That lets Nitro face towards site, but smokes on smokes. This could allow SDY to come back into the equation somehow. Also pushes OC into an awkward spot because he's trying to retake 1v2 with a scout. So now while this smoke fades for SDY, so will that of Team Liquid. Oh, he runs out of bullets. 35 bullet magazine, not enough. Tech 9 turns up, gets the frag at the very least, and buying time is bit. They're gonna try to charge him down. They've got the kits, they get right on top of it. Nitro, it comes close. No, sir.
0.32.
Navi right back at it.
You got to stick, but yeah, it was super close. Just got to hope. Got to hope Gaben gives it to you. That's, I don't know if they had the extra smoke from the player on site. I actually don't think they did. Oh yeah, this is just a couple of ticks away. I don't know what Blade would have said there, so I have nothing funny to say, unfortunately. Yeah.
Out of material.
Deep molly into mid. The biggest irony about this change to lower this block to block off vision is it's just elicited way more utility in the beginning of the round and way more opening duels being taken somehow. Leave it to CS players to find a way.
Where there's a will, there's a way. On Dust 2, old habits die hard. So we go back and forth. That one was still very costly. You can see the effects. Triple Galil and a Scout still for head trick. So definitely a justifiable buy here. Hell, Liquid come out with better guns overall. Opt even for OC.
That's decent damage, but they've successfully transitioned up cat. And we get a reshuffling of the CTs, but a 4 lean towards A means, you know, not the best site for Navi to go to. Set up smoke, and in response, one to block him off from cat. Navi don't like this. Oh, but OC will be gifted one as he pulls the goalie on the B site, comes to mid, and falls back into site.
That's good damage too. Nicely done from Yakinder. Sets up the CZ of Nitro so nicely. No longer a limitation, but after that one shot, Yakinder's kind of been off the mark with these players pushing past Cat. There it is, back to headshotting ways. Perfecto, next up, Nitro grabbing the gun and icing out any hopes here from Navi for converting around. So back and forth indeed.
That was great. I mean, lots of good responses. The smallest risk being taken there by OC leaving the site. But with the doors flipped, now you can defend the site from outside of it, as long as you don't think Ts are setting up for some kind of full exec. You know, a lot of times teams are walking out and then smoking it when they get to the double stack at the end of the tunnel. So it's pretty safe, actually, to just chill here. And they also confirm... Oh! It's like that, huh? Damn. Okay. So, yeah, they did get a good feeling. I think they had some audio as well to tell them more than one player was up on the Xbox. They could feel the cat play coming in. And now on the mix by, it's Navi with less than ever. We've seen 6 shots coming through from both sides on the scopes, but Liquid may be even more impressive. between Yakinder and OC.
Ooh.
Another one?
Perhaps.
I feel like a big OC map is coming.
Yeah,
By the
it's
shot,
about time.
The scout shot, the op shot we just saw.
That flash is good. Just as he throws out the incendiary, so luckily they don't get past him as he's blind. Instead, we get this very kerneled offense from Navi. Everybody grouping up inside the tunnels, ready to go. What do they have to work with? Double flash into smoke. So get that smoke down on the doors. If even. They run right out to NAF. It's only one from NAF. And OC comes out from windows. So door smoke not too problematic just yet. He holds off, but SDY goes for the Yakinder fight as they're waiting for OC's flashbang. And then Perfecto just holds it all the while. 2 versus 2. Alish tries to take the fight on his own, and that's going to leave the IGL and Nitro in a 1v2 clutch because Navi have just forced their way through that B defense.
Yeah, that got real messy.
Nice timing from SDY to jump over top.
It's not done, though. Nitro has info kind of on both players at the moment.
Gets tagged.
Ooh, gives him a smoke to cross. And his job gets a lot more difficult. Also on 10 HP, you think maybe he steps away from this, but he walks forward into the smoke. SDY will finish the job. Took out Alish as well. And I think, Alish could have waited in that position. Had an angle on one, but it got a little messy for him trying to find the second fight. I feel like this hold should have come through, but 3 kills from SDY. Very convincing stuff from him.
That it is. Again, he's got Perfecto holding the window. The smoke had the doors, and he just decided to take things into his own hands. Flies down on the car player. So 5 rounds, no consecutive round wins. And now we can say what we did about Navi, which is Liquid with the worst buy yet.
Yeah.
Navi were in the same boat last round and miraculously pulled this off. Unfortunately, we're talking no armor and only 1 flashbang on Alish. Just picked it up as he ran back through CT spawn.
They're perfectly comfortable out here inside of middle.
No way. No.
Oh, the shot gets missed. Hetrick's got a full kit and an op to worry about.
OC, yeah, that could have been the big one, but how about Alish's Deeg?
Wait, you just saw them leave?
For a moment. Bit actually comes right back at it, making a ton of sound. Alish can't manage. Bit just ready for that angle somehow, some way.
That's tough. No silent drop available from up there. Right. Try to get it in the sight, but still a great shot here from Bits. They've established.
And then, of course, with the guns down on long, it's a, tantalizing save here for Liquid. They'll hold on to the AK.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a great idea. It's refreshing to see Dust 2. I don't hate the map.
Me neither.
Yeah. I don't think it's amazing.
Man, I saw there was a Reddit poll the other day, which was, which map should Tuscan replace in the competitive map pool?
Oh.
Do you know what the highest 3 answers were?
On the poll, I'm going to guess Mirage, Dust 2, and Overpass.
Which? Mirage, Dust 2, and Vertigo.
Really?
Really?
People are turning their back on Vertigo. I like that.
At that time, I would say Dust 2 and Mirage had like thousands of votes. Overpass had like 300.
Wow.
I was kind of shocked.
Yeah.
And I like Overpass, but I also realize it may be time.
The thing is, talking is easy, but when we look at where people are playing,
true.
They're leaving Overpass behind. These are Fairweather fans that are voting. Where they're spending their time? Mirage.
Yeah. I say shake it up. Take 2 out at once.
Okay. Which ones?
Overpass.
Done.
And Mirage. Or even better, take out Overpass and just release a new Mirage the day of. Why's it gotta leave to get reworked? Just rework it first.
Yep.
Nothing but tunnels control here for Navi. Decent early damage. But you can see that, goes both ways. Yakinder tucked inside CT spawn, doesn't want to give over that 5v4. NAF kind of stranded at the moment inside B. It's going to have to be a big play from the Canadian.
I think Kinder's got a clue. His CT rotations are so good. When he knows, ooh, a play's coming out.
Really? Low health still delivers. Naf trying to find his pocket. Little sanctuary on the side of that smoke. Kinder trying to draw attention. Naf getting tagged up by Bit, who saved him last round by killing a Liege off window. And this time creates that little bit of space, right? At the very least, bomb down, but a 4v3 the way of Liquid. They've got a smoke and an incendiary for the retake, but they still have Bit pressed up close. He swaps over to that M4 as Nitro gets ever closer on this flank. SDY having just checked it seconds ago, and Nitro's gonna walk right into his angle, delivers the headshot. Molly on the feet of Headtrick's gonna make things awkward. It's the Navi Academy players left up.
Wow.
And no op connection, but time is of the essence, and Bit back sight almost lines up another couple
They got a
kills.
kit?
Doesn't even matter that he goes down. No time for Liquid, no round for Team Liquid.
They wasted all that effort from Nitro. What a shame. That was some beautiful mechanical work from Nitro straight up, right? Because his first peek is perfect. The shoulder peek to bait the op shot, that is so much harder than it looks. Play that to perfection. And Kinder even gets this unlikely kill. It looked like Electronic didn't have a flash, so he used a smoke as a fake flash to get out.
Nice!
Oh man, I thought he wasn't going to say something, and that's like when you almost sneeze.
I haven't seen someone control emotions like that since the Doja clip.
Yeah.
But it was just extra oxygen for the pop-off. Oxygen. Brain fuel.
Yes. Ooh, this little one-way lineup.
Nitro's such a nerd.
Yep.
He's also got nowhere to go. He's got Kinder by him. OC not too far off either.
Nitro thinks tomatoes ruin sandwiches, and he's right.
Yeah, it's not a bad take. Smoke for the cross. Nitro still stagnant. He sits. Doesn't even move. No twitch.
Oh, the longer this goes, the stronger that. Oh, the cover's perfect. Wow, OC positionally right there. Saves the day.
Right in the pocket between those smokes.
And now it's like too slow to get up towards long.
So.
Whoa, there's a scramble. Bit's been serious on these entries.
Try to sprint at Cat. Nitro changes positions, gets tucked into the goose. Kinder raising the red flag, goes down, and that is beautiful between Pit and Perfecto. 2 insta headshots, but OC, he comes so quickly up behind them through the fire that he burns, but takes Bit down with him, pushes us to the 2v2. Alige, low health, makes things awkward. And with not much economy behind them.
They have so many, they have the grenades, they got... Yeah,
they'll make a run.
I think they got to.
Now with that, there's no smoke to put on top of the bomb.
Yep.
They use both to get out. Perfecto sitting right on top of it, has Headtrick to cover him from long. Headtrick playing the Molotov as well. Insta-kill in from Perfecto. And Naf now way too difficult of a route to get back into that bomb site. So it's Navi's 6th on this T side.
Yeah, man. Dude, the shots in this game are unbelievable. It's one of these games where you just got to feel bad. Anybody who doesn't frag really hard, it's because you don't stand a chance. The entries from Bit are extraordinary on this T side. 2 Mac 10 kills on the B site. This rifle entry and the cover from Perfecto.
Almost blows his teammate's head off.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
This snapback. I mean, what is going on in this game?
We didn't even get to see what OC saw when he ran through that fire for the commitment.
Right.
Bits. Yeah, Blade's proud of that one.
So, Liquid will call a timeout. I think it's all good. Of course, the B players don't really know what happens on A, and the A players don't really know what's happened on B, but just got to assure them, hey, that was close. Nothing to be stressed about. And I think they just take some time to talk about money, just stress to further the round. And I think OC said that, he kind of implied that, like, tactically speaking, Daps isn't taking that much control of the game. And I think with Kinder coming in, we've also heard from Naflight interview, Alige interviews, that he's bringing a lot of ideas and power to the structure of Liquid. And Mahone had a great breakdown earlier to display that.
As he does.
Yeah. Where'd he go?
No one knows.
So we got a slight investment. I think ecoing on Dust 2 it's one of the more fun maps to eco on. It's fun. You can run around.
Yeah, Dust 2 and
Fast cat me.
Speaking of which, NAF already trying to get his teeth sunk into T-spawn. And Electronic, who's 0 and 8 right now, is busy handling utility as NAF gets closer and closer.
Oh, this is kind of huge because he's going to see the bomb in a second. It might jump.
Oh, he's going to take a second. That's going to give him vision on SDY, but the bomb actually goes top mid.
And I think he knows now that's 2.
Oh, NAF. Oh, there it is. Pulls the trigger. Won't be able to snap it back. So his original victim of Electronic gets his first frag.
Hey, he got his. That was huge. Minute up. And that was a moment where Navi are trying to, like, you know, put a guys on what they're trying to accomplish here. So it slows them down a little bit. They got to reset. I wonder what else Liquid have found out. But all the while, they've maintained upper B control, recollected the bomb, made sure the guns haven't been taken over, so those can be dumped over, I think.
As good as it is, it's also like a second of unlucky. It looks like they're all going middle, so he's, you know, if he's behind those boxes, for example, or still back around that T-spawn corner, he could have maybe gotten 3 lined up in those doors, but can't take anything away. Nicely done from NAF. See if the pistols can finish it off. OC slides wide, doesn't dive, not in the first peek, but will not be able to escape.
Oh, but there's 2 in B. They're splitting towards him.
15 seconds as well, so time is critical. Nitro, he's keeping his head tucked, decides to pop up, gets blasted, and so does Yakinder. A 1D delivered, but Navi with another.
Easily another situation that could have fallen. Got the most out of that, but Nitro got popped super quickly.
See, right here, had he just stayed behind those boxes, no chance Head Trick sees it. Still, nice 2K. Confusion sinks in.
From where, though? It's one of those, I was just watching that moment.
Yep.
Oh, he actually passed through the smoke. Whoa, Bit is very close. And he can get underneath the A-site player if he has the timing. Flash comes. Oh, but he doesn't get the kill. Wow.
Flashback for a second. Thought maybe Bit could get cross, but nope.
That was definitely a worthwhile tactic. I was close to getting there. If they didn't flash, he might have been able to walk up, but he had no idea what they were watching. Still, long control here.
Liege drops down, gets closer. Yakinder takes his place up above. Flash comes out from the CTs. Oh, what a lineup that could have been. Oof. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Instead, Elige is killed. Nitro playing on top of those sight boxes. He's got teammates all around him. He's just trying to see something. In all of this smoke, in all of this dust, comes up with 2. Point blank versus Electronic, and a 3rd kill from Nitro on site to give Liquid their 3rd win.
Like he never left. Like he never left. What a move.
You see, he felt so comfortable there because there was as many smokes as there is in Valorant.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
All those utilities.
Hey, in Valorant, he would have, yeah, he would have had
Flew
too
in the
much.
sky or something?
Yeah, who knows. But this is Wolf.
Yeah. What is this mood?
That clip is all time.
Pistols swapped around here from Navi. A door wide open for Liquid as they have double ops over top of Glocks. And that nade is hefty. 3 Cs.
What?
Thick.
Oh. Yeah, true. Okay. That was kind of meta. Wow. I took a few extra calories to process. Oh, they don't know about all the damage, but they probably have an idea. Look at this setup. Never seen anything more closed.
Ooh. And Elise just missed the chance to line him up, but spots it nonetheless.
The cool part about the setup is they can push off a bit.
Yep.
Yeah, full tunnels presence, so. Navi don't know it, but these CTs are everywhere.
Yeah, Navi about to get consumed by this CT setup. OC bails back, delivers a second kill. Won't find that third as Perfecto's Deagle connects, but they've lost their bomb, so any hope? Ooh, wow. Not all hope is lost. Perfecto. Nice couple of Desert Eagle kills, but regardless, Liquid survive with 3 as they secure 4.
Yeah, in a game like this, there's going to be some kills that happen that way. The good part is for Liquid, I mean, they've leaned B all the correct times, whether it's Yukinder over there to help out, the 2 B setups, 3 in total. I mean, that eco round, they had him lured into the site, so they've got an idea of what Navi want to do. Could just be lucky gambles. But it's better to be lucky than good.
Wise man once said. Kinder on an island, bottom middle. Smoke grenade should indicate it's possible. Nice jump there. Won't be punished though, gets away. Bit takes control bottom mid instead. Ouch, Nitro down by half health. Smoke / door spam from SDY, well timed.
How did he see him there? I wonder.
Felt him. These B players feeling the squeeze.
There's some Monacy level tricks, I feel like.
Two ops in play, of course. So, OC here on ramp.
Well, look at this. The correct lean again with Goose in play. It's perfect to stop this kind of attack. And they miss their molly. Oh.
Unleash peeks out, sends some shots down range. Yukinder finding Perfecto in middle. So that's one of 2 ops popping off. The second still in position. They're getting closer, but he didn't see him. 2 scoped in. Alish comes wide with the kill, but they lose long control. Now Alish suddenly in a world of hurt. SDY and Bit chew through that setup. It looked perfect.
It was.
And they were getting their kills, but
those
poor
kills
OC just goes Cyclops mode and doesn't see the player on the edge of scope.
Yeah, those kills were just about free. Nafly's going to be scratching his head one more time. It was looking good, boys. What happened? And it looks like they're still pressing up for the attack. I mean, leveraging the pit kill would make a world of difference, but bomb halfway ticked, and at least they can try to hold their fallback, but it's even going to be hard to kill them in the post plant. Nafly goes to CT spawn to spot the cross. Not even. Grabs the op and leaves, and they'll let him have it. What a tragedy. That's a tragedy. I would define that as a tragedy because there were 2 kills. If either of them were gotten, that round was probably over. And they got neither, and both were gimmies. It felt like good crosshair placement in the door, of course, would have won. This situation where he scoped up and someone just crossed while blind.
Yep. And also while Alish comes out, but not quite far enough, right? Alish catching the guy to the left and not the one to the right.
Actually, 3 favorable exchanges for the CTs, and they don't deliver on any of them, so unfortunate. Got to stomach that. Part of the job description, though, these days.
Yeah. How well can you recover? Double ops again. Both on the same angle. There's not much in here for Yukinder and OC. It is very much long control from Navi and Bit. Passive as can be outside tunnels.
The faster you clear tunnels, the faster you can stack A.
Luckily for Liquid, Alish and OC not too far off. So as the utility starts to bounce around long, Nitro sounds the alarm, and we've got 4 players from Liquid on this A site. Still cross looking secured, but well-timed Molotovs should let these smokes fade out. SDY finds the one pocket that he can hold on to, still costs him half his health. But they may assume that that ramp is already clear. Alish, his back turned to 1, this time does a bunch of damage. Electronic picks up kills. No connection there from OC. Everybody's tagged for Navi. Nav, nowhere to be found just yet, as again,
dude,
what goes down?
This is Shakespearean, the level of tragedy that we're witnessing here. I don't even know. They had another really good setup. And maybe they aren't promised this round, right? I mean, maybe this is still a situation where Navi know that they could push upper tunnels and get the stack going. They can still potentially win, but like none of these kills going their way. It's got to have NAVI confused. Look at the HP bars.
I almost want like a...
Oh, this move is sick.
Smoke.
Oh, with that flash as well. Okay.
All right, Bit clears Cat. Electronic the other two.
That was pretty sneaky.
He knows how maniacal that is.
Yeah.
Damn. All right, Navi. Starting to pull back ahead here, putting as much of a gap between them and North America as they did versus Complexity.
There is like this moment where if you're, 5v5 and about to clash, when Elige is flashing through that smoke, you do that because you have excess people, right? If you see the cross smokes come down and you're defending the site, there's not enough places to stand to defend that site properly. So what's better is to get it down to like a 3v3 or something and go from there. So Leash comes through this flash, only gets one, close to getting two. And then Electronic kind of comes through with the same energy and flashes through the smoke and it's easy spot. Oh my God. I think he just went for that. Wow. But it's answered back instantly.
Sometimes.
And Yakinder goes up into mid. Wow. All right. And he gets sent a message.
Yeah. Yeah, a little ambitious on that one.
That was brash, yeah.
But trying to make a round-winning play because he was one of two weapons.
Yes. No, don't get me wrong. I liked it. Uh-oh.
Leash tucks his head down. He's got Nitro to help through mid doors. But it's looking like double digits Navi. Yeah, Leash peeking right in before that smoke plumes. Naf tries to clip the heels of Head Trick, but that's just going to push Navi back towards that A site that they have so consistently been able to take over. Regardless of how many bodies Liquid throw at it,
yeah,
A belongs to Navi.
This half has been kind of a coin flip, I feel like, but full credit to Navi. They're hitting X Factor shots. They're coming through. Cohesion's good. Spacing's nice. Tried a lot of different stuff.
Bit not quite the hard carry of Overpass versus Complexity, but still strong performance.
There was a moment when the grenade drop change happened where Kerrigan said that he felt like Dust 2 was going to be the map that became the most CT-sided. And then Alexi had that, 1,000 damage utility half on the CT side one time, and it was like, thought it was going to happen. And that didn't become the case, but I think where he was for sure correct, that's still true to this day, is that when the CTs have a lot of money, they can more easily streak because of dropping HEs in spawn.
Right.
Because you can nade mid, you can nade cat, you can nade long, all from the spawn. Nobody even has to go, like think about Inferno. If you want to drop nades over, you got to go over to the B side, drop them nades, and you can only be responsible for that one half of the map. But on this, one CT and CT spawn can nade absolutely everything except for B tunnels. So the problem for Liquid is they've never really had too much money here. They've kind of been struggling to just get two in a row. They haven't been offered up that advantage. But Navi are for sure going to use that against them if they get the opportunity in the second half.
Electronic slides out pretty quick. Minute 30, and there's already two players through these doors. Elige better be wary. Flash off the mark doesn't bother Electronic one bit.
Where did it even pop? Was that in the middle of mid? It looked like it was in front of him, but had a piece of cover to his left.
A brick blinder. With it, Navi man advantage. So gunning for that 11th terrorist round win. Sick recovery from Electronic as well. I believe he was like 0-7 or 0-8. Putting in the work. Navi putting in the pressure. Up cat, they'll go. They catch OC trying to cross back. At least he takes Electronic with him, but yeah, it's just right there. Bit glued to the shoulder of his teammate. Gets dinked by the M4. Yakinder, he's got himself more damage done, but there's that long play from SDY yet once again. And NAF versus SDY to close the half. It's not that of Liquid. 11 rounds on the offense. Navi, just unstoppable.
than 1,200 days, we've waited. For more than 1,200 days, we starved for Blast to join us back in Portugal.
Lisbon, make some noise!
Today in Portugal, in Lisbon, a new king will rise.
Good luck, bro. Good luck.
Today, we will show everyone that we live and breathe Counter-Strike.
Saiwu peaks, stops Alexi B, and Jax is dead! OG falling back, that's precise, and he gets another over the top.
God damn.
Filthy! Absolutely filthy!
It is the Dream Team versus the Super Team from Portugal.
Roman, you know you want to slice and dice.
It's time for the grand final! Navi taking on Vitality. Sundai Young turns his attention. Oh! All three! Sundai Young and Sundai again! And again! And again! Give it up for the Blast Spring Final Grand Champions, Navi! SDY, did you imagine this moment?
Yeah, I imagine it almost every day of my life. It's a really good moment.
Yeah, they're trying to go long. They're trying to go long.
I'm doing a one-way sight.
I still have all of mid. I still have all of mid.
If you want, you can come close CT. I have double flash.
Smoke long.
I'm ready to flash.
Wait, we're gonna go in like 10 seconds. I'm dropping this one then. Flash.
Flashed above Goose as well.
Boom.
Three.
Flashing above Goose again.
I'm only car.
Three on the wall,
Goose
the other one's long
I'm
flash.
going
Three on
long,
the
guys.
wall. Oh, go.
I'm blind.
We're crossing.
They cross.
I'm gonna start some smoke.
Could be across.
One ramp. Dead ramp.
Long
Long
dead.
dead.
Flashing Goose. Flashing
Nice.
Ramp.
Star.
Ramp.
Nice, Nick.
Thanks. Good flashes, guys.
Nice.
Quick and easy Nitro 3K there with his one-way smoke, but that was the flash in the pan in terms of Liquid's success across that first half. 4 rounds, one of them you just saw replayed. Other than that, it's Navi all day.
It is. It was close though. The scoreline does not represent how close that half was. So I think Liquid are definitely fighting. It's just that I guess should have been the good side on paper. I think they still, it's Dust 2. It's not like super unfavored towards them, but it's going to take some work. And I think Navi's spirits must be very high. So we'll see. SDY spotting from the back of the site. He was getting a lot of clutch kills. He was the one causing the tragedies over in half number 1. As the odds sway heavily over towards Navi. It was close as ever in the beginning.
I even want to say Liquid favored.
Sorry, no, it was Navi favored just by like 0.10 as the favorites, but
times have changed.
Yes.
Ooh. From downtown, Bit connects to Yakinder, but meanwhile, Liquid able to get themselves across long. They've got footing on the bomb site. XDY still sitting behind smoke. Nade comes deep from spawn. We just had that conversation, and you can see the impact. Nitro taken down to 35. Ooh, good gush. OC ends Electronic.
Wow.
Sumdai Young keeping it crisp and clean and quick. And Nitro trying to hang on here, but it's going to have to be NAF. And down he goes at the hands of the USPs.
Jesus.
Another pistol round win for Navi and another strong start to this half.
This is one of those games where I'm not jealous of these pro players, man. Like, they have no time to live. I guarantee you watch any of these demos from their POVs, and it's just like, you're not even seeing anybody. You're just dying. That's crazy. Oh, these shots are ridiculous.
Wow.
Even survives the gush. Hard game. Counter-Strike, very hard game. And this is where you feel that pit in the bottom of your stomach if you're Liquid.
At the very least, they get that tag. So, Perfecto, one of 2 top fraggers on Navi, sitting on 60.
Giving him space here, letting it be quiet. This angle has worked from day one in CSGO. It's always been, even on old Dust 2.
War never changes. Bit waits and waits, and nothing comes through just yet. Beyond the minute mark we go.
They've got a good amount to work with here. That is Liquid.
Range fight, but Bit sees more presence than that one player. 3 confirmed in mid still.
That's a big smoke counter. I don't know if they're prepping for any kind of long presence. They still got 1 in tunnels. It feels like they were thinking about a B split for a second. 35 seconds. Decisions will start being made. Kinder going for the Freiburg drop.
Falls down through smoke. Bit ready for that one. Nice and easy. And they're going to try to get back into that B split, but with Yakinder already down, Bit, he can turn attention fully.
Bit got the kill.
That's crazy. Just through the side of the box. NAF, though, trying to hang on for dear life, but a silent Electronic sneaking back around Plat to cut off that push from tunnels. Not today. He shakes his head and just scoffs off Liquid for another Navi round win.
Dude, Bit controlled the whole flow of that round, just with his slight positioning changes, his smoke in the mid doors as they smoked CT.
I want to see this one.
Eyes on, and yeah,
through the edge.
He just needs a snapshot. No, no, no. It's my mid. Yeah, hopes dwindle now.
Damn, what a day for Navi. From losing to Complexity to start the second season, to running it back versus G2 Cole themselves, and now...
It's like when they lost to MIBR earlier this year in the best of 3.
Right?
Yeah.
Yakinder's got something to say about it. Desert Eagle straight to the face of Electronic. That's an M4 picked up. Oh, not even. A Galil.
Oh, it's a trap.
Yeah. Hook, line, and sinker. Bit tries to run up from CT. Little mid-throw Molotov keeps them stuck here in the no man's land. One player is able to get across, but it's not the bomb. OC now looking to join him. Elise tries to come off catwalk. Bit looking for the kills in sight. And Nitro also with a Desert Eagle. We saw the back and forth start at the beginning of Dust 2, and this one leaves the door ajar. OC with the Glock of all things. But the MP9 at this distance puts NAF on 3. OC 21.
Oh no.
Perfecto, 4 points of health. A single bullet from either player, either gun. And it's anybody's round win. Unless NAF can play that time, but Perfecto...
He didn't see him.
Yeah, he still has just enough to get this defuse through and give Navi 14. 2 away from the win.
That was tough. I guess he just had to get that kill. What a 1v2 for Perfecto. That goes to worse. Ow. Clean.
Leagues were clean.
See, and that's one thing why you want to have your scroll wheel for a jump, to do the jumble jump on Xbox as fast as Yakinder just did it. I gotta throw out some mouse wheel propaganda. We've been losing a lot of fans lately.
Большой у нас.
What a sick experience this is for Headtrick. Sitting around some of his region's best. His old teammate in Bit.
And just carrying them.
Yeah. He's got Blade coaching behind him. You know, it's a good day to be Headtrick.
His pants are too big. His shoes are too big. But he's perfectly comfortable in that chair.
Expectations high. Absolutely owning. Not quite to Bit's pedigree, but hell. There's only so many kills to go around. OC, yet again, damage through the doorway. But Electronic will live nonetheless.
It's one long scroll, you see that?
One long John.
Sometimes it sounds like you're sleep talking.
Oh, long John. No challenge yet for Headtrick. Kind of on his own. He's got SDY down long, but...
No, they're trying to set the trap. Come mid B. There's only one here. Nope.
Love this too. Bit switching sides.
Liquid seem a little bit confused as to why Navi are not giving them any presence inside of middle. But they're tired of overthinking it. But, ooh, SDY gets the long kill.
So comfortable.
And there's a rifle behind Bit. They probably saw him first.
Another 30-second squeeze for Liquid to try and piece together a T-round win, but no dice, no opening, no chance. NAF gets blindsided by Electronic, who was just buying time back plat. Nitro, 15 seconds, 1v4, and dead to Headtrick's op shot. That is 15 Navi.
Man, that's tough. Here's the first one. SDY had a great recovery and performance today.
Yep.
Struggled a little bit earlier on, but nothing but clutch kills in these last two games.
Kind of like config from yesterday. There we go, OC.
He's been usually tagging him. Now he gets a kill.
To the head.
Yeah.
However, it's not just about that opening kill. You see Navi kind of fizzle out at those 30-second marks. Maybe the war machine moves faster with man advantage. We'll find out. Not too far off with that one, but Electronic keeps it clean. And if Yakinder thinks he's chasing one player, he is wrong. Two members of Navi fall back. Yakinder chases through, and Electronic, the left-right, rope-a-dope, hot swap, and it's man advantage Navi. They go back towards long. That's where Elige comes through with a kill, but singular at a trade frag again for Navi.
Oh, and it's OC left alone here on Cat. NAF flies inside the B site. I mean, he can make something cool happen, but they're already starting to flank his teammate.
Yeah, OC's surrounded. He's got that bomb, so we'll see if the timing can work out for NAF. Bit. Oh no, neither kill. Now OC needs it all, and Perfecto turns it on him as Navi turned this group upside down. From 0-1 to start the day to a finish in first place. The placeholders of the crown in terms of Group B. Will they be able to solidify that spot at Fall Finals? We'll find out next week. But it is Navi on top at the end of the day.
That was an inspirited performance. We got some great CS today. I mean, the games have been super fun to watch. All the roster moves have delivered in some way. And we've also got James ready to get a little bit more out of this game. Take it away.
SDY, yes, he's trying to fist bump from a distance because I've grabbed him before. He can do that. Respect is certainly needed, but there wasn't much respect on the server in that one. SDY, this was another convincing victory. Just everything looking good, everything feeling good?
Yeah, we're feeling really good on Dust too. Like, it's for sure our main map, that's why, probably.
Now, let's look at this fight. You play the opening game, you lose out to Complexity. It doesn't look good. You guys have a talk, you rethink things, you get some more official time with Headtrick underway, and then everything starts clicking, right? And you guys made it look so good. You now top the group even without Simple. Is this down to that system that Blade's always talking about and just how confident you are of each other?
Yeah, The system for sure, and also the problems that we have a slow start in the beginning. Like we wasn't focused enough to play the games that we used to play. A lot of mistakes, things like that. And when we came to the maps that we play the most, like Dust 2, it's getting easier there. So.
It definitely was getting easier as well. But I want to touch on just your opinion of Hedrick over this tournament, right? Because he comes in the stand, and again, he's having to play on the AWP role. He's actually showed up and delivered. Okay, he's not having huge numbers, but he did a better job than I think what most would have expected.
Yeah, Hedrick for sure did a great job, and thanks for him for sending in on this tournament for us. Like he focused on the things that he needs to be, like rounds, basically his skills, and we don't need more from him than he does, so that's good.
And in terms of expectations when you came into the groups, considering you didn't have your full team, right? What did you guys tell yourself like at the beginning of the day before you started playing?
We tell that just let's do our job, do our best. Nothing will change. Everything is good, all right, and let's go. That's it.
Well, that certainly worked, mate. You've done a fantastic job. First place for the group, so I'll let you go off and celebrate.
Thank you.
Clean as a whistle from NAVI. 16-4 to be closing that one out.